Oh my gosh, we're back. It's
Yes,
time
we
for
are.
another dotnet Conf. Javier. Oh,
I know it's going to be a great 2 days of half-day content. It's something we try every year with .NET Conf, especially
yep,
the day ones. We're trying a different format and see if people like it. So that should be awesome.
absolutely. We're going to be talking about modernization
Yep.
this time. And to your point, we looked at the types of folks
Right.
that need to think about modernizing their applications, and we know you can't stick around for a full 8-hour or
100.
10-hour day like
Yep.
we normally do for .NET Conf focus events. So we
Right.
wanted to break it up to make it a little bit more bite-sized for folks that want to join and watch us live.
Well, the nice thing about it, all of the both days will be recorded and they will be live on the .NET YouTube channels, right? So you can always go if you miss something because live happens, you can always go
Yep,
back and watch it, which is great. Everybody can benefit from there. So,
absolutely. And of course, we're going to have all the samples, all the
right.
materials from our speakers are going to be available afterwards. So
Yep.
if you want to follow along, you want to catch up, you want to try some of the samples, you're going to have slides, you're going to have some content to follow
Exactly.
along as well.
Yep. And the best part is like the people watching the stream only have to put up with us between sessions because we're just the hosts. So we actually have real people
Ab-
doing real like demos and everything, and we're just here to kind of help connect between session and session. So that's
Right.
which is great.
And because you're watching live,
Mhm.
you out there, we're talking to you. You're going to get to ask questions in YouTube chat, in Twitch chat, depending on where you're watching. We'll relay some of the best questions to our speakers so that we can get you a little bit of feedback as we go through the sessions throughout the day, today and tomorrow.
Exactly. Yep.
And we need to make sure that we also shout out there. We've got a number of sponsors that have been helping us out
Yes.
with promoting and sharing information about the event. We've got a slide that shows some of the sponsors here that we're going to put up on the screen because they're giving away some swag
There
bags.
it is.
Check this out.
Uh-huh.
Look at some of these folks. You've heard of them. You know who they are in our tech community that do really cool things to help folks with .NET.
Yep. And honestly, the best part about it too is that they do have a swag bag. So if you go to the website, the URL is up in the top of the slide. You can actually be entered to win one of the swag bags, which has licenses and other information and other great things that the sponsors are providing, completely for free. And just fill out a simple form, and then you'll be contacted by them. Our plan is to have the all of that figured out by the end of the session tomorrow, end of the conference. So.
Yep. So we've got folks from a bunch of these organizations that are going to be hanging out in chat, that are going to be promoting and talking about the event on social media. I see. Is it Stefan there in YouTube showing some love for Clear Measure?
Yeah.
Great organizations. These folks don't just build products, but they also help consult and help you get your applications
Right.
modernized to the latest versions of .NET using all the coolest stuff that that's available out there with .NET 9, AI,
Right.
Aspire, Azure. Really cool tech that we're going to see over the next 2 days.
Exactly. Yeah. No, we have a lot of great content from product team members, which is great, right? And I hope that all of you get to learn something or brushing up on things that you may already have known.
Absolutely. This is a great opportunity
Right.
to catch up and get up to speed on stuff that you need a little bit of polish on. You haven't seen in a little bit.
Yep.
So I think we're almost ready for our first set of speakers here.
We are. Yeah. So, and you'll be heading the first Q&A, and I will
Yep.
be following with literally the same set of speakers. So, and oh, by the way, if anybody needs to know the agenda, go to focus.netconf.net. And on the upper right hand side, there's the agenda, and we optimize it so it will be shown in your local time zone, so you can actually view all that information. So,
And I'm just going to shout out one message I see here in YouTube. NXM asks, please tell me you'll be showing the tool to migrate from .NET 4 to
ooh,
.NET. Funny you should say that. Why don't we start bringing in our first group of speakers here? We've got Scott and Makeda and Chet. I think you're going to be talking a little bit about migrating from some older .NET framework versions.
Oh, we are going to try to go back as far in time as we can. I got some of my stuff from university, that I did. My final project,
Scott,
which
that's
I
only
think
2
is
or 3
pretty
years
old.
old. I mean, it can't be that.
I brought Baby Smash. The baby, I drove him back to university yesterday. So the app that we wrote for my son, who is turning 20
Oh my gosh.
this fall, we've got that. So yeah, we have a couple of old apps we're going to try to upgrade.
Awesome.
Well, the stage is yours, friends. Take it away.
All right. Hello, friends. How are we today?
Hello, hello. Good morning.
Super
All right.
jazzed.
Super jazzed. Yeah. So as you know, we like to do everything live. We have no canned demos. We have only a bunch of code and dreams and wishes. But fortunately, we are going to learn how to modernize. But I want to set the tone a little bit here. Let's introduce ourselves. McKenna, what do you work on at the company?
Sure. So my name is McKenna Barlow. I am a product manager on the dotnet tools team. I am generally focused on modernization. So this is exactly the place to be. Modernization, upgrades, all that good stuff.
And you own the Upgrade Assistant that I've used many
Yes.
times at both the command line and in Visual Studio. Is that correct?
Mhm.
All right. And Chet.
Hi, I'm Chet Husk. I'm also a PM in the .NET Tools team. I mostly work on the SDK and MS build, but over the past few months, I've had the pleasure of working with McKenna on some of the upgrade stuff that we'll be talking about today. It's really exciting work.
All right. So we have experts here and we have an old person. So this is great, which means that we have old code to upgrade, we have old code to modernize, and we have experts to help us do it. So that is very exciting. We should talk about the problem statement because I realize that this is called .NET Conf focus on modernization, but there's other words that we hear, right? We hear migration, we hear upgrade, we hear, modernization. When we're talking about getting to the latest, I don't think we really ask ourselves like why. Like what if it's just working fine? What are reasons that I would want to upgrade from one version of .NET to another if I'm not getting anything out of it? What do you think, Chet?
Does Chet asked you nicely count as a reason? Because if for no other reason, each year and even each quarter, when we push out new versions of the .NET SDK and new versions of Visual Studio, like there's months of new tooling and bug fixes and enhancements that go out. So even if there's no performance or security benefits to your tooling, there's still like a user experience, a developer happiness reason to considering updating. And that's like the least reasonable reason to upgrade, in my opinion, and it's still compelling.
Okay, so developers like to be on the latest. I don't think that's probably a good answer, but we agree though that we all like to be on the latest. There's the security stuff, right, McKenna? Being on the latest core. There's all the developer tooling that you get. There's also performance benefits as well. Huge performance benefits.
Yeah, for sure. The latest .NET versions will come with a bunch of performance enhancements so that your applications can run faster, more efficiently, optimizations in, for example, the runtime, libraries, and tools. And yeah, Chad had mentioned improved tooling experiences. There's a ton of cool new stuff that you can get on the new .NET frameworks, including new features and APIs, but also just generally .NET features like simplified output paths. We have hot reload, MAUI debugging support, C# dev kit. There's just so much good stuff on the new .NET that you can't pass it up.
Yeah. And there's also multiple steps here. We hear about like from 4.8 or 4.x, the .NET framework, the one that has basically been finished. It's not dead, but it's finished. The .NET framework sits on Windows. It's installed on 1 billion machines. It's with Windows. That's being targeted by a lot of folks. Getting them over the hump from .NET framework to core is kind of that first step. But then there were some early generations of core 1, 2, and 3, before we stopped calling it core. I've got a couple of things. I've got some code on .NET Core 2 that we could take theoretically to 9 or 10 today. So there's getting from 4.8 into the core family. And now what I would think of as modern, this is my opinion, and tell me what you think, McKenna. Modern .NET I think of as being 5 or 6 and above. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, definitely 5 or 6 or above. And these days we're even talking like 8, 9. We have exciting new stuff on those ones as well.
Yeah. And then we're going to talk about upgrading these and then where it's really an upgrade and when it's something minor. Because a lot of my early migrations, I felt that I was doing, or modernizations rather, were just kind of editing CS proj files by myself, Chet. Is that, I mean, yeah, your face kind of squinched up as well. I felt like before tooling was available to help me upgrade, I did a lot of this work manually, and it made me kind of concerned. That someone in the chat here is saying that 4x to core migration is the painful one.
Yeah, so you're right that it's sort of been a varied story for what upgrade means over time. The big lift from framework to core, but especially in core, we've tried to keep things a little more streamlined to where like there's this popular conception that you just change a TFM and you're good to go. Realistically, we know there's more than that, right? There are new APIs or deprecated APIs that you have to move on from. There are package upgrades that go along with that. And there are even like breaking behavioral changes in the tooling sometimes, right? We try to avoid those things and we document them up on Microsoft Learn for each major release that we put out. But it's you're right, it's something that not all developers are aware of. And until relatively recently, there hasn't been good tooling to help you learn about and help you apply to this task.
Yeah,
I'm looking in the YouTube comments here, and someone is saying, even if there was a tool that could get me 70 to 80% of the way from legacy code, that would be a huge lift. Is that too much to ask?
Definitely not too much to ask these days, especially when Copilot's around. You know, we have lots of fancy tooling, and I feel like some folks might be thinking like what Chet had just said, you know, it could just be a TFM switch, right? Like, why do I need all this fancy upgrade tooling? I can just go into, you know, the project properties, flip the TFM to .NET 9, hit save, and boom, I'm upgraded, right? But I think that is definitely the layperson's view of .NET upgrades. We all know that there's a whole lot more involved there. It's kind of like saying, you know, I painted the front door of my house, I've remodeled the whole thing, right? Like, sure, changing the TFM is one step, but it's kind of just the tip of the iceberg here.
Okay, and we're going to talk about the TFM, what a TFM, a target framework moniker, means a little bit later. Someone in the chat here is also talking about maybe how GitHub Copilot can expedite. There's going to be a whole session on that after this. We're going to talk a little bit about that. And then there's also a comment asking about LTS versus STS. Maybe we can go ahead and bring my screen up really quick here. And I've just happened to go to the .NET downloads page, and we want to call out that when we talk about modernization, we're talking about getting up to date on a version that is a supported version of .NET. So if we look here, we can see that .NET 9 is the current or latest version. It's got standard term support, which means that it's going to be supported until 2026. But a lot of my sites are on .NET 8 because I tend to use every other version. I use the even numbered versions of .NET that provide long-term support. And that long-term support is going to go all the way till the end of next year. There's no stability or difference in these from a technology perspective, right? Is that correct, Chet? The
Absolutely
support is not related to the quality of the version.
That's correct. And this is something that I have to sort of push back on all the time. It's just a timing duration. That's the only constraint here. We don't, as a rule, think of, okay, we're only going to put this huge breaking feature in the next stable release or in the next short-term release to get feedback. Things come when they come, right? What we try and do is make it so that across the LTS releases, we have good mechanisms to help you on board. We might try and stagger more controversial changes in an STS with an enablement flag to turn them on, but like the feature's going to be there and it's just a question of disabled or enabled by default, right? So stability is and quality of features is not an input to our decision-making process hardly at all.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking here in the chat. Oh, go ahead.
Secondarily, like a lot of folks don't know that you can use more recent versions of the .NET tooling, even if you are targeting earlier releases of the .NET runtime. So you can use the .NET 9 SDK and all of the features, like the fancy terminal logger for MS Build on by default in .NET 9. You can use that and target your applications to use the .NET 8 runtime, because the runtime is the thing that carries the support duration and contract on it, right? So your applications will have supporting or a supported life cycle, and your tooling can be the latest and greatest.
That is a really great point. So for example, here, help me understand. I just said .NET-info. I have the .NET 9 SDK installed on this machine here, but I've got lots of .NET runtimes that let me target all of these different versions of .NET. So you're saying that I'm already doing that and not maybe realizing it, that my new tooling, my new Visual Studio, my new SDK lets me target any of these older versions of .NET.
Yeah, and if you're a Visual Studio user, this is what you are used to by default. Visual Studio only ships the latest version of the SDK with it. And so in Visual Studio, if you're targeting .NET 8 or .NET 7 or whatever in support version of the runtime you're targeting, you're using the same more up-to-date tooling to make that happen.
All right, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so I've got a bunch of different options here of things that we can upgrade, but I think, Chet, you said that you were going to show maybe some of the upgrade assistant in Visual Studio and have McKenna help us understand that. Is that correct?
Yeah, we can definitely show some of that. So there's been some discussion in the chat about, framework to core upgrades and how to think about upgrades in general. And McKenna's been working on this upgrade assistant project for some time. I think it would be excellent to sort of give folks an idea of how all that works. McKenna, is that cool?
Yeah, sounds good. Let's jump in.
Okay,
right,
so if we can bring up my screen. Right, yeah.
All right, so that's my screen. Let's take a look at Chet's. We'll bring his up, and while we're doing that, we are inside of, looks like a preview version of Visual Studio 2022, but do we need to be on preview to do this kind of work?
Not at all for what we're going to show right now. This is just me living on the bleeding edge and helping dog food for partner teams.
Okay, cool. Looks like you've got, what are like 16 projects here, a bunch of stuff of all different flavors.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff in this demo app. There's a ton of different project types. This is basically just so that we get interesting stuff to demo. So this is a good one to start with.
All right, so how did you get here? I see an upgrade assistant report on the left, so you must have done something before. Are you going to do that again? There we go.
Yeah, we'll just
live
start
demos
fresh.
Only here on .NET Conf.
So McKenna, you want to talk me through what we're doing here?
Sure. So this is the upgrade path for Upgrade Assistant, .NET Upgrade Assistant. Here we right-clicked on the solution node and hit upgrade, and we are going to start a new analysis report. So before upgrading, a lot of developers will want to just basically understand the current state of their application and see what changes we're going to have to make to get onto the latest .NET. And this tool is designed with this in mind and very helpful for understanding effort and planning before you actually proceed with your upgrade. So for example, if you're worried about breaking your code, or you just want to get a better understanding of what potential issues you might encounter during the upgrade, this is a great tool to help understand the state of your projects. So what it's going to do is it's going to generate a report based on our project configuration, our code, dependencies, and it'll contain information about these problems. So let's go ahead and select all these projects and see what happens here. So we're going to choose a preferred target framework. We can go with 8 or 9, up to you, Chet.
Let me ask you a question here, if I may. Sorry, there's a question in the chat that says, do we need to install something to get the upgrade option?
Yes, that's a fantastic question.
They don't see it when they right-click.
Yes, so this is actually a Visual Studio extension. So you can grab this extension on Visual Studio Marketplace. It's called .NET Upgrade Assistant. You can see it here in the installed. It's also available as a global CLI tool. So that you can just grab on the .NET global tools, like just search Upgrade Assistant, and we have a handy little CLI tool as well. But this is the Visual Studio experience, and for that, you will need the Visual Studio extension.
Okay. And I know that I'm hitting questions maybe more than we should, but I want to make sure that folks know that this is live and this is all real. Someone in the chat, Wojtek, is saying that they use Rider on a Mac. Is there a CLI that they can use?
Yeah, our CLI does support various platforms. So
okay, so there is a CLI. So you are getting a Visual Studio experience here, but yes, there is a CLI. And then it looks like one of the haters is saying, as usual, not showing any code. Are these just empty projects?
These are not empty projects. There's a lot going on in these guys.
Yeah.
You'll see as we do the scan that there are many issues that show up.
Yeah.
Lots of
So this is
interesting
not a
stuff.
bunch of empty projects, my friends. And I have, again, as I mentioned, my college project from 20 plus years ago. I've got my own personal websites. We've got a half dozen real sites that and real projects that we can upgrade as well. Yes. So for the point here, though, Chet has 16 ones, and he's meant to show a diversity of project types, because you're basically testing against every single project type Visual Studio can make, which is why you have so many.
Yep, there's WPF, there's WinForms, there's old school MVC and ASP, not ASP.NET Core. There's even some VB in here. So a pretty broad range.
Yeah, cool. Oh yeah, I see you have Visual Basic in there as well. All right, so you're doing a Upgrade Assistant report on, you're suggesting take all of these. Are you trying to report, are you doing one project or are you doing all of the projects?
The whole kit and caboodle. If we head back here, we got everything checked and we are good to go.
Okay.
We're going to go to 9 because I'm driving.
Sweet.
And then someone's chatting about web forms. We'll have a little chat about web forms as well, because one of my projects was a web forms upgrade.
Awesome.
Okay, what is this choice here? I had this choice as well, McKenna,
Yeah.
when I saw this in the CLI, source code and settings versus binary dependencies.
Yeah, so this is interesting. We actually have two different types of analysis that you can do here. We have source code and settings, which will analyze your code, your configuration, and your settings. Then we have binary dependencies, which will analyze the external binary dependencies. So that's stuff like NuGet packages, third-party DLLs for your projects. And the most common scenario here is just to, at first, select your source code and settings. So that will run the analysis on your code, config, settings, like I mentioned. We do also have the option to select the binary dependencies box. While running the analysis on both of them will get you the most complete picture of everything, it can also introduce a lot of noise into the report. So if you're not familiar with this report, it can just identify a lot of compatibility issues with the binaries that don't necessarily apply to your application. So if you're more interested in looking at scanning your code itself, or if you're new to the tool, we do suggest that you first just scan with the source code and settings box checked, because that'll get you the highest priority issues and the ones that you actually have the most control over because it's coming from your code. You can always run the scan again with both boxes checked. We can do that if we want to see the delta there. It does just create a little bit of noise in the report if you don't know exactly what you're looking for.
Okay. All right, let's keep going. I want to see this analysis, see what's going on.
All right, should be pretty quick. When I did this last night, it was like 10 seconds, so we shouldn't have long to wait.
Yeah, these tend to be pretty quick unless there's craziness going on in the projects. It's basically just performing static analysis on our code right now. And sweet, yeah, so this is a pretty nice report here. We can see a lot of stuff going on. We can see the pie chart with severity, and I can take a minute to talk about issues and severity and some of the vocabulary around this report, because we do get some questions around. We can see the projects, we can see the issues, we can see the incidents, story points. So it's maybe worth pointing out what are issues, what are incidents, defining some of these terms here before we dive into the report.
Yeah, I'd like to understand what a story point is and why there's the same number of incidents and story points. That's a term I've never seen before.
That's a great question. So I'll start with issues and incidents, then we can move into story points, because story points are associated with incidents and incidents are associated with the issues here. So an issue is basically just a unique rule that was triggered by this scan, and it's showing you a type of potential problem. So for each issue, the report will also show me the incidents. Like if we expand the issue here, it'll show me individual instances of this certain issue that was detected. So this is at a specific location, like a piece of code or a binary file here. And each of these incidents basically map up to an issue that was found in the scan. So you'll likely find a bunch of different incidents for each of these issues. And you'll also notice here the red circle that says mandatory on this issue. So each issue in the report will be categorized by severity. And this is basically to assist you in prioritizing any fixes that you might need to make. And mandatory is telling me that this issue must be addressed. The upgrade process sometimes can handle these issues for you, like low-hanging fruit, like updating the target framework runtime, but some of these do still require manual review, which is why the report's flagging it to me. If we go back to the dashboard, we can actually see the distribution of these severities. And we can see mandatory, optional, potential, informational. We talked about mandatory already, but potential issues, basically, they might not directly pose a problem with your upgrade, but they can cause issues after upgrading if you don't address them now. So we do suggest that you take a look at those. Optionals are basically providing you an opportunity to upgrade to a newer feature library or some sort of code enhancement there. So it's just pointing out like, hey, here's an opportunity of great new stuff where you can, if you upgrade to the latest .NET, you can take advantage of it. And informational, we don't have any here, but those are basically just notable dependencies or extra information related to the upgrade that don't have any action required. Now back to your question about the story points. So each incident of an issue has what we call story points associated with them. And these are a unitless metric that is used to estimate the relative complexity of this given incident. And it can really be helpful in estimating the time involved to resolve an incident. This doesn't correspond directly to any quantifiable metric like dev hours or dev days or anything like that, but it's meant to be used as a relative indicator of effort, just given the context of the project. So that's why we see a bunch of story points here. They're associated with each of the incidents. Depending on what is going on in this project, you might see those numbers vary. And we've kind of adopted the story points here based on agile development, like a Fibonacci sequence. And more details on that when we go into the exported report. So yeah.
Do you want me to go into export now?
Sure, yeah. So we're able to export it in various different formats, machine readable, CSV and JSON format, or as an HTML report, which is quite visually appealing, looks very similar to what we have in Visual Studio. You'll notice we do have this pop-up of export settings, and this is for the privacy mode for the export here. These reports often will be sort of like shared out with partners or collaborators, whoever you're working with on your upgrade flow. And these reports can capture code and setting snippets that potentially, depending on what you have in your code, could contain sensitive data. Because of this, when you export a report, you're going to choose a privacy mode for this export. So we have three options: restricted, protected, unrestricted. Restricted will include no snippets at all, and will only include the issue type and then how many incidents for each were found. So that's pretty limited information if you are concerned about what snippets might appear. Protected is the recommended setting for most scenarios. In this case, only the API signatures or the config section names that don't have sensitive data in them will be included in the report, but no actual user source code. And then unrestricted, this one will provide the most information, including full captured snippets, and the most amount of context will be in the report. And this report is super useful in many scenarios, but just please be mindful with whom you are sharing the report, especially if you think there might be sensitive data. So for this one, maybe we can choose unrestricted because there's not sensitive data in this code, and it'll show us more interesting stuff in the report.
Plus, we're among friends, right?
Right, and this is
thousands of you watching on YouTube.
This is not being going into the cloud. This is literally just saving an HTML file on your desktop or whatever you want. So
yeah. Boom.
Sweet. So you'll notice in the upper right corner, we see that privacy mode tag. You scroll up there, that's just showing us, reminding us what privacy mode we had selected here. But generally, the report looks very similar to what we saw in Visual Studio itself. We get the categories bar chart. This is just showing us the categories of issues that were found, the severity, of course, the summary with the counts of everything. And then if we go to the aggregate issues tab, we can go ahead.
This is the useful section. This is
yeah,
where
this
I
is
spend
the
most of
useful
my
section.
time.
So this is where you can actually see the issues. Like this one is the API does not exist issue. There are hyperlinks to code, like where the issue originated from. We get some helpful messages about just describing the issue, the source code. We have some helpful documentation links here that Chet just showed, sending us to our Microsoft Learn docs, any blog posts, whatever helpful information there might be to understand more about these issues. So this is a really great view just to get a general view of, what's going on in your code. And this is a really helpful starting point for your application's modernization journey. And developers can use these reports and just look through the issues that came up and understand the effort that will be required to get on modern.net, and then be able to start planning the necessary work.
If you don't mind, I just want to make sure that we have, because we're getting a ton of information here. There's a lot of great questions, but there's also a lot to cover. So I want to pivot a little bit and talk more kind of generically about this idea of modernization, because modernization is getting on the latest version of .NET in order to do something. I'll use myself as an example because I have like my blog and my podcast and my personal sites. We all have different personal sites we might run. And I wanted to get my sites on the latest version of .NET because it would give me more flexibility. We'll go ahead and unshare Chet's screen right now because we'll yap for a second here. So for me, I had a blog on web forms, which was in .NET 2. I had my podcast site, which was Razor Pages in MVC. I had my main kind of home page, which was, I think, either MVC or Razor Pages, all on various versions. When we think about modernization, we also have to think about software development practices. So I had to set up a build server for a couple of these things. So for our folks that are listening and thinking about their modernization journeys, you have to think about your software development lifecycle at your company. Like if you're not in the year of our Lord 2025 using source control, then you need to think about that before you decide to go and do something dramatic like upgrade your application. So for me, getting it running on GitHub Actions or getting it running in Azure DevOps was like thing one. Doing an upgrade, making sure that there weren't any APIs I were calling. So for me, getting it running on Linux was almost a way of validating that I had done the right thing. Is that a reasonable thing, Chet? Like, even though I was running it on IIS on Windows, my blog, for example, when I got it running on Linux, it wasn't just that I moved it from framework to core, but I confirmed that it's now portable. And that was my own internal measuring stick for success.
Well, I think your internal self had a really good insight there, which is that you wanted to sort of evaluate your ability to change and make sure that your application or your project or your idea was flexible enough to respond to changing times. And sometimes that's architecture, sometimes that's tech stack or choice of tools. And so like the Linux platform is a good example of that. If you were looking at hosting it somewhere, depending on what time frame you're looking at, there might be more Linux hosting sites available than there were IIS at the time. I don't know what the spread is today, but that just leaves you open to making a different provider choice if you are open to hosting on a different OS, and then repeat that decision process again and again and again.
I think you're right. I didn't realize that. I set a goal arbitrarily, but in doing that, it was a test of my system's flexibility. And that is a great point. If you pop my screen up here real quick, I happen to be on Windows. So here's Windows with .NET 9. Over here is Ubuntu, slightly more purpley background. And I just did an upgrade and I'm running my podcast on .NET 8. So I can switch between Windows and Ubuntu, and I just pull from Git in two locations. You can see it's Ubuntu because I'm at /home Scott, and if I go and say which .NET, it'll say it's in user bin.net. This one here happens to be a little bit older. So if we do that .NET -- info, we can see that in Ubuntu, I only have that .NET 8. Now, this is something, I don't know if I've ever shown you this, McKenna, but this is just a style that I like to do. On my podcast, at the bottom of my page, I actually put the version of .NET, the commit hash, and the build logs on the site itself. I don't think people should necessarily do this in public like I'm doing, but I learned this from our friends at Stack Overflow. When they're logged in as admin, they can then see stuff that people who aren't Stack Overflow admins can see. And I did that so I could both know what was happening in production, but also kind of mentally guilt myself about the version of .NET that I was on. So as new versions would come out, I would see 5 and 6 down there, and I go, "Oh, I really got to get current." So I've got a blog post about how to do that, and it allows me to then right-click and say Open Link, and go and see what commit is live in production. Because I always try to stay modern. And you can see here that this was just a small bump of an N unit going from one version to another, which is also a kind of modernization. In this context, I was using Dependabot to know whether or not a NuGet package was out of date. That's a different kind of modernization, right? Is this upgrade tool, is Upgrade Assistant warning me, McKenna, that my NuGets are out of date, or is it really more focused on the .NET project TFMs and the .NET project dependencies?
It is more focused on the dependencies themselves, but you will get in that report, some of those incidents will be telling you like, hey, this package is out of date or going out of date soon. Those can be very helpful warnings. And like that is a different type of modernization of staying up to date once you are up to date. And I think we do have some nice tooling around that as well.
Yeah, there's .NET package list. Is that right, Chet? .NET NuGet package list?
Well, you're on .NET 9, so it's going to be .NET list package -- outdated.
.NET list package -- outdated.
Yep.
This one I think is it 9? It is. Oh, there you look at that. Okay. So this is a kind of a modernization tool. It's looking at a version of my application that's already on 8, but look, it's telling me that there are new versions of this markdown. This is what I requested in my project. That's what I got, but I could potentially upgrade. And then another tool that I like to use and compare the two is called .NET Outdated, which is a third-party global tool. And that's telling me if something is going to be a minor or small upgrade, or really a patch in that context. That's a minor. And then this would be a major. And that tells me, how much to worry. Just like the coloring that we saw in the upgrade report that McKenna showed. If it's red, you're going to be more concerned. It's more mandatory, and you're going to want to test a little bit more. I think also, not only was I trying to switch this over to Linux as a way of having confidence, but I started writing more unit tests. I felt like if I couldn't modernize without tests. Do you think that having a good, healthy unit testing framework is a prerequisite to a good modernization upgrade?
So yes, in short. In long, anytime you are having to stay up to date, you're either having to spend some of your or your team's effort, or you have some tool that is spending effort to keep you up to date, whether that's SDK versions, which Dependabot now also supports, or whether that's package versions, or whether that is new frameworks and paradigms that you need to adopt. The annoying point about doing all those things manually is then you have to go test. And the difficult part about doing all of those updates automatically is without tests, you don't know that things work. So I see the tests as an enabler, as an accelerator of the upgrade process that we're all kind of on nowadays. Yeah. So you have to have the coverage so that you can have the confidence to automatically stay up to date.
I always say, McKenna, to write as many tests as you can until you're no longer afraid. So if I'm looking at my code and I'm like, I am scared.
And, being scared is good sometimes because that means that you're going to have the coverage that you need. You're going to be motivated to be proactive about the way that you're developing your apps, making sure that you're future-proof in that way.
Yeah. We're hearing a good question in the Twitch chat that Jeff Fritz is calling out about upgrading an MVC app with Bootstrap and jQuery. And this is a really interesting thing. My podcast is using older versions of JavaScript, older versions of jQuery. And when I upgraded it from 1 to 2 to 3 to 6 to 8, that's the back end effectively. We're not thinking about that in the context of Bootstrap or jQuery or JavaScript. So I had to take separate and secondary measures to make sure that this was running correctly. So that Jeff and the question there in Twitch is a good point. Getting MVC applications upgraded is very straightforward, but that doesn't mean that if you're using an old version of React or an old version of jQuery that you're going to be successful. And these tools don't care about that. Is that correct? Chad, we're not looking at JavaScript when we're doing these upgrades.
Not generally, no. So McKenna may have some more details, but the Upgrade Assistant can migrate you from older versions of ASP.NET to ASP.NET Core in some scenarios, and things drastically changed, right? Like the bundle system is different, to say nothing of anything else, right? So there's some amount of awareness of JavaScript involved in there, but McKenna may have some more details.
Yeah, there's definitely awareness. I think you hit the nail on the head with those ASP.NET to ASP.NET Core migrations being very difficult. Those web apps in particular can be a like a super pain to migrate. And we do have tooling specifically for those scenarios. For Upgrade Assistant, we have an upgrade mode called side-by-side incremental. And this is a good choice for those complicated web apps in particular.
Yeah.
It basically puts a .NET project facade in front of the existing framework project, and then endpoints are routed through the .NET project, and then all of the calls are sent to the .NET framework application. So this is really cool, and it lets you upgrade piece by piece, so you can stretch out your upgrade as long as you need it to be and mix in some project development, and you can make sure that your app is always up and running that way.
Yeah. It's also worth noting that if you're an MVC app or a Razor app and you're upgrading, you're going to have a pretty clean time. If you're already at the startup.cs place in your ASP.NET upgrade, if you've already reached the modern pipeline, you're okay. But if you're still using global ASA, if for those of us who may remember those days, or in my case, with my buddy Mark Downey, we're running like a blog engine that has web forms. Web forms is not something that is actively supported and works on .NET Core. So you can use tools like .vvm, I just brought up. This is a third-party tool that basically modernizes ASP.NET Web Forms apps, move them to .NET 8. So there are options. I saw a note about WCF. There's WCF Core. There's whole books on modernizing .NET applications. I had Tomasz on my podcast who did a whole book about modernizing 20-plus-year-old apps. So there's a way to do that. The way that I ended up moving my blog, though, with Mark Downey was because we had good separation of concerns. We had the front end and the engine separate. We didn't have all of our business logic in the code behind. We ended up keeping all of the runtime. This is for the engine called DOSBlog. That engine is all runtime, all clean, had lots of tests. And then we just rewrote the front end in Razor. And then we call into the runtime as before. So it's fair to say, is that true, McKenna? If you have like a spaghetti, everything's in one giant pile, that's going to be a lot more challenging than if you've already got cleanly refactored code. So I was lucky that 20 plus years ago, my code was well factored.
Totally. There's definitely refactoring involved to make sure that you're in that clean state to get a good upgrade. And luckily, we have some built-in tooling with Upgrade Assistant to help out with some of those things.
Yeah. I wanted to run the command line and show you something. Let's bring up my screen real quick. So this, I don't know if I've ever shown you this before, but a long, long time ago, many, many years ago, when it took me 11 years to finish college, my friends. So what happened was I graduated high school in 92, but I didn't get out of college until 2003. And somewhere around 2003, .NET 1 came out, and I did a project for my senior project called TinyOS. And TinyOS, if I can see if I can search for TinyOS Hanselman, was a project. See, I may even have like the slides. I have a series of slides from this code. It's so old. Look at this. This is a blog post from 2005 talking about another blog post from 2002. This is very, very old code, and who knows like where this is. And if we look at the images, yeah, I've got like a talk that I did about it. This was actually an old version of PowerPoint. Anyway, this code I did in .NET 1, and then I eventually moved it to .NET Core, McKenna. Take a look at the CS proj here.
Wow.
Yeah.
Old code.
So this is old, and it took me manual work to get from .NET 2 to .NET Core 2. Do you think that I'll be able to do a upgrade to .NET 9 here? Like, do you think that that is even a dumb idea?
I think we can try it.
So let's go out to the command line, and we'll do an analyze with the upgrade. It's Upgrade Assistant Analyze, is that correct?
Yeah, we could even do an upgrade.
Upgrade.
Yeah, whichever one you want to do here. I think
I'm going to do Analyze. I want to see the report because we had talked about, we saw it in Visual Studio. I want to do it at the CLI. I love seeing the HTML. So I like to do it like this. So I'm going to do application sources. I'm going to upgrade to 9. I'm going to check this box here that says binary dependencies, right? Because that gives me more information. Is that correct?
Yeah, that'll get us all the good stuff.
Okay. And then we'll say, now what is this config file? We saw a question about this in the chat. What is this config file?
Yeah, so there is an option to include a JSON config file, and in this case, it's defining the way that the rules for the analysis work. So being able to change the severities of various rules. If you just have custom instructions, we do have a way to provide those custom instructions here. But
Okay.
that's
So
more of
we'll
an
say,
expert scenario. We'll just say no here.
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say save as HTML, Hanselman upgrade. Then here's that restricted, protected, unrestricted thing that we saw before. Hit yes. It says, are you ready? Let's go.
Let's see if Scott's machine is faster than mine.
Is your machine
Odds
slow?
are yes.
Is that good or bad? I don't know. There we go. All right. Look at that. So here's our HTML. Check it out. It's probably, I always wonder why the browser won't let you do that. Where did that thing go? It put it in Hanselman upgrade.
I think it copied a new line in there.
I have a new line in there. Here it is, index.
Yeah.
There we go. Now we're cooking. All right. You said aggregate issues, McKenna?
Yeah, aggregate issues will get us the full view here.
Ooh, API is obsolete. This is where things get really interesting. And I love that it gives me detailed information. It says, okay, offset to string data is a function that doesn't exist. Use string get pinnable reference instead. Because this is a tiny operating system that I wrote. So it was doing weird things with memory. This is not a normal thing. And for those of us that may be old timers on the chat there on YouTube, you can see preview versions of .NET Standard 1. It was pretty hairy time here. NuGet package upgrade is recommended. Some dependency injection stuff. Look at this. We recommend you go from 2.0 preview 2 to .NET 9.
Just a little jump there.
Join us
I just
here.
want to point out your version.
Modern decade. What's that?
Your version there is preview 2 and final. It exists in a superposition of stability.
Yeah, I don't know why they thought that was a good idea. It's one of those things, how you're working on a group project with your friends and it's like V3, V3 final, V3 this time I'm serious. It's one of those maneuvers. Microsoft not being well known in the early days for their naming or versioning prowess. Now, why can't, my friends, I just change the TFM? Why isn't an upgrade just as simple as doing that?
Yeah, the short version is that value right there lights up so many warnings and checks and analysis, right? So when you download an SDK, Roslyn or Razor or the formatting team have contributed all of these new checks and all these new analysis, but they're looking for something to hang all of that on because they don't want to break you just by updating the SDK. So we've sort of settled on this convention that when you change the TFM, we're going to light up your world with new warnings and errors, right? So oftentimes changing this target framework is the first step. And the very next step is adjusting to all the new Roslyn analyzer warnings that you're going to start getting. So that's the short version.
It's kind of like changing the target framework and not changing anything else in your projects is sort of like trying to swap out the engine of a car while it's still running. It's kind of just the tip of the iceberg, the target framework. And underneath that change, there's a mess of package versions, API shifts, build time tweaks, subtle behavior changes. And I don't know, it's crazy. Don't even get me started on tangled NuGet dependencies, hidden runtime gotchas. There's just so much there that you need to be aware of when you're making these changes that I'm very glad that we have tooling these days to be able to help us out with it, because I can't imagine back in the day how these would have been done, Scott.
Yeah. Now, we've only got a couple of minutes left, and I want to make sure we answer some questions. So I've fast-forwarded time here, and I'm on another branch called Upgrade to .NET 9. And I've got my upgrade log. It makes a log about what it did. And I went and built this batch file to go and run the tests on my original operating systems class assignment. And this I'll just show you. It's just going to go and do this. When I did the upgrade, I noticed that, of course, the upgrade doesn't upgrade my batch files. So I had to go and change the paths to note that if I'm upgrading to .NET 9, it's going to put things in different locations. So as you're doing these things, there may be stuff that the migration assistant and the upgrade assistant are not going to understand, because in this case, it's not going to go into my batch file and know that things are in different locations. Additionally, this line here, this .NET publish, where I make a self-contained, trimmed, single file version of my little operating system, it's not going to know that as well. So there were moments where I had done the upgrade successfully, and then my little test didn't run, or my batch file didn't run. Had nothing to do with .NET. It had to do with my test framework around it. So that's something to note. Let's see if this runs on my machine that is faster than Chet's machine. Now I think we had this thing happen before. Talk to me about this, Chet.
Yeah, so this is because the app settings was not included in your output directory or your publish directory, one of the two. This is something that is typically done by the SDK, but is done better for certain kinds of apps than others. So I imagine the Web SDK would have done this just fine if you were making a web app, because the Web SDK team has invested a lot of effort in making that experience very smooth. But for a bare console app, you probably need to explicitly add an app settings JSON to your project file and copy it over. That's something we can take a look at and make better in the future. But short form, if you copy that app settings JSON from your source directory into your publish, you should be good to go.
Yep, there you go. So what this is doing is it's running all of the unit tests on my college project, and it's running the little assembly language programs that I wrote. And this is actually over here, the memory addresses, and it's seeing the changes within the memory address. So I just basically made a dump function that would spit out the memory at every clock cycle. So here is like clock cycle 23, and it context switches. And then I built a bunch of dumb stuff because I ran out of virtual memory, so I made it like swap into XML. I was young, it was dumb. But the part that's crazy about this is to see it running in like 25 years later is kind of insane. And also because it is a .NET 9 application, I can run it in a Docker container. I can run it on Linux. I can run it on a Raspberry Pi. Things that didn't exist before are now open to me. So like my blog runs on Linux now. It runs in containers. It runs in Docker. So once you've reached that place in your modernization journey where you like things start opening up for you. If I go down into here, I can go and say Docker build, Docker run, Docker test. All these Docker things here are only possible because now this is available to me. And then boom, I've just gone and spit out my podcast as a Docker container. And I keep using Raspberry Pis as an example, but there's just something insane about a thing I wrote 20 years ago that used to have a virtual machine that was like Windows and 30 gigs and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, now it runs on a Raspberry Pi. And you had mentioned, McKenna, how much perf you get, like each version going from 5 to 6 to 8 to 9, it just gets faster. It just gets faster and you don't have to do anything. So once you get on the train, you will be pleased with the results.
Absolutely.
All right. Let's see if Jeff Fritz has any questions for us as we get ready to head out, because this is a ton of information. And I want to call out that McKenna and Chet are going to dig deep into the Copilot assisted stuff, because everything that we just showed didn't even have any AI.
Yeah.
It only gets better. It only gets better. Yeah. Jeff, what do you know?
So we did have some questions from folks who were asking about Visual Basic migrating from older versions of VB.NET and working with, and we saw a little bit there in your sample that McKenna showed earlier, but there were also some questions about F# upgrading as well. Will it upgrade and bring our F# tools along to the new versions?
And I saw a Visual Basic in there. This is primarily, I think, focused on C#, but will it do all projects, Chet and McKenna?
It can. I think there are scenarios that are not officially supported that the tool actually does surprisingly well with. So I think that is one of those where it's worth just trying out the tool and seeing where it can get you. If it gets you 75% of the way there, that's better than doing it manually. So
That is so true. And then again, we'll see a co-pilot assisted, and a theoretical future, the direction that we're going. I thought that there was a question also about writing unit tests around stuff. I had mentioned
Yes.
how I get afraid. Unit testing, I think, say what you will about AI, but writing unit tests is one of the most useful things that it can do for you, because it'll make you less afraid of your code.
Seeing Copilot generate XUnit, NUnit tests, generating playwright tests is a huge lift to help ensure that things like Upgrade Assistant, when it runs, still delivers the same features that you expect it to be running. So there are some questions that have come through, folks asking about support from different versions, 9 and 10, and will the Upgrade Assistant help us go not just from 8 to 9, but will it help us get into .NET 10?
it will. So this is something that we're planning on continuing to invest in as we get new versions of .NET. Definitely check out me and Chet's next session on Copilot upgrades, because that is a huge plus for any of these modern .NET migrations, where it'll just make that process so much smoother and can go beyond what Upgrade Assistant today can do.
And to a little bit of that point, the Copilot features are going to help you get there faster. And some folks were asking questions about the story points. And I understand, McKenna, that they're kind of relative to each other, the number of story points that are assigned to some of those. So if it takes you an hour to upgrade and complete one story point, and it might take me maybe 3 or 4 hours to do that upgrade, we can kind of then estimate the relative effort to deliver something then with the Upgrade Assistant.
For sure, you need to take into account like how productive the developer is, how much knowledge they have. We have Copilot to help with some of those knowledge-based questions. But you're right that it is a relative indicator of effort. It's not meant to correspond directly to dev hours for a particular person.
Yeah. And I think there's a little bit of trolling going on here from chat. They're asking about quick basic upgrades. Scott, I know you love the terminal UI. I don't think quick basic plugs in here too well.
I want to call out that Windows is missing the text mode boat, and if you you get your 3D accelerated crypto generating NVIDIA whatever, but you give me a nice ASCII progress bar, right?
We saw during our .NET Aspire release for 9.2 that we do get a little bit of a dashboard being output at the command line with the new .NET Aspire features. So
yeah.
We're hearing you, Scott, but it's coming to the tools.
There is a fun tool called GUI.cs that Miguel and friends worked on that allows you to create those kind of TurboVision old style UIs. And then we've also got Spectre.console, which lets you do really amazing colors at the command line. And you saw that I'm using Oh My Posh to get my command line to be colorful. And it also shows the current version of .NET. So there's fun to be had at the command line. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's old timey.
There's some folks also asking about .vvm. Scott, you mentioned you spoke to Tomas about that. He has a book that he wrote, Modernizing .NET Web Applications, and we actually have a coupon code for our viewers today.
Let's bring my screen up and let's take a look at that. It's modernizationbook.com. You can get a coupon there. The coupon is DOTNET 10, .NET 10.
Yep.
So this is a really great book. I had him on the podcast. We have no relationship with him. This is a free advertisement because it is a really good book.
Yeah.
He has a lot of experience in this space. He worked on .vvm. He knows what he's talking about. It is filled with practical examples. I've got this book around here somewhere on my shelf. I would grab it if we had time, but I want you to check that out. And it's DOTNET 10, which is your coupon code. Okay?
All uppercase. So
that's the coupon.
We're doing Chiron overlays with
it's all very high tech here on the .NET Conf, focus on modernization.
That's how you know this is live.
Okay, I want folks to stick around. I'm going to take off, but McKenna and Chet are going to dig deep and show us the future of these same tools. If you zhuzh them up a little bit, you zhuzh them up with some AI and some Copilot.
Cool. Thanks
Oh,
so
yeah.
much for your help, Scott.
Thank you.
All righty. Chet and McKenna, the stage is yours.
We're going to roll right into it then, I suppose. Let me present and we'll get started.
Sweet. So maybe we can start with reintroducing ourselves for folks that missed the beginning of the stream. My name is McKenna Barlow. I'm a PM on the .NET Tools team with a focus on modernization and .NET upgrades. And I'm here today with Chet.
Yeah, I'm Chet, and I am struggling getting the presentation to work because I mostly work on CLI tools and not PowerPoints. Da-da-da. Let's just start again. There we go.
Beautiful. So we're super excited to share with you today. We have a bunch of cool new things that we've been working on in the upgrade space, including AI tooling that will hopefully make your upgrades a lot faster and easier. So let's go get started. First, we can take a look at our agenda for the session today. First, I'm just going to set the scene a little bit and give some background on upgrades and modernization, just giving some context on why we chose to invest in this area. Then you'll get to learn all about our latest .NET upgrade tool, which is GitHub Copilot Upgrade for .NET with agent mode. And Chet will show you a demo of the tool in Visual Studio and a prototype that we have for VS Code. After that, I'll fill you in on some of the customer engagements that we have been involved in, some user validation we've been doing. And the next part of this story will hopefully include you, because at the end of this presentation, you'll have a chance to sign up to be among the first to access this tool. So make sure that you stay tuned till the end so that you can catch the QR code for the sign up. To wrap it up, I'll basically just address some of the most common questions we get around the tool and share what exciting things we have coming soon. Afterwards, hopefully we'll get a chance to answer some of your questions and feedback. So let's go ahead and get started. So today, obviously, we are talking about modernization. And being honest, most developers are super not waking up excited about upgrading their code base. It's one of those tasks that's really easy to keep putting off until you have security risks, performance bottlenecks, or missing features start holding you back, like we were just talking about with Scott. And the reality is that every new version of .NET brings really great improvements, including performance, stronger security, access to modern development tools, all that good stuff. And staying on outdated frameworks, it's not just a technical debt problem, it's actually a missed opportunity for you to be innovating faster and keeping your applications running at their best here. So I will say you're all attending a talk at a conference with a focus on modernization, so you probably know a thing or two already about why is modern .NET so great? Why should I upgrade? But before diving in, I just wanted to highlight some of these key reasons why upgrading is worth it. So upgrading to the newest .NET has several benefits that can significantly enhance your development experience. The first of those areas is performance improvements. So the latest .NET versions often do come with performance enhancements that can make your applications run faster and more efficiently. These are lots of different optimizations, such as in the runtime, tools, your libraries. The second reason we have here is security enhancements. And this is because newer versions include important security updates that actually will protect your applications from vulnerabilities. And staying up to date ensures that you have the latest security features and patches. And in today's security first world, it's becoming increasingly important that you're actually staying up to date with the latest .NET here. On the latest .NET, you'll also be able to take advantage of the new features and APIs. So each new release of .NET introduces a ton of new features and APIs that can really simplify development and enable you to build more powerful applications from the start. Upgrading also offers improved tooling experiences, which we had touched on in the keynote. We have lots of different development tools and extensions for .NET that are continuously improving, and moving to modern .NET can get you access to really cool new tooling experiences. Like I had mentioned some before, including Hot Reload, C# Dev Kit, MAUI debugging support. These are all awesome new features that come with modern .NET. It's really also important for compatibility and support. So upgrading is ensuring that your applications will remain compatible with the latest technologies and platforms, and also ensures that you're going to continue to receive support from Microsoft, because older versions eventually do reach an end of life and won't receive updates any longer. So you'll want to make sure that you're on modern .NET, which will be continued to be supported by Microsoft. Finally, and this is actually a key piece here, is that it allows you to take advantage of the community and the ecosystem. So you all probably know that we have a very vibrant .NET developer community and a lot of folks contributing to the ecosystem every day. So by getting on the latest version, you can go ahead and take advantage of all of the latest community contributions, libraries, frameworks, all these things that are designed to work with the newest .NET versions. Plus, with cross-platform support and cloud-native capabilities, modern .NET gives you the flexibility to build and deploy your applications anywhere. So whether you're targeting Windows, Linux, containers, or even serverless environments, upgrading will ensure that your apps are future-proof and ready for things that come next. So that's where our new GitHub Copilot upgrade for .NET comes in. We know that upgrades can be painful, but we've built something to take some of the frustration out of that process. So today we'll be showing you how we've made upgrading faster and smarter and hopefully easier so that you can spend less time wrestling with your migrations and more time focusing on building the great software that you want to do. First, I wanted to take a little bit of a step back and talk about some of the tools that we do already have in this space. We had talked about a handful of them with Scott just a minute ago. Many of you are probably already familiar with the .NET Upgrade Assistant. This is a tool that is available on the Visual Studio Marketplace as a Visual Studio extension, and it's also a .NET Global CLI tool. And this has been a super valuable resource for developers who are looking to upgrade their .NET projects. It can help you analyze your code, identify compatibility issues, and even automate some of the necessary changes. So it can handle multiple different types of upgrades here. And we have some of the options straight out of Visual Studio on the slide right now. First, we have in-place project upgrade. And this basically just upgrades your project without making a copy. So it just makes the changes to your project and keeps it all in one piece. Second, we have the side-by-side project upgrade, which copies your project and then makes the upgrade on the copy, so it leaves your original project untouched. Finally, there's side-by-side incremental. So this is the one that's a really good choice for complicated web apps in particular. Upgrading from ASP.NET to ASP.NET Core requires quite a bit of work and at times some manual refactoring here. So what this mode does is it basically puts that .NET project facade in front of the existing framework project, and then endpoints are routed through the .NET project, and all the other calls will be sent to the framework application. So this mode is awesome because it lets you slowly upgrade your ASP.NET or library app piece by piece. You can stretch out your upgrade as long as you need it to be. It can be mixed in with project development. Your project will always be up and running in this case. Now, we do also offer some feature upgrades. And one of those is upgrading to use NuGet Central Package Management, or CPM. This is really helpful for multi-project solutions that share dependencies. If you want to keep those consolidated in one place, it's going to make your upgrade a lot easier, going to make your life a lot easier. We have an option to take you to use CPM along the way as you're upgrading. And same with taking you to SDK style. So we have these that are basically a checkbox where you can do that upgrade along the way with your other upgrade. And once you select, like for example, the CPM option, your package references will be modified, your solution or the project that you selected will now be using CPM. So Upgrade Assistant is awesome. It's helped a lot of developers really get started with their modernization journey, but it does have some limitations here. So for example, it currently upgrades only one project at a time, which, as you probably know, that can be a really huge problem when you have multiple interdependent projects. So if your dependencies aren't upgraded together, NuGet restore can fail. It can make it really difficult to reach that fully upgraded state, sometimes even leaving you broken. So then there's the challenge of analysis and reporting. So the tool does provide a pretty comprehensive upgrade report that we just saw, but sometimes that report can be a little too comprehensive. So for example, if you're staring at thousands and thousands of issues, like how do you know where to begin? How do you track progress over time? It can be difficult to manage. And finally, while Upgrade Assistant includes many built-in code transformations, it simply can't account for every possible upgrade scenario, right? Some cases will still require a lot of manual intervention here. So that said, one of the biggest strengths of Upgrade Assistant is its flexibility. So from the start, it was designed to be extensible, allowing for different kinds of upgrades using dynamic abstract contracts rather than rigid hard-coded rules. So with that foundation in mind, we gathered a bunch of real-world feedback from developers tackling enterprise-scale upgrades. We saw the challenges they were facing and asked, how can we make this better? What kind of tooling can we create to support these scenarios? So that is where AI-driven modernization comes in. By leveraging AI, we set out to create a tool that goes beyond what Upgrade Assistant could do. It would help you build an upgrade plan. It would guide you step by step, track your progress, and let you actually work at your own pace. So with that, we'd like to introduce GitHub Copilot Upgrade for .NET, which is our newest AI-driven upgrade tool with agent mode capabilities that will help you seamlessly upgrade your apps to modern .NET. Now, you might hear Copilot in the name and immediately think of some sort of AI-powered coding assistant that is suggesting lines of code or something similar, but in this case, it's actually doing much more. GitHub Copilot Upgrade for .NET isn't just making suggestions here, it's actually guiding the entire .NET upgrade process and automating the changes necessary, all with minimal user input. So what it does is it analyzes your projects, resolves dependencies, and it helps rewrite outdated code to be compatible with your newer .NET versions. So instead of spending hours sitting and debugging your upgrade issues, you're going to get intelligent automated assistants that will make the transition much more smooth. It's really kind of like having an AI-powered upgrade expert sitting next to you, so they can handle the tedious, monotonous parts while you focus on what matters and building good apps. And unlike Copilot edits, which do require user confirmation for every action, our tool can actually act autonomously and then independently take step-by-step actions to actually make the changes required for your upgrade, all with minimal user intervention. We now also have support for GitHub Copilot Agent Mode, which is available soon in Visual Studio. So with Chat Agent Mode in VS and VS Code, you can use natural language to define some high-level task, in this case, like upgrade to .NET 8 or 9, and it'll start an agentic code editing session that will help accomplish that task. So in Agent Mode, Copilot autonomously plans the work needed and determines the relevant files and contexts, and then can make the changes and edits to your code base and actually invoke the tools that will be required to accomplish whatever request you've made. So this means that we have a really tight integration with GitHub Copilot Chat, and you can upgrade your whole solution with just a few back and forth chats in Agent Mode. So let's now walk through what this upgrade experience actually looks like and how it works. Upgrading a .NET solution isn't just about changing a few lines of code, right? You can't just flip the TFM and you're good to go. It's really about following the right process here so that you can ensure a smooth transition. And that's exactly what our new upgrade tool is designed to do. So the first step is we're going to start with a goal. So you define what you want, like upgrading your solution to .NET 8, for example. The second step would be the tool generating a plan. Now, this isn't just a generic checklist, it's a smart dependency-aware upgrade strategy. So one of the most exciting features of the tool is that you can now upgrade your entire solution in one go. So no more project-by-project upgrades, no more fiddling around with tangled messes of all these dependencies. As I mentioned before, we know that this comes with some complicated dependency management. So this tool can accomplish these whole solution upgrades by figuring out which project needs to be upgraded first so that everything basically just fits together correctly. So for example, if project A depends on project B, it'll ensure that they're upgraded in the right order. The next step is the tool actually executing the plan, automating as much of the upgrade process as possible. But as we all know, real-world upgrades don't always go smoothly, so that's where things get really interesting here. One of the most powerful aspects of GitHub Copilot Upgrade for .NET is that it's not a black box, so it's actively keeping you in the loop throughout the upgrade process. As the AI scans and transforms your project, it automates as much as possible, but we know that real-world code is complex, and sometimes the AI is going to hit a situation that it can't resolve on its own. So when that does happen, the tool doesn't just stop. It'll stop and ask for your input. So you'll be prompted to review whatever issue there is and then make the necessary manual changes. And once you fix the problem, the tool will pick up right where you left off with no need to restart or redo steps, and it can save your progress. But here's where it gets even smarter. The tool actually learns from your interventions. So if the AI encounters a similar issue later on in your upgrade, it can intelligently apply the fix based on what it's learned. So over time, this means fewer manual steps, more accurate upgrades, and an experience that will continuously improve for you. So instead of this all or nothing automation approach, Copilot Upgrade works with you, making upgrades smoother, but ensuring that you do stay in control. So finally, once everything is upgraded, the tool finalizes the process and suggests any additional steps to ensure their application is fully modernized and ready to go. So this is super great. What does this mean for you? more automation, hopefully fewer headaches, and an upgrade process that actually works for complex solutions. Now that we have a sense of what the tool is and what it does, I'm going to hand it off to Chet to show you what this looks like in Visual Studio.
Sweet. Thanks, McKenna. Let's take a look at not TinyOS Core. Just for giggles, I did the Copilot assisted upgrade for TinyOS in case we wanted to show it. So there's Scott's TinyOS project all upgraded. But we're going to take a look at MVC Movie Net 6, which is a repository that has an ASP.NET Core MVC application and tests, a Razor application and tests, and a WPF application and tests. And we're going to use the GitHub Copilot agent mode powered upgrade process to upgrade this from .NET 6 to .NET 9 in one fell swoop. Along the way, we'll see each of those checkpoints that McKenna just mentioned. So I'm on like bleeding edge bits here because some of the things haven't yet released publicly that are required to make this work as cleanly as we're going to see here. So I trigger it at the solution level. I could have done that via chat here, but different people have different approaches to starting the process, and we support all of them. As McKenna mentioned, the very first thing the tool is going to do is figure out where you want to go. In my case, I want to go to .NET 9. So I'm going to start there. And once you know where you're going to go, it's going to set up the Git source control integration. I really like this feature because as we go along and progress project by project and problem by problem, the tool is going to checkpoint and give me a commit at each stage along the way. I can go back and diff those and see exactly what it did and have very good traceability. As we're still sort of building confidence in AI-assisted tooling in general, this is a really great way to cover your bases and help you learn how the tool works. So I'm happy with this branch name. So we'll go ahead and let it know that I'm okay with upgrade to .NET 9, and we'll continue on. So now that it's got all the prerequisite data it needs, it's going to generate the plan, the process by which it's going to do this upgrade. And that'll take just a moment, and then we will get a sort of markdown file describing the steps. As someone who has done SDK updates in the past and TFM upgrades, I suspect it's going to say things like, make sure you have the right version of the .NET SDK, or make sure that we upgrade the TFMs, the target framework monikers in the relevant projects, and upgrade packages to correct versions for the new TFM. And lo and behold, that is exactly what it's done. It is suggested that we validate we have the SDKs required locally. It has suggested that we're going to need to update target frameworks and that we're going to need to upgrade certain package versions, both because of new target framework compatibility, but also because of package vulnerabilities that it has noticed. So we're doing strictly more than the base amount required, but overall our application will be modernized and more or less vulnerable. One thing in the process that McKenna mentioned is that some of these changes, especially to packages or TFMs, may introduce new diagnostics or new errors that we have to respond to along the way. So we'll see if any of these trigger any such changes as we go. I told the tool to continue with the upgrade, and now it has given me this sort of timeline display of what's going on. You can see high-level items here for upgrading each of the projects in a dependency-aware fashion. And if you go into a completed one, you can drill down into specifics about what it thought needed to be done. In this case, I already have a .NET 9 SDK installed, and so nothing more needed to be done. Upgrading the Razor project, we see that it has upgraded the target framework. It is looking at NuGet versions that need to be upgraded. And we start to see some red here. So while I'm waiting for that, I'm going to take a look at what it's seeing. It's seeing some missing type names. So I'm thinking about that as it's trying to address this problem sort of automatically for me. But I have a suspicion it's not going to be able to solve this problem on its own. And so in a second, it's going to prompt me to fix it. Yep. Okay, so if I scroll up a little bit, we can see that it got to a point where it decided it could not solve this problem. And so it presented me with some information about the problem. I'm going to click this button to enter into what we call a user in the loop, like interactive solving session. It has spawned a copilot that's been preloaded with some context if I want to ask it any questions. I'm a little more comfortable like poking around in the code first because I'm used to Visual Studio giving me strong hints here. And when I see that this namespace isn't here, and that's why this type can't be resolved, my first thought is, okay, well, what namespaces do I have? Oh, the problem here is the casing. It's lowercase s's and it used to be uppercase s's. So we're just going to go ahead and fix that. Fix that in both locations. And then we will make sure that both those locations, yep, we're in the same file. And once we're done and we've resolved all those blockers, then we'll resume. That error came about because the package of HTML sanitizer was updated from the vulnerable version to a non-vulnerable version. Now, what is very interesting about this is that learning that McKenna mentioned. Now that I have done a user interaction and solved those problems, it verified that the problems were solved by doing a build again. And then it tried to do some analysis about why the problem worked. So in this case, it has highlighted the casing change and then decided that the casing change fixed the problem. If we encounter this problem again in the rest of the upgrade, we should see the tool automatically apply that change. You can see how this would begin to scale if you have many projects or if you've upgraded a core dependency that changed in a breaking way. So we are still on the Razor movie. It looks like we have a couple more changes that I missed in a different file. We will fix those and resume once more. And while we're waiting for that to continue on, I'll scan chat real quick. A lot of questions about the capabilities that I'm hoping we'll get a chance to get to. It looks like it's not saving my file in some way. That is unfortunate. Oh, nope, I just missed another one. That's my fault. Let's resume, and now we should be unblocked at last. Yeah, it brought me to that one again. All right, so we finally made it through Razor Movie, and it did finally analyze and commit our combined changes. So we moved on to MVC Movie, and it's doing similar upgrades here, mostly package upgrades. We'll see what else comes along the way. All right, MVC, there were no major changes here. It was just the NuGet package upgrades. And there was another package upgrade for like SQL client. And as always, for each of these steps, we can take a look at the commits along the way that changed and verify. So you'll generally see a pattern of target framework change, package change, any subsequent other changes. The WPF one is one I really want to dig into as well. So WPF in .NET 9, there is a breaking change that I know about where the binary formatter APIs were marked as deprecated. And so this will show up as a warning or error depending on your use case. What I can see is that after the dependencies in target framework were upgraded, there were some changes made. Right. here. So in WPF, because the binary formatter APIs were deprecated, the tool has changed the usage of serialization over to use system text JSON instead. This is an automatic thing. There's a to-do marker that is applied to it, but this is an example of the tool getting you to something buildable. And then you can follow back and pick up on that thread and decide if JSON serialization is an appropriate fit for your use case. So that saves you a lot of research and gives you a landing point to pick up from there. The rest of the test projects sort of blaze through pretty simply. There is an example of the learning that I talked about here. So in the tests for the Razor project, we encountered the same missing namespace. And when we look at this investigate changes, the tool has proposed fixing the casing of the library and did that change. And so now we're done. So it learned, it committed some changes that we can follow along the way, and it brought us in the loop when we needed to fix specific changes that it didn't understand. It then used that fix to make the rest of the upgrade even smoother. So that's sort of the end of the VS-based demo of what the tooling for automated upgrades for .NET using GitHub Copilot agent mode can look like. McKenna, before I jump into VS Code, was there anything that you wanted to mention on that one before we swap?
Yeah, I think it's worth pointing out the report that is generated as well. So it generates a markdown report that basically summarizes all these changes we're seeing here. So it'll tell us all the projects that we had upgraded, the target framework changes, the package changes, all of the commits. And it's a pretty nice report here that you can go ahead and send to whoever you might be working with on your upgrade. It has some nice next steps as well. So this is a good landing spot once I've finished my upgrade to understand the state of things,
Yeah. So yeah, at this point, we've got commits in a branch. We could push that up to our CI/CD pipelines to start running tests on them. This took out the drudgery part of the upgrade. Now we have to do the parts that are interesting, and the tooling could even get more empowered in the future to help us do some of these next steps potentially. So that's the VS experience. I wanted to pivot for a moment and take a look at what a potential VS Code driven version of that same experience might look like. So I'm over in VS Code Insiders now. I've got Copilot agent mode set up over here, and I'm in the same repo, MVC movie net 6. Same problem statement. I want to upgrade some projects to .NET 9. I'm going to do things slightly differently this time. For the sake of time, we're only going to focus on one project here. And so I'll do the MVC movie project instead. But there are some things that I want to call out here. The experience looks a little different in VS Code. Those of you who have played with agent mode and have been using MCP servers, Model Context Protocol servers, may notice that we have some tools registered. Well, in this preview experience, the delivery vehicle is MCP servers. So we have one for the upgrade agent process that we're going to kick off here. So we're going to start purely in agent mode, and we're going to say upgrade the MVC movie project to .NET 9 and kick off the workflow. So structurally, this should feel similar to what we just showed in VS, but it will have slightly different specifics as we are sort of experiencing the same steps in a VS Code scenario. So those of you who have used MCP tools before will be familiar with this. The tool is going to run, or the upgrade process is going to run some tools to get some of that same data that VS just sort of implicitly collected. My understanding is this is an experience that is going to be smoothed out in future versions of the MCP tooling for VS Code. So this prompt should look similar. It's asking me where I want to go. I gave it a hint, so I'm just going to go tell it that it inferred my meaning correctly. And it's going to do the same thing here, generating the branch that we want. That branch name is fine by me. And then we're going to generate the plan, just like we did in VS. Except my server crashed, so we're going to try this again. Looks like we are having a couple problems with that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show a video instead of that same process. And we will see, I might skip forward in this to sort of the upgrade plan process so everybody can see that a little more clearly. Once the thing loads. Taking a hot minute. Nope. Where was this video? All right, well, that's not going super great. So suffice to say, it would generate the same plan and it would generate that same markdown. And just like in VS, we'd be able to approve the plan and continue. And it would do all of the same things. The only difference is that it would do them by invoking a series of MCP tools to get to the desired end result. Writing MCP tools right now is still kind of an art, and it's an area of active development. So it is a little bit bleeding edge. So we'll just pass on this for now, but MCP as a distribution mechanism and as a way of sort of getting similar experiences across IDEs is something that we are very interested in. So I'm going to go back to the slides and we'll see if McKenna, you want to pick it up. Actually, it looks like the slides are working, so we might be able to show the demo. Yeah, okay, so let's see if this will play. Can y'all hear this or not?
I can't hear it, Chet.
Okay, so I'll just talk over it while it's going. We're in the same repo, like I said. We're on main. I'm just sort of establishing the context here. And we'll move forward a bit and get the plan, like I tried to do. So after a second here, it generates the plan, and then here is the markdown. Again, structurally similar to what we saw in VS, target frameworks, NuGet package upgrades. So nothing crazy here. So the tool asked me to review it. So I say, let's go for it. Let's run that plan. And then we get into the processing loop that we saw in VS. So the major thing that you'll note here is, unlike VS, we don't have that rich output with the details along each way, but that's something that's under active development right now. MCP tools and the way that they interact with the GitHub Copilot agent mode interface is something that lots of teams in Microsoft and in the broader community are interested in expanding. So I would expect to see custom UI and things like that as first-class citizens here in the fullness of time. So now that we've checked out the branch and we've run that run upgrade tool, it's crunching. And you'll see some restore failure notifications pop up because the dev kit extension is trying to reload things mid upgrade. But we're done now. So it asked me if I wanted it to generate that same report. So I asked it to. We approve a couple tools, and then we will get that final report marked down. And very similar to what we saw on the VS side, the projects, the TFMs, the packages, the commits, and the next steps. So this is an example of the same core functionality expressed and presented differently based on the context of the editor and what the user expectations are for that editor. So this is all bleeding edge, all preview, as we saw. So it will change, but it will be awesome. And that's where we'll stop.
Awesome.
Right,
Thanks,
McKenna.
Chet. Yeah, this looks so great. These are live demos, and this is proof that these are live demos, and the show must go on. Very hot off the presses, bleeding edge stuff here. Thank you for sharing. I think now that we've seen the tool in action, it's worth talking about how we've been engaging with customers and starting to validate this design. So over the last couple months, we have been working very closely with teams to make real-world upgrades happen. To start, we partnered with multiple first-party teams to upgrade their projects to .NET 8 and to .NET 9, and these have been hands-on, collaborative sort of code with sessions where we've worked side by side with engineers to modernize their applications. And the result is that we have several teams who have now fully migrated with successful upgrades requiring very little to no manual intervention. And really one of the most rewarding parts of working on GitHub Copilot Upgrade for .NET has really been seeing how it directly impacts developers. And the feedback that we've been getting so far has been super awesome to see. So it's been exciting to see how the upgrade process has gone from this multi-day headache to a matter of minutes for most of our users. Developers are consistently telling us that the tool's automated dependency cleanup removes the tangle of outdated and unused NuGet packages, so no more hunting down orphaned references. They're basically just hitting upgrade, making 2 or 3 small manual adjustments, and then a few minutes later getting a PR out that they can review and test. So the speed and simplicity of this new experience has translated into genuine confidence, it seems. Engineers who have successfully moved to .NET 9 are already telling their peers to give the tool a try, and we're really thrilled to see this sort of organic advocacy. Beyond raw functionality, users keep highlighting the smooth, intuitive experience. From the moment that they click upgrade to the resulting report, it's been a smooth experience. And this is exactly what we've envisioned, helping teams confidently move forward with .NET upgrades, not as this painful manual process, but as an automated AI-assisted workflow. It's been really great to see the impact we've had so far, but we know that scaling this customer impact means making the process even easier. So that's why we're transitioning to a more self-serve model so that anyone, not just the teams that we've worked with directly, can leverage GitHub Copilot Upgrade for .NET to streamline their own migrations. And we're taking this a step further by expanding access beyond first-party teams. So this is where you come in. We're opening up access to third-party customers. And if this sounds like something you're interested in trying out, we would love to get you involved here. So if you're working on a .NET upgrade or planning one soon, this is your chance to be among the first to experience the tool and actually help shape its future. So if you scan this QR code on the slide, it will send you to a form where you can sign up for private preview access. So I'll give you a minute to scan the code and grab the link. But don't worry, I will also have the QR code on our last slide that will stay visible during Q&A, so you can grab it at the end as well. So we can go ahead and go to the next slide. Don't worry, the QR code will be back. But before we open up the floor to discussion and questions, I just wanted to take a moment to address some of the most common questions that we do get about GitHub Copilot Upgrade for .NET. And these are really important considerations, especially when it comes to how the tool works, but also what it does not do. So one of the biggest questions that we hear is, can I interact with the model? Can I provide a prompt or train it on my organization's code base, basically? And the short answer here is no. So unlike traditional AI tools where you might enter, say, free-form prompts, GitHub Copilot Upgrade operates in a more structured way. So the AI is actually embedded within the build and fix process. So the prompts it uses are predefined and they're tied to the upgrade workflow itself. So it's not something that you can train on your code base, and it's not something that you can manually steer with custom instructions, at least at this point. A little bit more on that in a bit. However, the tool does have some adaptability within a session, right? We had mentioned this learning from manual interventions. So if you manually adjust a fix, it'll learn from that in the short term and apply similar corrections if it encounters the same issue again. So you can think of this as refining its approach within the scope of that upgrade, not training on your code for future projects. We'll never store a user's code base, and we'll never use your code for training the model. Once an upgrade is complete, the session data will be deleted and is not stored. Another common concern is a similar vein around data privacy. So I know a lot of you might be thinking, what kind of customer data is collected? Is my code being sent somewhere? And again, the answer here is no. Your repository data and code are not collected. So the only telemetry that we do collect is high-level metadata, so things like project types and just general upgrade intent. And this just helps us understand how the tool is being used without ever actually storing or analyzing your code. So your data stays where it belongs, which is with you. And I really did want to take a moment to highlight these points because they're quite fundamental to how we've built this tool. We know that AI-assisted development needs to be both powerful and responsible, so that's exactly what we are prioritizing here. Another big question we get is around support for .NET framework projects. So right now, our primary focus is on .NET Core to .NET Core upgrades. So if you're moving from like .NET 5 or 6 to .NET 8 or 9 or some similar upgrade path, this tool is built specifically to make that transition as seamless as possible. But what if you're coming from .NET Framework? We know that this is a very big challenge for many teams. So in those cases, we do recommend starting with the free .NET Upgrade Assistant, the one available today on Visual Studio Marketplace. And this tool can help you make that initial leap to .NET Core. But once you've completed that first step, it's easy to then use GitHub Copilot Upgrade to further modernize your code, close that gap, optimize your dependencies, and then just smooth out any remaining upgrade complexities there. We also often get asked if you need a Copilot license for this tool. And the answer is yes, since this is a Copilot feature, you do need a Copilot license to use the tool. That said, there is one important thing to keep in mind here. You do have to be permitted to use Copilot on your code in compliance with local regulations and your company's policies. So some organizations do have specific guidance and guidelines around AI-assisted coding, so just be sure to check with your team if you're unsure there. But in terms of access, all you need is the Copilot license. Our goal is really to make modernization as accessible and seamless as possible. One last key point is that this tool supports Git source control only. Since the tool is tightly integrated with Git and makes incremental commits, like Chat had showed in our demo, your projects will need to be tracked by Git version control in order to take full advantage of the experience. So repositories hosted in places other than GitHub, like Asdo, for example, those will be supported as long as they do use Git source control. So if your projects fit these criteria and you're ready to really just take your .NET upgrades to the next level, at the end, again, I will be sharing that QR code with the sign up for access. But first, as we wrap up today's session, I did want to give you a little bit of a sneak peek at where we're headed. So our roadmap is super packed with enhancements designed to make your upgrade journey even smoother than it already could be. First, we're looking at adding enhanced configurability for upgrades generally. So this would be providing much more granular control over pretty much every aspect. So soon you'll be able to guide NuGet package updates, choose exactly which package replacements to apply, for example, customizing your code writing rules, and basically just being able to tweak other upgrade behaviors to match your team's standards. So whether you need fine-tuned transformations or you're just looking for opinionated defaults, Copilot Upgrade for .NET can adapt to your workflow. We're also actively investing in platform agnostic support, and today we're experimenting with adding MCP or Model Context Protocol support, as Chat had demoed in Visual Studio Code. And these are definitely prototypes, and the technology is moving very quickly. But we do know that teams work everywhere, on-prem, in the cloud, even on specialized platforms. So we're looking to build platform agnostic tooling so that you can get that same reliable upgrade capability no matter where your code actually lives. As you all know, the AI landscape is literally changing week over week. So implementation details are subject to change here. We'll basically just go where users are. The idea is that we're looking to make this tooling more portable. So we're imagining a world where you can run upgrades directly on your servers, in CI/CD pipelines, or just alongside your existing IDE experiences. Finally, we do recognize that scaling upgrades across dozens or even hundreds of repositories, this just should not be a manual grind, right? So we're planning to invest in fleet-wide orchestration so that you can go ahead and automate those organization level upgrades all in one go. You can imagine defining your upgrade configuration once, you can trigger it across your entire code base, and then monitor progress from some sort of central tooling. We do know that upgrading at scale and in an automated fashion is something that a lot of teams need a lot of help with. So we definitely have this one on our radar for the future. So these are all actively in development by our team. We're working on a lot these days, and we really can't wait for you to try out these features once they're in the product. So stay tuned for more product announcements. Make sure you sign up for the tool with the QR code, and be sure to catch us at BuildConf in May to learn more. So that about wraps up our presentation for GitHub Copilot upgrade for .NET. So it looks like we have a little bit of time for Q&A. So we'd love to take some questions.
Yes. Oh my gosh. I don't think we have enough time for all the questions that people have been asking. This is, first of all, great job on the presentation. Really appreciate it. Brand new product, showing all the features. I was going to say, yeah, we need that QR code so people can sign up. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. So the big one that someone asked and that you touched at the end on that FAQ was, hey, does it actually use my proprietary, what about my own code, right? And obviously, like you said, those are based on your policies in your place of employment, whatever your company has set up for using AI for tools, whether it be this tool or tool X, correct?
Yeah, so you can think of that learning step as learning within the context of your Visual Studio session, right? So that's in the context of your upgrade. So we are not storing code anywhere. We're not training the model and improving the model based on your code. Your code is going to stay with you, but we are able to take some learnings mid-upgrade, right? So once we do start that upgrade, we're able to learn from your interventions and apply those later on for that upgrade, but nothing is being stored on our end.
Right. So it's just an analysis there, maybe some information, like you said, the metadata just for making those sort of smart decisions. So which is great. Which is, leads to the following question, which I know you touched, is I don't remember, was it the free version of Copilot is needed for at least using it, or is it a higher level than that?
So you just need a license, a Copilot license.
A license. Okay.
A license, free or not. This is subject to change. For private preview today, you can use the free one, see where it gets you. Of course, the paid license is going to be more reliable. You're going to have more tokens available. Right. But today, the requirement is just a license.
Got it. Yeah. And honestly, the whole thing that I may sound old, hence someone talking about back in my day, 20 plus years ago in code and so forth. And long ago, when I first started in the business, right, we had a saying where you build once and you maintain forever. Right. And this is essentially what hits that point. There were a lot of comments on YouTube and even on Twitch saying, it's like, well, what about this? What about that? It's like, well, your mileage will vary. Like we said early in the keynote, was like, if it gets me 70 or 80% there, it's awesome. Right. But the human still needs to be involved. Like, I love the feedback loop with reviewing the PR, like you had in the customer testimonial. That's great, because at the end of the day is whatever the tool does, I still, as a developer or owner of the code, have to vet it, right? To say, yep, this was the right upgrade or decision.
That actually ties into why we want to get people trying it now, right? So in the previous slide, McKenna was talking about future directions around configurability and firing the upgrade tooling off on cadences, like maybe as soon as .NET releases, you fire this off across your fleet, right? But there are still core engineering capabilities, core kinds of problems that the tool can learn to solve, right? As a concrete example, when I joined the team, one of the things I was working on was making the actual update process more resilient to .NET tooling breaking changes, right? Where can we find sources of information about what breaking changes happened between 8 and 9, and how can we make the tool more resilient to those, right? So I've seen some questions in the chat about could it be told to look for content in a NuGet package update, right?
Yeah.
These are all sources of data that the tool could use that we need feedback from users to help us prioritize and direct.
Yeah. And it's great you bring that up because like the next couple questions that were a big subject was like, what about NuGet package? What about a third-party NuGet package? You know, obviously I've been in the world where like, oh, new version, let me upgrade to the NuGet package, deploy to prod, and then the house of cards comes tumbling down because there was something in there that I failed to test, not because I didn't have a unit test, but load or whatever environment, right? There's so many different things, and I'm sure part of it is you're at the mercy also of the NuGet package author, right? So you know, I've created my fair share of NuGet packages. I can tell you sometimes I've done the bare minimum to get it out there. Other NuGet packages have done well and beyond than that, right? So it will depend, and the mileage will vary based on that.
It definitely will, but that doesn't mean there aren't things that we as an ecosystem can do to make that process better.
Sure.
Sorry, that grammatically that was a tortured sentence. The point being that as we've been developing this tool and as others have been working with AI assisted development of all kinds, one thing we find is that the more documentation or the more guidance or the more samples or just the more inputs there are for a given problem or kind of problem, the better the tooling can do, right? So you could imagine kind of a virtuous cycle of us working to make upgrades better means that the .NET team changes the way that they present release notes or do breaking changes, or NuGet packages learn a functionality to where you can point to change documents or static documentation for the package, right? So it's all the AI upgrade agent for our GitHub Copilot is just another kind of user. So if we can make things easier for all users, then we make our tooling better as well.
Right. It's funny you say that because, you know, Fritz earlier on was wearing his 10x developer hat, right? And we were kind of joking with him about it. And honestly, I think that's where, and again, it may show my age, where the 10x comes in, that I as a developer, because of AI or a tool like this, allows me to be more efficient, right? I've done the death march for a week of trying to upgrade an application, right? I have code applications that are, I was just checking this while you guys were presenting. I was last deployed in 2017. And knock on wood, it still works, right? Because it's a very simple broker API, but it's running .NET 4.8. And do I need to touch it? You know, and that's for not necessarily for me to answer, but interact with the actual user of the code, right? Because even in the YouTube chat, there was a fine line, and maybe you can talk about this, is like between upgrade and rewrite, right? If I'm taking something in Fox Pro or COBOL and I'm upgrading it, air quotes, to C# and or Angular or whatever, that's not an upgrade, right? That is a complete rewrite because I have a different platform altogether.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, our tool won't necessarily help you with that use case, but I think that's a great example for how AI-driven development could help that use case, right? You want to replatform for a reason, right? Either supportability of that tool or you need some new capability in another stack. If you provide that source or that program as input and ask an AI to help accelerate the process of porting, then you could get into a place where you are, you know, on a stack that is more amenable to tooling and upgrades and that sort of thing.
And honestly, that was sort of a leading question because I'm sneaky like that, right? Because I know the other things that people have said is like, what about .NET framework, right? You know, like we mentioned that we're just doing core to core, which even back in the day, doing that manual was going from 2 to 3 or from 3 to 5 was significant because API changes, right? What about, you know, you don't have to get into specifics because I know you're still working on this, but I'm sure .NET framework's on the roadmap, right?
Yeah, that's something that we know a lot of customers struggle with. Like .NET framework is a huge endeavor to take on a migration.
Oh, for sure.
So we have built tooling that currently today our tooling is tested on and designed for those core-to-core migrations. And the recommendation is that you do start with the Upgrade Assistant extension that's on Visual Studio Marketplace. That can help you get to core. But we are aware that this is an area that a lot of folks are worried about. So it's certainly on our radar to be able to accommodate for those scenarios. Just because it's a fully unsupported scenario doesn't mean that it'll get you 0% of the way, right?
Yeah, for sure. And honestly, that's one of the you brought up the the tool as the extension, right? The extension that does some of that work. So it's not like you're off by yourself. I'm saying, well, Godspeed, and and go forth
Right.
with those changes, right? It's just at that point is more of the smartness, to use good grammar there, Chad, right? How clever that tool and that plugin can get as it matures, because this is like you said, the fact that we're having sign up for this private, this is great. You're right on the cusp of releasing this tool as we move forward, and everybody's in the same boat regardless of the code size.
Yeah, it's an exciting place to be right now.
Yeah, what about one of the items that they had here, was that what about like the third party, like somebody mentioned MSAL, right, which is
Mm.
Microsoft authentication library, right, with using Azure Intra ID and all those things. So does it actually look at those packages, or do you know if other teams are working with you on that sort of aspect?
I'm not sure about the specifics of those like specific pieces, but we
Sure.
are collaborating with a bunch of different teams to make sure that we're covering all of our bases in terms of what types of packages and like other infra things that we need to be aware of when we're upgrading, and also actively investing in a knowledge base for Copilot in this case.
Oh,
So
for sure.
yeah,
Yeah,
building up that knowledge base beyond just the context of your code, right? It'll
for
make it
sure.
smarter over time.
Yeah, because honestly, to tie it all together, we were discussing, providing feedback and so forth. If that knowledge base, I as a NuGet author could use and saying, "Hey, here's how I go from minor versions or up, or major versions of my package," and I can provide that as metadata, right? That
Mhm.
this tool can use. Then it's perfect, right? Because now I'm just paying it forward. Sure, you can say, "Hey, as of this version, I'm supporting these features," and prior to that version, then read my FAQ as a NuGet package owner, right, and figure that out. But at least we can come up with a better ecosystem across the board.
Mhm. I expect you'll see a decent amount of churn here because, like, anyone who's authored a NuGet package hopefully has seen that you can do release notes in the NuGet package. Like right now in the package property, it's just a big giant string that you can dump whatever you want in there. Um, it's not super structured today, but that's an opportunity, right?
Right.
Because if you are putting good upgrade instructions in
Exactly.
there, then your package will be more easily understood by tooling in general, right? And I think what you'll see is as we do more development here and as other people are experimenting and growing the capabilities of AI assisted tools, the more data that you as a package author can shove in that thing,
Right.
the more like it's just one of your quality bars that you meet,
Exactly.
right? When you think of a well maintained .NET package, it's going to have documentation, it's going to have samples, it's going to have maybe a template to get started, and it's going to have change logs just right in there,
Exactly.
you know?
Yeah. Well, I want to take the time, since we're right a minute before we end up. Thank you so much for taking the time to show what you've been working on and what the teams have been working on. We really appreciate it. Thank you for having that the QR code for people to sign up. And if you want to go and look at YouTube, there's a ridiculous amount of questions around it, and
Yeah.
I'm sure more have come up. That's what I kept looking this way to try to keep up with the chat that people have out there. So again, McKenna, Chet, thank you so much for volunteering your talent and your time to share it with us.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Thanks,
Appreciate
Javier.
it.
Thanks, everybody. Hey, and everybody watching, don't forget you can download .NET 9, right? I have my little avatar right now. Go to this link down here to download .NET 9 and get started with some of this. As they mentioned, obviously the tooling is out there. You just need a license for GitHub Copilot to get started. It's going to be great. And we're right on time for our next presenter, Pablo. Are you there, Pablo? Oh, there you are, Pablo. How are you
Ooh,
doing?
yay, folks! I'm so happy to be here. I'm very happy to be here. It's my real .NET Conf talk, actually. I
Perfect.
hosted .NET Conf Student Zone before. I hosted the parts of .NET Conf, like the big .NET Conf before, but this is the first time talking, so really excited
Great.
for that.
Well, Pablo, thank you so much for doing it, and take it away.
Gotcha. Folks, welcome to this amazing talk about .NET Conf, focus on modernization. And today, let's talk a little bit of a different topic because a lot of people talk about modernization, but how can you do it? How can you actually use something, a pattern, to help you to remodernize your apps, right? Because here's the thing. A lot of people say, oh, I need to port my application from, so all the infrastructure to the cloud. How can I do it? How can I do it easily? So that's how we bring the reliable web app. But it's not just that. We have a lot of points to touch about how can you do it very simply with Azure. So let me open your comments tab if we need. And there we go. So who am I? I'm Pablo Lopez. I'm a guy. I like to joke. I'm just a guy. I'm just a little dude. I actually do a lot of things with technology. I do think so for some time now. Now I'm cloud advocate at Microsoft, but I work at startups. I worked at small companies. I was a contractor, so I did a lot of stuff. Before sysadmin, I actually did something with Proxmox. I don't know if some people here dealt with Proxmox before. It's really good. It's really exciting. PHP. But now I work at Microsoft in the .NET and AI part of it. So I'm a cloud advocate, which is basically I do talks, documentation, and talk with a lot of the product teams. And this is my LinkedIn. I always like to link my LinkedIn if people wants to connect. Let me know if you can. And it'll be a pleasure to me, to talk to you. I really like to talk with people in general. That's why I believe I got into DevRel. So that's how can you contact me. Okay, so what's our agenda today? Very simple. What is this? My question I should answer for you is very simple. How can I pick my application and modernize it? That's it. And because Microsoft has a very nice way you can do it, which we have like patterns of pattern. I'm gonna talk more about it, don't worry. That you can follow step by step with everything that we known for like this point decades on cloud experience and how can use that for your applications, and then everything works nicely. So let's go to understand what is RWA, which is the reliable web app. Then we need to why and how to apply this pattern. Then we're gonna have 2 parts of 5. 2 parts because this presentation is like 15 minutes, and I spent already 2 minutes just talking about myself. Can you see? So we're gonna need to talk a lot, and I need to show you some bibs and bobs of demos and how we implement inside of our demo, because I have a big demo which I don't have it deployed, but you can see how we're gonna implement that inside of it. And you can learn more about everything I'm talking about. Okay, so before we go, let's understand this. What is RWA? I like to say that before that we have the cloud. I don't think I need to talk much more about why should I care about the cloud. Because if you have doubts, I like to always clarify, right? So the cloud provides a lot of flexibility. If you have like a very monolith way that if you have an application, you need to worry. RWA deals with that as well. RWA is very accessible of monoliths as well. You can like port and it's done. Then you're gonna apply these patterns inside of your program. Then you're gonna iterate them. But we're gonna talk about this later. So if you want to understand how to use the cloud in general, you need to ask yourself, do I need scalability, flexibility, the cost, right? And Azure, because we have like those tons of programs, we have a tons of nice practices. So when people start to port a lot of those programs to the cloud, we have got a lot of doubts, a lot of questions, and to do that, they needed a framework, right? So for this, we have this. This is the Azure Well-Architected Framework, which is very simple. It is our guide to how you plan your, plan your I'm talking the modernization, but I'm thinking like I was thinking of transportation for some reason. So this is the way we do it. So it's key to understand how that works. And how that works then. This is our guideline. We have those pillars, which is classic, which is cost optimization, security, reliability, operation excellence, and performance efficiency. And those are together with the design patterns that we have. So workload design, references architecture, assessments, advisor recommendations, and service guides. So those are the 10 points that you need to worry about. 5 of those are pillars, 5 of those are design guidelines. Let's talk about the pillars first. Cost optimization. So when the first time a lot of people start to port things to the cloud, like imagine that, I need to port my monolith application for the restaurant, for example. I have a restaurant that that goes a lot of people, or sometimes go fewer people, right? Because it varies throughout the day. So what cost optimization does basically is that we can scale and descale as we go, right? We can implement rules and how we do it. Don't need to be, let's put this expensive machine because then you're gonna handle all the requests. You don't need that. You can actually do this automatically through, I think you folks know Bicep. If you don't know, Bicep is the way that we can automatically, I'll say automatically sometimes, that we can adjust a lot of configurations on your infrastructure. So you can go number of people. You can go to, for example, I need a bigger machine. I need to scale horizontally, right? Okay, it's vertically in this case. Let's scale vertically in this case because I need more people. Now I have less, so it can go down. And basic concepts that you need to know, right? So scale vertically, horizontally, etc. So those are things you need to know. And security. There's a lot of people that just think that just porting to the cloud is just copying and pasting your application. But cloud has some concerns that you need to take care about. For example, you need to take about your APIs key much more carefully. You need to understand that cloud can have some parts that you need to take care on evasions. You need to take care about your for instance, your authentication part. So that's a lot of things you need to take care about. That is not usual to take care about when you have your simple application running. So these are things you need to worry. Reliability. And you may ask, why should I worry about reliability? And I'm gonna give you a simple answer. You never know when you're gonna have a transient fault. It's very simple that you can have faults on your requests, and your system needs to be ready to handle both transient and non-transient faults, which imagine that I send a request, it never arrives, what it does. Do I wait? Do I stop? What I do? What is the correct decision point there? So these are things you need to worry about, and then we need to care about the reliability of your operation in general. And talking about that, operational excellence. Basically, when you're talking about this operation excellence, we need to understand we could actually relate this as well with performance efficiency, because operation excellence, it says in the name, right? It's an operational as intended. Did you design this properly with that in mind? And both performance efficiency is it performant? You are actually choosing the right application, because remember, Azure has hundreds of tools. Basically, you can do whatever you want with Azure, but you need to understand this is the best tool for you. So those are the 5 pillars of the well architecture framework, and then we have the guidelines. Don't worry, I gonna not bother you with, but it's very important to understand that you need to understand your workload design. You need to have architecture that fits your product, your reference. You need to know your assessments. You can get your advisor recommendations, and you can have your service guide. So those 5 there. There we go. This part is kind of big, but we need to take away from that. So now you know a little bit more about our well-architected framework. But why and how to apply this pattern, right? So let's be very simple. How can I begin my journey on replatforming all my apps into Azure? Then it comes this. This is the full name of RWA, which is Reliable Web App Pattern, right? They have the pattern in the end, but it's RWA pattern. This is a set of principles, basically. It teaches you the basics. So before you modernize your app into the cloud, you need to deploy it. So we are showing you how can you pick an app, basically, which is a monolith or somewhere, and then you're gonna do small changes here and there to put into the cloud. Then you're gonna modernize it where MWA. But first, you need to put it up. So that's how can you put it up, basically. So it shows you how to migrate to the cloud easily, safely, and to take care of small core updates that you can go for. So we have this example on GitHub, which is basically the reliable web app button for .NET, which shows you the reference implementation that we have. So this shows an example for Relic Cloud concerts. So let me get my, oh my God, my mouse and duplicate my tab because I have tons of tabs to show you today. And there you go. Let me go to home. This is our amazing web app button, guys. So you can see right here how it works. So we have everything here, and it shows our architecture. So this is a Relic Cloud concerts. There we go. And you can see right here everything that we need to have. So it shows primary, secondary. Oh, but I don't know how to do that. Don't worry. This is a sample app that you can learn step by step how you do it. You don't need to implement everything at once there. So basically, that's a thing you should take care of. But don't worry about it. This is like what your application should look at the end. You don't need to have this like looking this beautiful right now. You just need to take care of how can I go and towards this step. So we have that, and we have tons of workflows. It describes how it should work, how it's gonna run. So if you can see, I have VS Code here ready, but it's some time takes to deploy, right? So I not do a whole deployment, whole things today, but I'm gonna show snippets of code and a deploy app. I can do a small demo here because I already have that deployed, which is our Relic Cloud Lite, guys. But let's keep talking because if I go everywhere, I'm gonna go everywhere. I like to talk a lot, so let's focus here. You're gonna have here a container. So why dev containers? Simple. Gives you a standard base that you can develop from. That's it. Then you can easily deploy everything from Azure. There you go, and pretty nice. Let's go back to our slide. So we say it's a pattern, but it's more like a pattern of patterns, right? Because we have tons of things. I believe you saw that architecture. We have a lot of things that we implemented, right? Oh my God, it's so different from a monolith cloud. How can I do it? So this is how you do it. When we go from your app, like your sample app, and then you go to your incredible application that you're going to deploy, you need to do three things. And each one takes a certain workload. I'm going to start first with the retry button. So you can see here in 1 and 2. There you go. Let me pick a laser. See, guys, now I'm using... Oh, no, I'm seeing on StreamYard. It goes with my mouse. Okay, so we have here 1. This one. So this is the retry button. So what it does, it handles failure. Those two do, like both 1 and 2. But this one is try again, basically. Just ask me that point again and see where it goes. The second one is circuit breaker. So imagine that you're getting anything from your app. You're getting nothing for your VNet. Nothing is going. What is going on? Give me something back. My application is asking my backend, and my backend is not providing it. Oh my God, what I do? Break a circuit. So you're gonna. It's a don't transient fault. Give up for now. It's give an error. Ask for the user to ask again. And then lastly, we have 3, which is we're gonna not cover today, which is cache aside. So cache aside, guys, basically it loads the pattern right here from the cache. So you can see here that we actually implement here a full cache and a database. This is other cloud services that you may need, but that's very important because remember, a lot of people maybe are asking for that ticket again and again and again. Imagine that you are like, I don't know if I'm allowed to say brands on this on this conf, but I'm gonna say it. If not, I'm gonna receive a very strong word letter from my manager later. Imagine you're a ticket master, and then you have your Taylor Swift concerts. Oh my God, so many, right? So we need to take care. Of course, this do not handle that. I'm not saying that does, please. But imagine that you have that. And those are like basic things you need to implement, right? Imagine those are basic. But as I said, this is the first step of multiple steps. But now you know you need three before you go to the cloud. You need to have your retry, your circuit breaker, and your cache. Makes sense, right? Before going to the cloud, you need to have this three very lined up, then you deploy. Pretty good. So let me take out my laser. There you go. It's my mouse again. And you may ask yourself, what is the objective of all of this, right? Because you have so many things that you may try and do, right? And the objective of this are so when you're gonna migrate to the cloud, you have to have some objectives. So you need to have some low cost and high value wins. Imagine that you want to use a new AI service because everyone wants to do a new AI service. So if you want to do that, of course, you cannot run it locally. And of course, you have probably using an API. If you're already using an API, why not do all your ports there? No, all your ports going to the cloud. And then you're going to have like scalability and all the advantages that you are already using an API anyway for that. So that's a thing you can look towards. And follow the Azure well-architected framework with, if you forgot, I always like to go back because this image is very important. And you can use this, right? It's already there. You can use this very easily. Going back to my point. Make minimal changes to ensure security, reliability, and operation excellence. Sure. High availability with multi-region and cost-optimized environments for everyone. Okay, both true. And true. I almost forgot seeing these slides. Both in production and development. You can have like a small, key for that. That's fine. And as I say, this is not the end. This is just the beginning because this is the roadmap that you can go with. So after you go to re-platform, so you have your minimal code changes, you optimize for the cloud, and you have like your high value updates. Now you can go and refactor your application more deep. So you can go to the coupling architecture. You can target your modernization. What is targeted modernization is basically some parts of a program can be much more optimized to the cloud than you're writing them to the other parts. So you can actually target your modernization there, and you can have independent versioning and scaling for a lot of the small points of contact that you have on the cloud. So those are things that you need to worry about. So this is comprise a big guide, which is like enterprise-led patterns. So this is a patterns of patterns of patterns. So very big thing. And now you can go on premises, letting zone, replatform, and refactor. Okay, I'm talking too much, right? That's the thing. I need to show you how to start doing it, how those actually work. So let's go. Oh my God, I beat my microphone there. That's a problem if you're moving your hand too much. You need to optimize your cost of RWA. So how you do it? And I want you to think about this. It can scale very quickly. When I have cloud apps, those cloud apps can go ballooning fast on costs. And there are some ways you can do it to avoid that. How to auto scale? So you can use Bicep. If you already know about Bicep, I need to introduce you to Bicep. But if you don't, it's very good to know. So it's basically a Azure resource config, deployment config that allows you to write exactly how you want your resources to be deployed, which is pretty cool. And you can use that to have this scaled up and down as you want. And if it's requiring like X% of your CPU, for example, on your VM, you can actually go, okay, I want to scale vertically or horizontally for any request that I may have. And app services have already a very nice rule to do that. So you can actually write rules on your Bicep. So then your Bicep, boom, it goes up and down automatically without worrying. It's good because then it gives you 3 advantages. First, correct sizing. Correct sizing is good for basically cost optimization, but it here's a good practice, because then if you want to do horizontal and vertical, it gives you the right way that you can do both. So you don't like making like the biggest VM that you can. You don't need to do that if you can go horizontal. And you don't need like the smallest multiple VMs on horizontal as well. You can choose vertically as well. So you can actually do the correct sizing for every single VM that you need and how you scale. Scalable costs. So the costs here, remember what I said about that? Costs are different, and we know we need to always to optimize them. But how to scale them correctly is another question. And a lot of folks miss that point. So what you can do is that with this correct sizing, you can get very nice costs and you can understand how you do it. And because you're writing the rules, remember you're writing them, you can choose how you want them. And cost optimization, I didn't talk about that exactly what you're doing. And one thing we may add is that we need to take care about our SLA. SLA is our service level agreement, which pick the right Azure resources for those are very important because it's very key. Do you need like 99.99999%? A lot of people don't, right? So you can actually pick, depending on your SKU, you can pick correctly what you can pick. But usually, if you want redundancy, etc., those are things you need to worry about a little. But imagine that your application needs a very high number on the SLAs. So it really depends. I love reading comments because I go for 9 fives, right? Because it's 9. It's a very big SLA. So those are things you should worry about. But as I like to say, redundancy is key, but you need to understand if it fits your application. Because if I have my restaurant, imagine I have Pablo's Pizza restaurant. I don't think I need 9 fives. I don't think so. It would be funny though. Oh, my application is reliable every time. That would be hilarious. But those are things you should like take care on your whole app. Oh, 95 out of 5 available. Yeah. I misread that. I'm sorry. I mean, I want more that for my pizza restaurant. I probably want 90%, 99, 9.9. I don't know. Folks, comment. What is the correct SLA for a pizza restaurant? A pizzeria. Let me know. Yay! Now I'm gonna finally. I'm yapping for 20 minutes. Let's go to code. Whee! So I'll not deploy anything to Azure because I have 2 things to show you today. And it's a lot of resources, so I'm gonna compact this a little. So let me go here to first. Oh my God. Oh, I need to show one thing first. Yeah, I almost forgot. So our guide on RWA have this. This is our cost optimization part, and I'm gonna basically show the changes that I made from already deployed sample. So the sample is already deployed, and you can take a look and maybe scale. It would be so funny if I start scaling because so many people are taking a look on that. So there you go. So we have our sample. This is inside of Workshop. You can see here that we have our big sample, which is Relic Cloud Web. And we have our smaller sample inside of Workshop, which is Relic Cloud Lite. And let me show you what Relic Cloud Lite looks like. So this is basically a small app. There we go. Which you have tickets. So we have bands available, prices, everything that you may want from, your incredible application. Of course, you want a buy button here, but this is to be light. This is healthy. So there we go. Let's go back here. So what do we need to do? Imagine that I have so many, and I'm having so many people asking, oh, I want this new thing going. I have a big show, which has like 10,000 people accessing my small website. Oh no, what I do there? So what you can do is very simple. You can go here and you can see inside of it, we have like ACD sample or source, and you have our infrastructure. Inside of it, we have like bicep resources. There we go. Oh, I need you. Yeah, it's too small. No, this is too big now. Okay. Chat Does this look good? I don't know, chat. Maybe later, Bicep. Maybe later. I got some comments on that by pizza. I gonna comment that later. So we have here our basic points on Bicep that some people may recognize already: resource token, tags, web service name. But I want to show you folks that we have this. Ba-bam! Welcome to our app service plan. So what it does is that we have this thing here, which is our condition. So we have here a pivot point. So this is our SKU for this, and this is how it's being deployed. I need to explain how this is being deployed, then this doesn't make sense if I don't explain, right? So what is happening? So this is going to deploy as an app service, and then it goes to a VM there. There we go. And then it runs through a website, you know the deal. And I have here a small condition. Is it production? If is, congrats, we get like this beefy P1 V3 VM. If it's not, it's just a basic one. And then we get this. That's it. And not only that, we have here our auto scale Bicep. And if you go here, you can see how it works. So you can see we have two things here, both for our service plan, which it goes and changes with its production, and or auto scale. And if you go to our auto scale, you can get the condition. And you can see we have some triggers here for doing that. So we have like here is our CPU percentage, our time window, and our statistic. So I need to explain what each one is doing, but very simply. This is basically, if our CPU hits in time window of 10 minutes, the time grain here is 5 minutes on average. Like if on average of this time, it's bigger than this threshold. And many may ask, where is this threshold? It's right here. It's 85. If it goes up to 85, like 10 minutes, oh my God, it's getting so many people are getting to my pizzeria. You can get, then I gotta bump a machine. Which machine? Where it goes? Don't worry, I'm gonna show you how it bumps on Azure. So it is bumping every 10 minutes, but if it's less, it's like, it's less than 60%, I'm gonna go down one. So that's how it works. It goes up and then it goes down depending on the access that I have. So this is how the auto scale works. And if you want to know more, right, because you need to understand this language here. Let me open this to you. Let me get, I'm just a second, I need to, it's funny because I think, I probably opened every single documentation on Azure, then I forgot about a documentation, I love that. The PT10 name, documentation Azure. There you go, thank you, Bang, love you. So, bye-bye. This is our auto scale settings. And if you take a small glance here, you can see how it does work. Then it describes what it does, blah, 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 but I want my profiles. Stamps and then, yeah, thank you. Flapping auto scale. Yeah, I gotta not find, I want to like the times that it does accept, but I'm not finding them quickly. We have predictive auto scale as well. You can do that, but it's another topic that we're gonna talk probably in another talk, not this one today. But now you know how simple it is. Oh, what I did? Yeah, thank God Ctrl-Z exists. So now we have this, and then what it's doing here is basically when I deployed, it goes, is it production? It is. On this case, it is. It goes to this machine. And then it will apply my auto scale depending on how many people are accessing it or the VM is getting too many hits. So that's it. Very simple, very nice. And I can do more complicated, absolutely. And I'm going to show you very soon how can we absolutely see more things related to it. But first, let's go to my app. So let me bring another tab. This is my Relic Cloud web app. Hooray! Congrats to Relic Cloud. So And here we have like our domain, which you probably saw. I showed you already my website, my web service plan, and my SKU, which you can see. I already put it to production, so it's P1v3. And if I go to my plan, let me bring my another tab. You can see here, this is the auto scale setting. If you cannot find it, it's very simple. You can go to, see, it is our Apple Service Plan, settings, scale out. Then I have our scale out method because I'm scaling, you can see completely vertically right here. So we can go and configure. And here you can see my conditions. Thank you very much. And you can see my rules. So here you go. As I said, bigger than 85, less than 60, and I have our instance limit. And you can do as well manual scales. But I don't think we need that because we're trying to automate as much as we can for that. So let me go this and put to the tab. And now you know. Let me see if I'm missing something. Oh, there you go. I almost missed something. I always miss something because, man, guys, there is so much to talk. So if you go right here, we have on the big Relic Clouds app, this one. So we can see have a whole environment configuration map. And you can see how it works. So B1, B2, B3, B0, P1, P2, P3, S1, S1. So this is basically the name, the tier, the size, and the family. And you can always write rules for things like that. So it receives the properties here, go to the bicep, and we have here some zone redundancy. So remember that we have like 2 zones there. So you need to take note, like how is the other skin is going, how it's doing that with the zones and everything, and then take care of it. And then it's explaining what I explained this earlier. And about SLAs. SLAs are very simple. This one, it's a classic, right? So composite SLA, just multiply. If you want to know for the single regions, you can do this. No, it's not that fancy, but it's important for you to know. Like, what is the R for the number of regions? And then you can get those. So yeah. And then you have all the links for service agreements, etc. Yada, yada, yada. Okay, I want to know if we have like anything other than pizzas. I'm gonna read the pizzas comment, even though I still have the explanation for everything related to that. But I want to know the cost demo is done. I'm really happy with that. We are very on time. People are saying answer the call within 30 seconds, delivered in 30, 40 minutes. 60% of the time works every time. Okay, folks, sounds good. I love that you folks like joining on the pizzerias, the pizzas joke. I love that one. So now let's think about reliability, right? Because this is key on how we do everything. So what is a reliable web app, right? Because it's in the name. I cannot run from it. It's literally RWA. So there's a web app that is both resilient and available. What do those mean? Like, what? Simple. Resiliency, self-heal, availability, operational. So a resilient app, it can self-heal, it can get out of trouble, etc. But available, it means it's operational. I can access, I can do things with it. So those are the simple definition of those, but those are very useful because I don't think we need to sell too much cheap on us, but those are very important to know. And why I'm saying this is because, folks, cloud apps are not perfect. Even though people love to say they're perfect, they are not. I want to know from comments, if you have a comment that sometime a cloud app tried to give you a request and you never received, or you're sending a million times, let us know. I love to have like those comments in chat. So because I like to make a fun experience for everyone. So please tell your better experiences with your cloud apps receiving calls. I love to read those. But as I say, you can have both faults and service operations. So what is things that didn't happen with you? let's talk about the transient faults, right? Because we have like those two kinds of faults, and those are important to know. So transient ones are usually temporary loss of network, or you lost network, or your components are failing, or the timeouts occur and service are busy. But usually those are fine, right? Because those can self-correct. You can send them again and say, okay, it's fine. It happens. Send it again. Bah, let's send this again because we really need that thing again. So there you go. That's very sad. But the problem is on no transient because you're sending, but nothing happens. Why? This is not receiving anything. This is already retrying multiple times, right? And it's not going. So those are usually permanent failures that persist over time. So those are two things, and you can see even on the signifier, right? Is a transient. Something is transient, that means just like for a small period, right? It's like it's doing something else. So that's very important. People are already commenting on those, and I love it. So I already gave you spoilers. What retry does, it's just try again. That's it, right? And how it tries is very important for you to know, because how can I easily implement a retry? So we have tons of ways of doing that. One of those is that we use poly. I need to check because sometimes we change libraries and I don't know if the library changed. It's the last time that, so I need to take a look on that. But on the sample here, we are using poly, at least for now. And what it does basically is having like the DB data book context. Here's a database, and they're gonna ask for something. Let's try 5 times and 3 seconds. Pa 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 pa. Okay. So simple and easy. The second breaker is as well kind of easy. It just stop trying. So we have here our HTTP policy extensions, and if we try those many times and 5 and then 30 seconds, yeah, just give up, give an error. Sorry, it's not accessible for you now. So yeah, those are very simple, but I need to explain you how they work. So let me go back. Oh, sorry, my cable is under my chair. The cable of my headphones. Just seconds, folks. Oh yeah, it doesn't want to quit. I'm stuck to the chair like this. Look. I love giving talks like that. And my laptop almost fell. That's great. Live demos. Okay, let's go. We are here. We are back to our reliable web app, and I'm gonna show you what we did here. So here I have reliability, and I just implemented retry button, and I'm gonna show you how we implemented on Relay Cloud, like the big one, because we're showing just the small one, but I want to show you how we did like on the big one as well. So we can see right here that we need a setting. So I added a setting here, which is retry demo 2, and we changed some small bibs and bobs. So for example, we have here on our API that we change anything, but on our web, we can see that we just comment that. So I say, no, wait for our amazing new client here so it can actually change. And you can see that we already have a resilience get try policy. That sounds interesting, but you can see that we have another modifier there. And what is it? You can see that we added some extensions. So we have here our poly, wait and retry, and HTTP poly. Nice. And we have this new resilience. So this is our AI in sync policy, and we have everything related to that. So, if it does delay, sure, give us a small delay here, 50 milliseconds, 100 milliseconds, and try 3 times. That's it. Then we're gonna add this to our program and say, okay, get retry policy again. Just give that another shot. So what I would do is already written down, right? So it's 50 milliseconds, 3 times. Do it again. Ba, ba, ba. It fails, it should fail, and that's fine. Okay, So now you can see that how it can handle those errors pretty easily. So this is and by the way, I noticed while reading my guideline again that we need to update because it's still with weather forecast, but it should be with Relay Cloud concerts. There you go. But here's the thing: this is a too small sample to talk about circuit breaker. We have that, we can implement that, but I'm gonna show you on Big Relay Cloud. So if we go here, this is our big app, like our big application. Load GitHub, thank you. So we need to understand how it does work, right? So let's go to circuit breaker. So you can see here we have our startup.cs, which is inside of our API calls. And I want to see one thing. Let's search for, it's already there. Thank you, love you. This is our service, add DB. But let me, notice it's too small for folks, just seconds. So this is that full structure. I believe you show you in the slide. Want to show you in which context it does. So it goes and try to get our services context right here, and it says, hey, give me that. Sure, there you go. And then if you need to add a concert, it goes and tries to connect and add to the scope. That's it. And you can see that it will repeat tons of times. So if I have another one as well relating to AI sync policy, which is for, I believe, for a retry. I have one for a retry as well here. So let's go there. It is here. Let me remember it's here. No, I don't think so. It's the other one. Oh, that is here. Okay. Sounds good. Let me remember. What is it? Probably is on retry or failure. There you go. And I want to see as well relating to. I want to show you something relating to. I know I have one on retry on the app configuration SDK, but I need to take a look. But yeah, these ones are the things that we have everything configured. Let me control minus a bit here. And I have here some classics. You have singletons, we have just use one, because if not, gives an exception, but I'm trying to find one that's specific. I don't know, remember, it's here, is it? Okay, I'm gonna try to find it later. So now if our demo done, I want to show you a small thing here. Where is it? It's on, resource visualizer. Yeah, I almost forgot about that. Whee! So I think folks know about resource visualizer. I no need to talk to you anything, but I think what folks may remember is that it can help you as well to understand how. I need to look at the camera, Pablo. You need to understand how it connects with everything. So this is a small example, so it doesn't show, but if you go to the big Relay Cloud, it actually shows like a lot of the timers. And then you can see if it's actually needed to go to retry, it's going to circuit breaker, or if it needs to go to cache aside. So those things are really important for you to know, is that you can use a lot of the resource visualizer to see if it's going well, and you can use your activity log. I'm saying this because some people don't know, but you can actually take a look a lot on both this and others to understand how it's performing. They have load testing as well, but that's another time that you need to understand. Do I have something else? I think only showing the GitHub repo, that's it. Let me show the GitHub repo then. Boom. Let me control minus here. And show we have here tons of instructions, especially on the circuit break button right here. And you can do the same thing here. So you can actually add our policy, and then you can just add into the service fee. So I have here on the async policy, and then you go to, let's go there. I don't think it's running, but let's go there. Mhm. Let me tab because it's horrible. Handle transient error, goes to a status not found, and goes to this time span of 30 seconds. Then we're gonna need to tell this on our thing. So let's go to the ticket service and say, hey, if everything bad occur, let us know. Let me format this because this is so much stuff. And this is not work if those two. And bye-bye. It's done. Now you have both your circuit breaker from resilience, and then it will handle your errors as we go. Okay, I heard that I have to give some time for Q&A. So I start to open any questions that you folks may have, folks. And I'm gonna read some funny comments. Seeing if we have.
So,
Mm.
Pablo, there were some folks talking about downtime. Gosh, I don't have any downtime with my application. Downtime is something that is a factor of not having enough resiliency, not having enough, to your point, replicas and having circuit breakers and retry capabilities so that you can handle pressure, right?
Yeah, so folks, one thing about resiliency that you need to take care of is that I always like to say, are you investigating your application, how it's behaving? Because I'm not even trying to say, oh, it's not. It's because we have so many things. Because here's the thing, Jeff, we have to understand when people start talking about this, is that we have to understand that people are pouring to the cloud. A lot of people don't have experience of that.
Yeah.
So people need to understand how is your application failing, right? You're having too many accesses. Are you scaling correctly? Are you having correct connections? I read a lot of DNS, and it's
Yes.
true. It is
It is.
absolutely true. Don't worry, folks. I
Yeah.
absolutely get DNS blowing on your face. So yeah, so those are things that we need to worry about as we go. But the tip I always give to people is your application scaling? Are you checking the rules? People sometimes code put on bicep and then they just forget to check. Is it scaling? If it is scaling, how it is scaling? Are you going horizontally, vertically, and how you're doing that? Are you distributing? Is the app plan distributing that correctly? You need to check that. And I'm gonna go back. Sorry, because I remembered one more thing, which is relating to this. So we have here, and we have scale up.
Yeah.
And you can see right here how it works. So I forgot to show the cost per hour. I need to show the cost per hour.
And it's kind of important for folks who are running app service to be able to see different size instances have different cost.
Yep. So if you don't need anything big, I was like to say go F1, B1. You don't need too much, but you can see that sometimes it jumps double, right? And you can try to handle multiple things with a machine, but imagine that you're doing like AI inference, right? Yeah, first I know it's unrecommended, but some people do. People do.
Yeah,
And
they try to. Yeah.
They try. And a machine will be busy. That machine will be busy. It will not accept any other request. You're gonna need to scale horizontally. If it not, it will not do anything else. So take care of how you're scaling and how you're optimizing your costs. That's very important.
On YouTube chat, there's a comment about, hey, let's move to the cloud to make our app more reliable. Well, you can make your app more reliable because you have scale, you have multiple machines. To what you've shown us here, Pablo, we can set up those rules to grow and reduce size of our application to handle the workflow that's coming in. That's the amazing part here, right? We no longer have to wait for new machines to be shipped and have to get them racked in the data center on the weekend, which leads to an excellent point that you made earlier. Your pizza shop, you don't need 5 nines all day, but I think the unspoken part that you point that you made there, you need 5 nines while the pizza shop's open. So we don't
That's
need
absolutely true.
we don't need the pizza shop website running at 9 in the morning because we don't sell breakfast pizza. There's a
No,
good
they
time to rack that new server.
You're making the case, Jeff, for people now doing pizza shop with like local.
I used to, I share this story every now and again. I used to work for a company that made education software for
Mhm.
schools to use. Well, in the States, in North America, in the summer months, June, July, August, the schools are closed. That's when we did our upgrades to the applications. That's when we upgraded hardware because nobody was using the application. September,
Mhm.
at the beginning of the school year, comes around, we got to be up and running. So having rules like you're showing, you've upgraded your applications, you're going to push them to the cloud, you're going to take advantage of Azure Scale. Those rules are so important.
Absolutely. I'm gonna show two QR codes right here for you because I know I'm
Please.
gonna show more things on. I love .NET Copilot. I know I have very amazing things, but if you want to know more about this, scan this QR code to go to Reliable Web App. If not, let me paste the link as well, right? Because me just talking is not correct. I need to paste the link as well. So, folks, if you want to know more about reliable web app, be my guest. I love this project, and you folks saw I ended like 5 minutes remaining. If I deployed any demo here, I would need an hour and a half. Because those take some time to show it deploy. So if you want to learn more about reliable web app, let me know. There you go. And generative AI for beginners. I know a lot of people say, really? Even here? No, seriously, this is not a bad thing. I wrote this doc as well, and that's something I love. So if you have any questions to know about Gen AI for beginners net, let me. And it's funny because when I need a link, I cannot write them correctly.
Yeah,
I mean, I had to do the jokes. There we
sure.
go.
Oh my gosh.
I,
Right? We got
I
to be a little bit interesting here as we're chatting and teaching. And
yeah,
it- I really think that this is an important lesson for folks to see and be aware of these architecture concepts as you grow your application beyond just running in your local data center, running with an old version of .NET, taking advantage of containers and scalability and replicating applications using circuit breakers and the various scale options. Those architecture concepts are really important once you start to grow into the cloud and upgrade, modernize, and take advantage of all those great facilities available.
absolutely. And I always like to say, we talk with the people that work on this project internally, and this is just a step to go to MWA, which is the modernization part. And then you're
Yes.
going to learn about security. You're going to learn how to rewrite a bunch of your code to be more cloud compliant, and understand how can you do it safely. And remember, what I showed you was 2 of 5. So we have like this workshop takes, if you do the whole workshop, it takes like 3 hours. And
Okay.
I really
Okay.
recommend if you want to port something, learn from this workshop and let us know what you think. We love to have some feedback, me and the team from RWA as well.
I shared the
And
links in chat so folks can click through and bookmark and follow up on their own time, take time and go through it. There's a lot of great points there that are going to help you grow your applications.
exactly.
Oh,
Do you
man.
have any doubts? Any questions?
Do I have any doubts? Are you kidding me?
Do you have any doubts?
No, no doubts at all. The
Hmm.
the point that cannot go underscored is machines, servers, services will fail. It's not a question of if, they will at some point. Having reliability, having the resiliency built in so that you know how to restart, so that you know how to fail gracefully and continue running. That's a big deal. You have some great patterns in the workshop here, Pablo.
Oh, thank you. And but as I like to say, that's the work of the whole team, right? To have a big team. But we are so happy that this workshop was written. We hope that we can go maybe in the future. And with this new AI world, I think it's impossible without you going to the cloud. I'm not saying that you need to do everything premise, but you cannot do anything on the premise. But I think that with AI, And I think folks are probably tired of hearing AI because you probably hear AI every single 5 seconds at this point. I don't know. How many people talk about AI on this .NET Conf, Jeff?
There's a few. We're going to have a couple tomorrow talking about AI.
Take care, AI people. You're just tomorrow.
Yeah.
The thing I'm going to say before I go is that if you want to implement AI safely and, very scalable, you need to do this first with your app. Because doing that first with your app gives you very nice leeway to implement better and nicer things later. And if you don't, I know I don't want to implement this, I hate this. Fine. You can learn how to do that easily with every single application. This is for everyone.
Absolutely. This is not a requirement in order to get into some of those other topics. So
absolutely.
Very cool. All right. I don't see any additional questions.
I don't. I'm gonna read a thing from personal chat, which is Jeff, I'm gonna kick you off.
Nah. So, well, I think that's a session here. Thank you so much, Pablo. We really appreciate you joining and showing us the reliable web app pattern.
My pleasure. Anything you need me, let me know. And folks, if you want to talk to me, LinkedIn. Always a pleasure to hear your comments.
All righty. Take care, Pablo. Have a good one. And I want to remind you, we saw a bit about GitHub Copilot Upgrade Assistant earlier. We're continuing to investigate and grow that tool. The Upgrade Assistant is available now. You saw Scott and McKenna and Chet talk about that in our opening session. And Chet and McKenna went further into it and showed you how there's a GitHub Copilot pattern with that. I want to make sure that we put up that slide again that shows how you can sign up to be part of that private preview. I don't have the right slide up. That's on me. There we go. Let me put that one back up. And we can share that slide. Thank you so much. And so there's a QR code there. There's a link there, aka.ms/.NET/focus/modernization/upgrade. Okay. This is still in a private, and look, it's on the lower third there too. This is in private preview right now, but we're allowing the public to sign up and check out because we're growing this product. We're growing the ability for us to help you modernize your applications. You saw there's facilities in there that will help upgrade your .NET applications, your .NET web applications, particularly all the way up to .NET 9 using GitHub Copilot. There's other facilities that are available in the current public version that's available that will go through and help you grow other applications and grow from older versions of frameworks. As this modernizes and grows and we pick up more features, you're going to see it enhance and take on new capabilities and become a more full-featured product as we get closer to a final release. So lots of good stuff going on there. I'm going to drop over here into chat. Guy Incognito on YouTube asks, speaking of modernization, I wonder how much longer human readable code will be around for. Why wouldn't it be? We've got folks that are generating, right? All of our code is human readable, and we're going to be generating prompts as well that are, of course, very human readable. So there's definitely layers there where we're going to see human readable code be around. But I think I see where you're going. At the very least, you got to be able to instruct machines with some sort of a prompt, some sort of a interaction. But that's a discussion for an AI event at another time. I think we're getting ready for our next session. We've talked about now getting your applications updated to the latest version of .NET. Now, when you're at the latest version of .NET, we want to take advantage of those reliable web patterns so that we can get into the cloud and grow our applications appropriately with resiliency, redundancy. But what about our data, right? Getting our data migrated and running on bigger, better database systems, being able to build APIs that interact with them. When I need to learn about data, there is one man that I go to, and we're going to bring him on here because he is my buddy, the Jerry Nixon. The professor, Jerry Nixon. There he is. How you doing there, my friend?
Hi, Mr. Fritz. It's nice to see you again, no doubt.
Great to see you. So
Yeah.
I know you've been doing a lot of really cool work to make it easier for folks to modernize their current data processes, some new tools, some new features in SQL Server that are going to really improve how folks can work with data from their applications.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. I was listening to the previous session and I was listening to things you were talking about AI and it's my session is no AI needed. It's not necessarily saying I'm anti-AI, that's for sure. That it's
No,
just it's
but we
such a
need our
common thing.
database.
Everything's AI today. It's the soup du jour. So I wanted to stand out just a little bit, but you're absolutely right. Azure Data as an umbrella of all the databases inside Azure, that organization has put in a lot of work around the developer story to have like this narrative to make it so that all the friction points of just getting started are easy, but also taking an application that already exists. You've already made the investment. Don't throw it away. We can actually take what you've already done and make it even better. A lot like what you guys have been talking about all day long.
Tell me more, Jerry. The stage is yours.
Okay. Thanks, Jeff. I appreciate it. This morning was, by the way, a lot of fun for me. It was on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I'm a professor of computer science. So this morning I was, let's see, our effort was to build a little number in our tray that showed what the weather was. So what's amazing, 25 lines later, we're done. It's just absolutely, we live in an incredible time where the things that we can accomplish are not unbelievable and astronomical technical feats anymore. It's really just a matter of keeping our minds clear so that we can arrange all of these pieces in a way that makes sense to your business, makes sense to you. Don't get carried away with too much complexity. And so that's where I want to be too. I mean, when we think about an application or we think about something that you've created or inherited, it is almost certainly going to be a some sort of database in the back end. Maybe you have a SQL server already on-prem. Maybe you're already using SQL in the cloud. Maybe it's Postgres or Cosmos DB or MySQL, maybe even. There are lots of options out there. And to be honest, we as developers only have so many choices or so much influence and power to be able to make it so that we pick the tools we want. Hopefully we get the best of the tools, but all of those, then we have to kind of couch those around different types of design patterns. Today, I want to talk specifically about patterns, just around the architecture overall. Not so many features, a handful of features. I know I'll have to talk about those. But really, it's just if I already have an application, if I already am building it and it's data driven, what are the handful of things I can do and introduce to it to make sure this application can be upgraded, can be modernized, and be put into a place where it can not just scale, not just perform, not just be secure. All of that is the table stakes, I hope you see. Instead, we want to make it so that the next developer behind us can come in and make a difference and actually improve something without being required to rewrite everything that we've done. That's the point, right? Not just how do we modernize, but how do we enable modernization, both for ourselves and for the next developer. Here's something that will help you in life. As developers, the number one thing is the next developer. I know that's weird to say, but the next developer down the line, that maintenance developer who's going to inherit the code, the best way to think about it is that developer is an axe murderer and he has your home address. The last thing you want to do is get him really worked up and angry. So you want to provide instead to him not just this like spaghetti mess of everything that's terrible. You want to provide a well-organized and structured, thoughtful solution, right? So you don't want to have it so that the mess that you've got, you haven't made any better. You want to always be making things better because the idea is you can only improve something that is actually manageable. And the only thing that's manageable is where the refactoring with the intent of maintenance has happened and where the introduction of patterns so that you can not just modernize, but do all of these other pieces to componentize, to separate all of the concerns and be sure that everything is operating the way as best that you can. Now, remember, I understand sometimes you inherit a brown field, sometimes you inherit a black field, right? And it is absolutely untouchable. You can change 3 lines over here and 2 lines over there, but nothing else. Fine, I understand that sort of limitation, but that's actually pretty rare. Usually we have the opportunity to make things better, and often we have the opportunity not to make things worse. So as we're now introducing some other capability, we introduce it in the best way we can. Okay, let's talk about it just from the highest level. We have a database on the right. I'm going to assume this is SQL Server because, oh, by the way, my name is Jerry. I totally forgot. I live in Colorado. I've been part of Microsoft now for 15 years. Friends with Jeff here for even, I mean, just feels like an eternity. And I am currently on the SQL Server team. Started at Microsoft on the evangelism team, speaking directly to developers, reaching out and understanding their pain points and helping them solve it. So it's been a long time, and I love being on the SQL team. It has been, well, frankly, SQL has paid my mortgage for most of my career, even prior to coming to Microsoft. It's just been one of those things that because I knew it well, it really helped me in my career. If you look at a room full of developers and you raise your hand if you know, right? And so JavaScript, a lot, right? Python, much, right? C#, hopefully bunches. SQL, a few, right? It's just a very common scenario that developers don't invest that skill into interacting with the database, and instead they hand it off either to another developer, another senior developer, another team to do it, or Entity Framework to help with an ORM to help them abstract it away so they don't have to learn so much. However, I think just like interacting with AI and using Copilot to help you write your code, of course it is very useful, but there is more to it. If you don't know the fundamentals of the code, then you can get into a place where you're backed in a corner and you're like, why is this even happening? I don't understand. And you don't necessarily have all the tools in your toolbox to be able to diagnose and debug what's going on, right? So that's where we are with data-driven. We want to understand the database, realize why it's there. We want to be familiar with SQL, even if we're not Jedi Knights at writing T-SQL at the same time. Okay, all that being said, let's move on. Let me say one more thing. My team is the developer experiences team, and the developer experiences team is writing all of the libraries and all of the tools because we're really like focusing now on developers from the database side, because we've always focused on the DBA, and the DBA is that, I mean, you could just imagine the grumpy DBA that sits in the basement, slide pizza under the door, and that's just leave me alone. All right, that's not what we're talking about. We're over here now with the developers, and we want to be able to bring all the tooling to them and make it as easy as possible. So my goal is not to make you an expert in SQL. My goal instead is to make you aware of all the patterns that we want you to be able to understand and employ so that you can start using all the better pieces of each of the databases we have, not just SQL, although I would highly recommend SQL. All right. There is no doubt about it. If you have an app talking to a database, the thing you need to have in between the two is some sort of API. This abstraction layer makes it so that you can now talk to the database without worrying if your app knows how to talk to the database. This is now app to API communication, is some sort of HTTP or JSON that you're talking through. And the API is then talking to the database through SQL. Now, how is it talking through SQL? You may be using Entity Framework here or some other tool. You may just be using plain old ADO.NET inside C#. That would be terrific. That's what millions of applications do. So nothing wrong with that. That is a terrific way to do it. By the way, I might just point out that we have a brand new SQL driver. You're probably already using it, not realizing it. We're upgrading it all the time. So there is a system.data.SQL server. That's the old driver. The new is Microsoft.data.SQL server. And in that, we have a lot of new capabilities. I'll kind of hint at those as we move forward. One of the ways that you can modernize your application is simply by upgrading the driver that you're using. So if you're at a certain point, if you switch between if you switch between system.data.SQL server over to Microsoft.data.SQL server, remember Microsoft is the new, then everything still works the same. It's completely interchangeable. And that's one easy way to do it. And there's a lot of capabilities that are built in, a lot of defaults that are built into it as well. So if you're not using that, then that's one way. Let's talk about things you can do to your app. The first thing you could do is to separate the client from the app. And that what I mean is we're going to build a client for the API. You're going to interact with the API inside a batch of code that is completely isolated from all the UI that's executing. So that means I can build my app and represent it here in the square, and it can do whatever, and it doesn't even know there is an API. All it knows is that there is a client. The reason we do this is the introduction of a seam, a place inside our application where we can start breaking it apart carefully, right? When those were together, and let me just go back, when those are together, we're like, all right, how am I going to break out the way we interact with the API so that my UI can be upgraded from one thing to another? Maybe you have a WinForm application or a web application. You want WPF or WinUI. Maybe you want to move over to Maui, or you want them all. right? All of those need to happen. You can't do it because you've commingled all of the data together like that. So instead, we're going to break out the client, intentionally create a seam. Now, what actually could happen here is a complete developer effort where your team is engaged in refactoring the client and no features are added. No changes actually occur. The only thing is you're introducing this seam so that you can start, well, frankly, you can take your normal little square there and you make it super fancy into whatever application you want. And the client can just sit there and do the job it's supposed to do, and you don't worry about it. And so as your manager or whoever comes to you and says, all right, it's time, Jerry, let's introduce a few more applications. You can be like, all right, because I've got the client, I can introduce as many applications as you need, sharing the code to interact with the API, probably without any significant changes all the way around, right? That's a beautiful way to think about it. If you don't have those seams, then you don't have anywhere that you can attack to modernize your application. Now we can do this exact same thing on the API side. Now we have a repository. You may already be familiar with the repository pattern, and the repository pattern is really intended to isolate the logic that you interact with your database. So most repositories, this is where you would see all the data interaction, where you would have Dapper running, or you would have ADO.NET executing, or you would use Entity Framework and all the migrations. Whatever it is that you have, it makes sense to put them there. And the reason I'm showing them here is because now you may have a web API that is completely built on controllers. Nothing wrong with that. It is extremely fast, extremely powerful, an excellent way to build your API, but you have decided that you want to upgrade to minimal APIs, because minimal APIs certainly has capabilities that you do not have with controllers. When you look at the future of web APIs, it's definitely in the direction of minimal APIs. So you're like, all right, I'm looking at my API. Let's upgrade it. Shazam. Now, how does this work without a complete rewrite of all of the data interaction? It works easily because we've already separated them, creating this intentional seam. That is, we can think about this as an architectural pattern or a development approach, whatever it is that makes sense to you, so that the repository still sits there, and the upgrade required to make it so that your API goes from one thing to another is actually very, very small, right? We've isolated all the code that needs to change. And so again, maybe you have some sort of handful of sprints that makes it so that your API and repository separation is accomplished in those sprints, but there's no feature change, there's no code change, right? I mean, there is code change, but there's no like operational behavioral change. So that's really nice, because now the API and the repository are separate. I've got my super API. I've already separated the client that talks to that API. So now I know the app is better. Now, here's something else. As I upgrade that API, I realized this one thing had to happen. I needed a new HTTP header support. I wanted to have caching enabled, right? So in-memory caching is now part of it. I wanted to change it so that I was reading from a JOT token. So I'm reading all of the claims that come into it. I'm wanting whatever it is, right? There's so many things you can do inside an API. And as you're doing this separation, you cannot resist this small upgrade, or maybe it's just a requirement. Every API now has to have it. Well, look how beautiful this is. Now I can make it so that the only code that I need to change is the API itself. The repository sits there. All the unit tests stay the same. The CI/CD pipeline never changes, right? That's really great. On the client side, the client itself is going to be updated, but all the apps, they don't have to be impacted. So now I have to pass this new HTTP header. Terrific. I will deploy the new client, the updated client, to all of my apps. It automatically is implemented for them, and it's the smallest amount of change because I've introduced all of these seams, making it so each of my components don't rely on one another in a coupled way. They just speak to each other, and they instead rely on the contract between them. So when the app is talking to the client provides a certain contract. When the client is talking to the API provides a certain contract. And the same thing when the API goes to the repository. Now, how do you talk to your database? Doesn't even matter at this point. Like what's important is the repository does it. And we'll talk more about that, because if you're closer to a green field than a brown field, boy, do I have a story for you. But all the way around, these seams are the beginning of modernization. Let me just back up and say this and just kind of say it directly to you. If you do not have these seams, you are looking at modernization as a serious pain. I feel it for you, absolutely. Especially if you have merged all of these together, so your app, the client, the API, and the repository all end up in the same project or a little sort of cluster of projects that you have together with an interrelated sort of project relationships and dependencies that you can't get away from. And you're like, holy crap on a cracker. This is going to be a serious effort in order to do it. All right, let's keep going. Once you start thinking about your database and you're like, I want to make it so that my on-prem database is eventually going to be updated. So I'm using a cloud database. I know also that my client might reside in the cloud. I might move my API to a cloud. That's not what we're talking about here. You can do that so transparently that you don't even really need to plan for it. Instead, when we're thinking about the database, we can hide the differences between the different databases. So the one that's on-prem executes just about the same as the one that's in the cloud, depending on whether or not your enterprise is upgraded and has everything up to date, right? That's really the thing that pushes it back. So we're just about to hit SQL Server 2025, right? That's going to be released at the end of the year. That'll be the closest parity we have to Azure SQL DB. Azure SQL DB in the cloud, of course, it has every feature known to man. And so all of those features are slowly making their way into on-prem. And when we do that to this year is going to be the big push to have a majority of those features come down, including things like vector support, so that we can have AI data types that we interact with. All right. That being said, I just want you to see that the repository makes it easy. The app doesn't have to plan for a cloud-based database. The client doesn't have to plan for a cloud-based database. The API doesn't even have to plan for a cloud-based database. Instead, they're only the repository. See how we've isolated our code to make it easier than before. Now, earlier I was saying if you're closer to greenfield, but the truth of the matter is if you're ready and you're looking at your API and you're like, Jerry, this is mostly CRUD operations, C-R-U-D, that create, read, update, and delete. This API in the repository seems very redundant to me. We have several projects, as a matter of fact. This drawing, we try and do our best with the seams. And I'm glad that you're pointing these out to me because it affirms what we're doing. Great. However, I have to say the API is redundant. It's copy and paste from project to project with the same work over and over again, introducing just this larger suite of unit tests that I have to have that I didn't have to have before. Here's another problem with the repository pattern itself. If I'm using ADO, if I'm using Dapper, if I'm using EF Core, if I'm using whatever it is, you know what they have to have? They have to have a driver. And now, the upside of the driver, which I was talking about before, that's really nice, is the new SQL driver includes things like retry policies, and it's very resilient and very redundant. Not redundant, but very resilient and very, well, redundant is completely the wrong word. You wouldn't have two. But it's the type of thing that you want, right? You don't want to have an older driver that doesn't have the same capabilities or is subject to older behavior patterns, doesn't have the same performance implications, and all the other things that you would want in it. However, at the same time, drivers kind of stink because what happens is the driver that you're using is out of date, right? Because it's been a year and a half since the project really ran. You need to upgrade the driver, but you're not 100% sure if the upgrade is going to wreck anything. So you leave it at the older one, even though you already read the article that said in the README of the next version of the driver, it fixes a security flaw that you don't want to feel that vulnerability. So now you're like, okay, I guess I need to update it. And here's the point I really want to make. Drivers are frustrating. And what if I told you there was a pattern that allowed you to remove drivers but still interact with the database completely safely and completely with the same set of functionality with no drivers whatsoever? So if you've ever written a JavaScript application that interacts with SQL, you know you've used Tedious, right? That's what it's called. And that version seems like it gets updated every week. You're always out of date. And the same thing with the Python driver, and on we go. Every time we interact with the database, SQL or not, we always have to have the driver, and that driver is always subject to being out of date because the team behind it is always doing their best to make sure it's up to date and secure. That's the upside and the downside simultaneously. So what if instead we took the API itself and said, let's just get rid of it. All of the code, just highlight it and hit delete. The purpose of this is to introduce instead Data API Builder, which says this part of your application, which is really just copy and paste from project to project. And it's just CRUD implementations of create, read, update, delete over and over again with every entity, every table, every POCO, and all the things. And you're like, man, I have done that before. And you're right, you've done it before, just as I have. And that type of code, because it's so mundane and because it's so repetitive and because it's so simplistic, is the most likely to have an error in it because you're bored with it. And so you get this sort of copy-paste inheritance as you go from one place to another. propagating errors that you might have in one, and exploding your unit test code base so that you have all of this unnecessary code executing in your pipeline, right? It becomes more and more complex and more unnecessary. All right. So that's where Data API Builder. And so this is from Azure Data. We built it. It's open source. It's free. You could just include it as part of your application. It's container-based, so built for distributed applications. It is ready to go. And you speak to it from the client. You still would have a client, of course. It would be an API that you talk to over HTTP or JSON, the same. Nothing changes, and all the capabilities you want inside your API are still there. You still have caching. You still have claims-based authentication. You still have everything you want. Data API Builder already provides it. If you want a retry policy, it has the retry policy. You want open telemetry, it is completely open to like all the things that you want are completely in place. And so why not take all the code, just throw it away and replace it with Data API Builder? That's the reason we built it. That's the reason we're giving it to you. We don't care if it's .NET. We don't care if it's on-prem. We don't care if it's in AWS, to be honest. Wherever you want to run it is fine. It's completely free and ready for you. It supports SQL and Postgres, Cosmos, and MySQL as well. So we have a lot of options on the back end of Data API Builder to save you a lot of code and a lot of effort, and just it's a drop-in solution all the way around. The next thing that is a drop-in solution, and let me explain the problem. If I remove the repository, if I remove my Entity Framework, and I don't have my migrations anymore, and I don't have my POCO objects that represent the tables and their indexes and their keys and everything else, then as I am building out my application, where do I get that schema? Where do I get that data to make it so that my database is still in source control, still managed by my development team, still able to roll back to a specific point in time? I do that with SQL projects. So a SQL project, if you haven't seen it, it's only been around since, I think, 2011. So it's not your fault. It's only been there for a decade. It is spectacular, and it is the ability for you to be able to specify the DDL or those statements that represent the table. Like, here's my table, here are my columns, here are the types. All of that inside a project type called the SQL project. If you're not using that, well, then how are you managing your database? You've got to do it in one way or another. And if you're saying to yourself, well, I'm doing it all in Entity Framework, well, that's the reason we're talking about we need an alternative to Entity Framework, because if you have something outside of CRUD operations and you do have an Entity Framework, you may not be interacting with every table in your database. You still need a way to manage in a practical sense, in a reliable sense, and in a way that interacts with your CI/CD pipeline to automatically publish and create like deltas and updates, right? Just like migrations do in Entity Framework. All right, so that's what SQL project is, and I'll show you all this in just a second. The last thing is just to understand that the management from a developer point of view, that's you and me. We as developers, not DBAs, to interact with the database, we use Visual Studio Code, and we use the extension called MSSQL, Microsoft SQL. It's not brand new, but it is brand new in a way because the investment that we're putting into it is off the charts, and you're seeing all kinds of changes to it constantly. The reason that's happening is because we recognize that developers are using this tool more than any other tool to interact with their SQL database. So we want to make it the premium experience. We're also looking back at the tool called Azure Data Studio that's been deprecated. The functionality of that now is being pulled over into MSSQL as well. So you're seeing a lot of capability being introduced into MSSQL that gives you a lot of capability, just power, right? To be able to do anything that you want. At the same time, we also recognize that there are times when you don't have any access to the database, any ability to make a change. That's because it's run by another team, owned by a certain DBA, whatever it is. And so we make it so that Data API Builder can fake a lot of things, make it so that you can build things that act like stored procedures, but are actually just simple queries. You would never write the query. We don't want you to write the SQL anymore. We would instead want you to interact with the endpoint and let all the SQL translation happen automatically by Data API Builder. So if you have the ability to interact with the database, you store your schema inside the SQL project and you deploy it through your CI/CD pipeline that way. If you then are, again, interacting and building out capability inside your database, writing stored procedures or whatever it is, that sort of operation where you want to have a real-time experience and have the full fidelity of what the database provides to you, you can use through the MSSQL extension of VS Code. That makes sense? All the orange pieces are part of the tooling that we've introduced to all the developers here to make sure that you have the ability to modernize your application in the fastest, smoothest, no friction way, right? That's the idea. I mean, look what you've done. Now you have the app and client that you're maintaining, the end. You don't have to worry about all this other code, and we've simplified the database really as best as we possibly can. We can't get past the fact that the database is the fastest, most secure way to store data. Of course it is. You don't put it in a file. You don't put it somewhere else. You put it inside a database, so we make that experience as easy as possible as well. All right, I hope all of this feels good. Let's then jump to Visual Studio so I can show you how you might see this yourself. So let me, there we go. All right, just like Jeff said, he used to work for a education organization. So I've created a classroom application. The classroom application, its job is just to allow you to take roll, right? To take attendance. So let me just go ahead and run it, and then I'll talk to you about it in just a second and all of its like smaller pieces. It's a WinForm application. I wanted to represent really the type of application you may be running anyway. This could have been a WPF, it could have been a WinUI, it could have been Maui, could have been web, right? I mean, of course, all of those are possible. They would all share a lot of code. That's the whole point. In this case, you would pick which class you're in. I'll go to my English class. Here are my 3 students, Daisy, Ethan, and Fiona. And I would be like, all right, here's whoever is here, and I click save, the end. There's a lot of capability here I would like to add that isn't there. But this is a demo, and I didn't want to spend more time explaining the demo than explaining the patterns and explaining the pieces around it to you. All right, so let me just back up and remember, I'm trying to make it so that I can modernize my application that uses a database. Does this application use a database? Absolutely, it does. Okay, so when I click save right here, or when I switch between classes, it is going and reading the database, or it's writing to the database. I've already gone the extra step because I'm a good developer, made sure that my engineering prowess was on display so that I go in and I look at and I make sure there's a service in between my client, my application, and my database. I want to make sure the service is there. So it is. This is what it looks like. Very simple. Let me back out. We're not going to do any UI work together today. I just want to talk about the back-end data. So the next piece, I just want to show the structure and make sure that we're together. So there's only 3 parts to this. The first is I have my app. And so I didn't even rename the form. I just wanted you to see how silly and simple this is, right? So here's my form. I'll double click just to prove it's the same form, but it's just, it's just a grid and a button. And then inside this application, while the designer loads there, right? So it's nice and simple. Those were the days when UI could be that simple. Right now, it's like everything's got to be dynamic and different themes you support, and on it goes. Okay, that's my app. Nice and simple. Here is my API. My API. Now I went ahead and I made this a minimal API. Right, so I don't need to show you the migration from a controller-based API to a minimal API. That is just something you'll be able to do on your own. I want to talk instead about what this means to a database application. So I have just a handful of things where I get a list of all the students, I get a list of all the classes, and then I get all of the attendance information, and then down below, I can post that, or I can update all of those values back into the database. It's not super fancy. Right? I mean, don't look at the code and think I could really learn a lot from Jerry's coding here, because this is about as simple as you can get. And it's really just intended to let the data flow to you, let the data flow back, right? That's all. And so let me close this. So I have 2 applications now, or I have 2 projects in my solution. I have the API and I have the app. What I'm not showing you is the database. The database is not part of this. The database instead is something I've been building on the side. And this is a very typical scenario for a lot of engineering teams, where instead of having a regimented process where they put rigor into the structure of both the schema and the way it's stored in source control, they kind of do all their table management directly into the database. And when it comes time to go from one database to another, they point to their developer database, they do a schema compare, they write an update script, and then they run that in production. Does it work? I've done it for years. It absolutely works. Is it the best practice? No, that doesn't mean it doesn't work. I don't want you to hear that all of these things are me trying to fix something that doesn't work. It's just making it so that it's better down the line. I just want to remind us that the developer coming after us is an axe murderer, and he's really in a bad mood. And so we want to provide to him instead a solution that makes the most sense and is the easiest to debug and is the easiest to update and modernize. So that's where we're going to go from here. So very simple. I will point out, I do have this little Poco project, has a couple of classes. These are the things I needed to pass back and forth. Do I have the name Poco in the name of the model? Yes, I do. Is that the dumbest thing you've ever seen? Yes, I'm not proud of it. Okay, but Anyway, there it is. It's really nice. I would rename them. They're in a POCO namespace already. You shouldn't have to do that, Jerry. I know. OCD's kicking in all of a sudden. That's the only thing inside this project, by the way, are those 3 classes. So it's shared by both the API and the app. That allows the API to pass the class. It also allows then the app to receive the class, right? So you can serialize and deserialize into the same objects and know that everything's going to be okay, right? That's the important part. However, I want to go into the first step of modernization. I want to make it so that I can clean this up as best I can. Now, it turns out inside this app, let me close the form here. Somebody has already gone through the work. Somebody, I guess it was me. Somebody has gone through the work and they've identified that there is an iClassroom client. All right, so let me back up a couple of slides here. And let me back up to right about, well, this is fine. Well, we don't have to have 2 databases, but this is what we're building, right? So we want the app and we also want the client. And so here we are. I have the app going on here and I now have the client inside my app. So somebody's really done some good work here, abstracting away the logic. So at least it's not in the form, right? It's not in the code behind of your XAML page or somewhere like that, right? At least we've done that. That's the starting point. And so I can see everything is in the client folder. Now, this isn't what I want to do. This is not representing this diagram, but it is on the road to that diagram. Instead, what I want to do is make it so that this folder is now outside as its own project, right? And still able to run. So now let's go into my modernize folder where I've got all kinds of pre-baked things that are going to be fun for us to have later. So let me open up and bring the client down. I'll move it out of that folder so we have it here. So I have the app and now I have the app client. All right, so let's so we know the app client is going to have, spoiler alert, the exact same logic that's in the client folder. In fact, if you look really close, these aren't normal icons. These are actually shortcut icons because I have added the files by link only inside Visual Studio. It's a cool feature that allows me to have a file in one place in my solution, but show up in multiple. So I'm going to go ahead and unload or reload, sorry, reload. And so now you can see here are the 3 files, including the interface, the 2 clients, and the models that exist here. All right, so the models are actually meant to make it so that I can hand to the UI something that doesn't expose or leak out any of the architecture from behind, right? So let me just explain that one quick time. I have all of the models shared between the client and the API. Those models actually are shared between the repository and the client. They just happen to pass through the API. The models are those POCO objects, POCO, the plain old CLR object, which usually are just classes with properties only. They're just intended to represent the objects that are going to be passed one place or another, right? They typically represent the tables or at least the views or partial tables that are in the database. As they go into the client and then pass to the app, I don't want to do that anymore. I want to translate those into something the app cares about. The app doesn't care how the client is talking to the repository. It certainly doesn't care how the data is structured inside the database. So instead, I have this new set of models. So I have the first set of models really because the repository and client communicate that way and they pass through the API. I have the second set of models, not the POCO objects, but the ones intended for the client. Right here at the app side, this is the app is thinking about the UI. It doesn't care about the database. So it doesn't need everything spread out and third normal form. It wants everything nice, collapsed, and intended to make the UI easy and nice and efficient. That's the reason I have another set of models here, and you can see they do not say POCO at the end. They say model. They're intended for the UI. Just know that everything inside this folder and everything inside this project are exactly the same. So that means I should be able to delete this client folder, which I'll go ahead and do now. I actually just did, but it didn't delete for me. Let me see. Well, maybe I could delete the file. What's happening? Am I still running? Oh, I am still running. That's funny. Okay. I just stopped running. Beautiful. My demo that I was running from the beginning here. Now I can highlight this and hit delete. It's asking if, are you sure? Are you positive? Absolutely. Because what I want to happen is this, the perfect separation of app and client into 2 projects without having that code over each other. The dependency inside the app now needs to include the app client. So I'll just drag it up here so we can add it. Now the client is part of the app. I have built exactly what I wanted to do. Sometimes, this is why I was saying you can have a handful of sprints with your development team accomplish this without very much code actually changing. All you need to do is introduce projects and understand the relationships between them. So now, hopefully, I can say Control-Shift-Build or Control-Shift-B for build. Everything builds and everything works because it doesn't know any different because of the project relationship, it just brings it in as if it was local as it was before. Okay, that's step number one. That's your first modernization step, which really enables your application to have the seams it needs to be upgraded. Let's do the same thing for the API. So now let me close this. All right, open up our API, and we have this repository all set up, right? And all of our migrations are just sitting there looking at us. And so we have the context that we have. The context itself, of course, is internal, right? I don't expose my DB context externally. Of course, right now I'm inside the API. There is no concept of external yet, but it will come soon. And then instead, I have this like generic repository that does the basic things that I need to do for the data. All right, so this is the repository on top of the context. A lot of developers just use the context, never use the repository. Is that the wrong thing to do? No, it's not. It's not the wrong thing. It can make your code more complex than it needs to be and make it so that some of the logic that you do is redundant and repeated over many places, but it's not necessarily wrong. All right, so just like before, inside our modernization floor, I just happen to have the repository project. All right, so this project represents all of the logic that is in the repository folder, right? So these three, it has two really, the context and the repository. Those are the two things that know how to interact with SQL Server for me. So whenever I need to save a file, save a value, whenever I need to read a value, the repository and the context take care of everything. It is all there. If I have one developer on my team who's specifically good at interacting with the database, I stick them on these two files and make sure everything is perfect. But the truth of the matter is EF Core makes it so it's pretty easy to get this right and pretty hard to get it wrong, right? And so that's nice. It does mean that there are certain things you're not able to do. It seems like a weird thing to say, but EF Core can only do so much. You can still point, I suppose, at store procedures to accomplish a lot of the things you might want to do. But all that being said, what I want to do next is highlight that folder and get rid of it, making it so that there is no repository in. I'll do it this way. Wonder what was. It's not like Visual Studio to hold on to something and not. One file at a time works great. Okay, so look at my API. Now look how clean it is. Now I know this is a simple demo, and I hate it when demos are overly simplified. But I will just point out the reason it looks so clean is because the logic of interacting with the database is now gone. Now it's just the API, and the logic of the API is sitting there looking at me. If I load this or reload this, I can see all the files that were there are still here, right? I still have them, but now they're isolated into a project. I can drag this up now as a dependency, and when I look at the dependencies in my API, it now has a dependency inside my repository, which is what I'd want. If I open that up, I can see its entity framework. All right, terrific. Now I have my API and my repository separated. I have my app and my client separated. That's what I want to do because this is the dream. And by the way, we just landed on the dream. This is unbelievable. All right, so this makes me very happy. So if I hit F5 now, this is quite the excitement that I can delete all of these files and add all these projects to my solution and then hit F5 again. But I can because it's a straightforward thing and I've kept it really simple for the sake of this demo, right? So here I am. If I open this up, I can see all the classes. I can go to English and you can see that it's reading the data, right? Because it's not all blank. And so that's pretty cool. All right, now how much real change have you done? And I just want to circle back to one of the most important things is the preparation for modernization. If your application was written over time, little things were added, features were added, and you just see this like this thing being built, and it's just this giant blob. There's nothing wrong with that. That's the way business is, right? I mean, that you're in business to make money, and you're making money. Terrific. But when we think about the inevitable future of modernization and the reason you modernize, and one of the reasons we modernize to, let's just start with the next version of .NET is pure performance, right? I just actually rewatched a session from a few years ago, the chasm, the performance chasm, that's the awesome word, between .NET Framework and .NET Core, right? It's absolutely unbelievable the difference between the two. And you're like, why should I do it? It looks like they're exactly the same. They are not the same, right? It is crazy. And The using .NET Core, there are many benefits in the language, certainly. Now that we're up to C# 12 and we have a lot of new capabilities we haven't had before, those beautiful developer features that are really productivity enhancements are really only available as you go into the core direction, but also the overall size of your app and your ability to target multi-platform and performance and scale and security and features and blah, blah, blah. That's all this day has been about. So I don't want to say all the things that everybody else is saying, but it is true. And in order to do that, you need to have a plan, and your plan probably is the preparation for modernization, the preparation of making it so that your app now has seams. We've now made at least 4 places that we can update and make changes to without making a cascading set of changes to all of them, including the database, by the way. I can make significant changes to the database and the repository because I'm using the repository pattern and not interacting with the DB context directly. I can hide a lot of the changes and updates that happen to the database too. It's really, really nice. I'm not really talking about upgrading to a new type of database. Back in the provider pattern days, we used to be obsessed with this idea. You know, what if I went from SQL to Oracle and then back again? You're like, well, slow down. Nobody does that. Like, that's ridiculous, right? If out of 5,000 applications, one did, right? And so you're like, okay, but now we've spent countless, developer hours building the provider pattern into our application. So we're not talking about that, but we are talking about an abstraction layer into a repository, making so the interactions with your database are hidden, right? So you don't have a bunch of, oh, be sure and get this data and that data and join it in this way in the API. The API should know how to do that. That's why we add the repository. All right, back to it. Now we have 5 projects inside our solution. Okay. Now the reason this is good is because the more you have things separated, the closer we get to the separation of concerns. The more we have it so that we can isolate the skills of each of the people inside your team to be able to focus on each of the projects. Listen, I'm always on the API. I know everything about the API. Jerry is the teammate that is always responsible for that project and that small piece. Sometimes you just accidentally leave teams on. And maybe you are the one who understands the UI. You know XAML, you know the web, you know whatever it is. So you're the one responsible. And because we've isolated everything into individual components here, and now just imagine I might have several APIs with several repositories and different databases are the same ones. So don't think that it has to be this simple. I'm just talking about separating and isolating so that you can have this separation of concerns and also the separation of responsibilities, not just for the developer, but for the code itself. And let me just back up again and say what I mean, that this client here does not know how to talk to the database. That's because the responsibility or concern of being able to talk to the database is isolated in the repository, right? So it's really nice, right? This is really, we're talking about concepts more than anything else, boxes and stuff in PowerPoint. Okay, so I have all 5 of these as well as the POCO models that are shared across the repository and the client, and then they pass through the API. All right, what's the next thing I could potentially do? Well, the next thing that I would most likely do is, by the way, can you believe that even worked? That's incredible. All those changes and then hit F. That's incredible. All right, so the next thing I'm going to do is bring out my database. Okay, so this is a plan, by the way, right? So I know that I want to move into a distributed architecture using containers and using Aspire if you want to do that. I'm going to show you how to do that here in just a second. And I'm going to start by saying I want this project here, the classroom.sql. This is a SQL project, SQL right? So when I was moving forward, right here. All right, this is the SQL project. It's a special project designed. If you look at it, it's still an SDK type project that allows you to point. Let me click on it. Sorry, it is still an SDK type project that allows you to point to. Every time I click it, I can't show it to you. We have to select edit. You know what's hard to find? The one that says set as startup project. I can't tell you how many hours of my life have gone up and down looking for just that one. But it's a regular SDK project that allows you to add just regular files and give them the .sql extension at the end. Those .sql extensions, you can see I put them in a table folder, that's all. But they do represent tables. I just wanted them isolated, or I just wanted them organized for myself. I could go into like classes, for example, and if I hide this, which is just a helper, this is the class, right? It's just defining what sorry, that's the table SQL. It's just defining what I want it to be. Now you're thinking to yourself, I don't really know how to write SQL. That's totally okay. You can, let me close it and open it up so the designer pops back up. All you have to do is do up here, like, oh, I wish I really had this other field that could store a date. That would be nice. All right, now we have it, right? And so it's written all the SQL for you. So it's nice to give you that. And what happens is when I right click this, I have the option to publish. Publish is different than build, and publish is different than publish when we're looking at a web application. If I select publish here, let me see if I can go ahead and do that. If I select publish, it'll pop up a little dialog that asks me, where do you want to publish it to? So unlike a web application, this is a database application publishing to a database. It reads the schema of the target database. It combines and builds the schema inside your entire application of all the tables and stored procedures and views and triggers and whatever it is you've got. There's nothing SQL can do that we can't put here. And so it reads all of that, compares it to the one that target, builds automatically and dynamically for you the update script. A little bit like we were talking about before. Remember when we talked about comparing the schemas of your development database and your production database, building an update script between them and then executing that for your migration. Now I can do that one step at a time. One new field, no problem. Two new fields, it'll build all of that automatically and is completely command line driven, so I can put it inside my CI/CD pipeline, pushing this out to my UAT developer or my UAT database. And every developer then can also have their own database as well. One cool thing I just want to show you while I have it open is it also supports scripts. So this is how I seed the data. This is a lot different than the seeding data inside EF migrations, isn't it? I mean, you can just write it the way you want it to be, and everything is just where it is. You can add the logic on whether or not it's run, and you don't have to worry if the environment variables are set correctly or not. Right? That's super nice. Also, I don't have this stack of migrations either, where they are cascading and building on top of each other, which, by the way, fully functional, absolutely works. Not talking about it like I don't like it, right? Talking about it instead, because I know we're going to a world, we're pushing towards this simplicity where we may not even have a repository. You may have a repository. You may still have migrations. I don't know. It's going to be up to you. So where migrations are considered to be called code first, this is data first, right? Database first sometimes. And so now I can right click this. I can publish it and my database is ready to go. I can also make this, when I get to the Aspire world, I can make this so this is what gets pushed into my SQL container, which is really nice. All right, right on track. I'm feeling great about this. All right, so now that I have my SQL here, I can start thinking about what would it look like to get rid of my repository. All right, so let me open up. Let's see. I am going to, let's see, can I open this in a folder? Let me just copy the full path and say code. I'll open up Visual Studio Code real quick, where I will open up a folder. Wow, it's way over to the side here. Let me just pull it right there. Very nice. I'll say open folder. You guys have done this yourself. I'll change the font size here in just a second. Right, so I want to open up the classroom completely. There we are. Bigger, bigger, bigger. All right. Now that I'm just sitting here, I just want to talk about now Data API Builder. This, I'm going to go back here for a second. This circle in the middle, right? Well, how do we get that started and what does it look like? Well, it's a .NET tool, so it's cross-platform. You can install it yourself, Microsoft.Data API Builder. And it also has a series of, it also has the ability for you to, interact and build it all out inside Visual Studio Code with an extension that we have, which is what we have. While I am getting ready here, let me just think real fast. I'm going to grab, I have a connection string, right? Oh, I'm going to get the connection string. All right, you guys can write this down. I have it inside my app host. So let me right here. I'm going to go to user string. Go to secrets and just grab it real quick so I can show you this demo. We'll come back to that. By the way, good luck. All right, so I'm going to, inside this folder, oh, there's my daughter. I'm going to right click and I'm going to say dab init. All right, so when I say dab init, this is creating a data API builder. It initializes the one and only file it needs, right? So I am going to create that file. Here's the connection string. The only change I'm going to make is this right here. It needs to be local host. That's because I've got SQL running here locally in a database called Classroom, and I've got the most complex set of credentials you can ever imagine. I'll go ahead and just hit enter there and let the application do the rest. It creates this file for me. And in this file, I'm just going to click it and show you, it has all the ability to expose my REST endpoints. By the way, this is more than just a REST endpoint, where you might say .map get, and you can have a minimal API. This is .map get on freaking steroids. It gives you the ability to filter all of the data inside it, so you can add where clauses. It gives you ability to project or have a select statement, so you only bring back the columns that you want. You can do order by, pagination is built in, and caching is built. I mean, all the things that you want. So I don't think that this is just a replacement of minimal API. Instead, this is a replacement of all the things, right? So it's really great. But what I want to show you is down here. I should tell you this while I can. It's not just REST. It's also GraphQL. If you've ever used GraphQL, Data API Builder gives you that too. You don't pick between them. You can see in this case, both REST and GraphQL are enabled, and it's pretty awesome. These are all the tables that I've exposed, so procedures or views. So if I right click and I say, let's add a table, right? I can say, let's have attendance, classes, and students. I don't want my Entity Framework migrations, that's for sure. All right, so I'll take all 3 tables that are in my database, and when I say go, I can see they just been added automatically as file. Remember, this is the one thing you need. This isn't code generation. It's not a library. It doesn't require, it sits in a container and you hand it a file. And that file has what tables and what the connection string is. So now if I right click this again, and I could say something even cooler, I could say, let's build some relationships, right? So now all of the tables are relating to each other one way or another because we have constraints already built into the database. So I can say, let's go with that. Shazam. Now if I right click and I say, let's just see what this looks like, I can visualize it, builds a markdown, adds a mermaid diagram for me, and it shows me, oh yeah, there are the 3 tables, and this is how they all relate. Isn't that cool? And so I'm like, all right, now I'm starting to understand this is my API and what the expectation is that I'm going to go through. So if I right click this one more time, I can say validate. Validate makes sure it can talk to the database and everything is set up correctly. I didn't have to validate. But now I can say start, and now it doesn't require Docker, not yet. Instead, it's just running it here locally so I can interact with it in a simple way. So you can see here it is, localhost 5000. I'll go ahead and click that. I've got it running down in another browser here. There you go. It pulls up and says everything is healthy. I'll say, is everything healthy? API/CLASS. Yes. All right. So there's all the classes, all 3 of them, right? Now I'd like to be able to say complex things. I have Swagger built in, right? So that's part of Data API Builder. I didn't have to do anything. I can disable it as soon as I change its mode from development to production. And if I go into GRAPHQL, I can go to GraphQL. I can see that this is Nitro, or the client that allows me to interact with all of the endpoints. So let me add a brand new query. This is a graph query. If you've never seen one, it's just kind of a cool thing, right? So I can say, give me a list of all the classes. Boom, there's a list of all the classes. And because they have relationships, I can do a really cool thing here. I can say, show me, let's see, all the students by name in this class, right? So boom, now I go. And I can see that in the math class, I have Alice, Bob, and Charlie. Now think about this. I've already given you the REST API that you need, and so you can get all the data you want at one endpoint at a time. GraphQL goes to a single endpoint /GraphQL. You create a query like this, and you get the entire block of data structured in the way that makes sense for the UI you're building, right? So a lot of capability. You want REST, you want GraphQL, you want them both, whatever you want, it's kind of built in and you're ready to go. Okay, now that I've got it running, I could point my Data API build, I could point my client then to use that instead. Let me show you what I mean by that. I'm going to close Visual Studio. I'm going to full on close Visual Studio Code here and get back to Visual Studio. Say now, so that's one way, right? So now I could have Data API Builder running because I did it from the command line and everything's good to go. I can make it part of my build script as well, right? So it's no big deal. However, I'll pull this out of Modernize. What if I had an app host and I were to make this app host where's this? Set as startup project. Like I said, it's the one that gets me every time. All right, so now that I have that, all right, now Data API Builder can be part of my solution because it's a distributed solution. Right, so let's do that. So let's get my secrets out. That's embarrassing, having your secrets on screen the whole time. And look at the program inside app host. So you've already seen this before, and I have a more complex one down here. I'm going to hide it just for now, just so I can talk about the basics. So I could say, first things first, I'm not going to add in the normal way of adding a SQL server, where I say builder.add SQL server, because I already have a SQL server running. And this is the scenario for a lot of companies, right? Where developers already have a dedicated SQL server running on their machine, running in a shared location. They're not really interested in the container side of that part. Fine. If you are, That's the reason I had this code down here. You could just say var SQL Server builder add SQL Server, right? You could do that as well, but in my case, I'm just saying, let's just add this connection string only. This goes into the secrets of this project, which I have already shown you, and it pulls back the connection string called SQL Server. All right, so that's nice, puts it in a variable right here. But look at this beautiful thing. I can also say builder.add data API builder, and now I have data API builder as a component inside my distributed application ready to go. It is on API port 1234, and this is the file, that same file I was manipulating before. I have already manipulated and provided here. What's special about it, and it's sitting right here, right there, is it reads from the connection string reads from an environment variable that's being passed to me by Aspire, right? And so you can see it's connection strings _ at SQL Server. Where's that come from? Well, it comes from, whoops, clicked off of it. It comes from right here. It is a connection string. That's where the connection string prefix _ so that it's Linux compliant. And then it has SQL Server. So if I called this Jerry SQL Server, I just changed the environment variable. So now it's connection string _ Jerry SQL Server. All right, so that's good. I can push that then into data API builder, which can then read from the variable. And when I publish this or I deploy this somewhere else, then the environment variable inside my container could be controlled by Key Vault or whatever it is that you guys do, right? And so here's my application being added just like a normal project with a reference to data API builder, not to my database, because it has no reason to have the database. And finally, I'm going to wait for the database, making sure that it has, I'm going to wait for the API, making sure that the API is fully deployed. So it does take a second. I mean, just a second. You saw how quickly it started, but it does take a second, and you would hate for that race condition to occur and make it so your project blows up when it doesn't need to. The end. This is the exact same thing, only making it so everything is running inside a container instead. So if I hit F5 now, Lord have mercy, let's hope this works. I'm right at the end. This is the grand finale. If there's any bug whatsoever, no, it's going to be great. Okay, let's see. Anytime now the dashboard will pop up. That's the one. I'll bet it'll pop up on the wrong browser, as it did. I'll bring it over. Okay, so what I want you to see, I didn't point it out fast enough. So there was that momentary delay when the API was running, and this was waiting for it, right? And so now that everything is done, I can click on localhost 123, which you know is forwarded then through Docker for me. I can say /API/classes. Now this is pulling from the same database, yes, but it's pulling from a different API running inside of, and I have Docker running as well. I'll just fill the screen full of applications. So you can see here's the data API container that's running on my machine managed by Aspire for me, right? So everything is nice and componentized. If I go back to my resources, I can see that here's my application. Yes, you can have a WinForms app or a console app, right? You can have anything running. And the same console out that we saw before is still sitting there nicely. And all of the relationships between them, nice and simple, because it doesn't see that there's a database because I didn't put that inside a container, right? Isn't that nice? Or so now, does it still work? Yeah, you can see I've already pulled back the list of classes and there's all the information. Now, instead of running it, so I have a command line executing, and I have the dream world. I'm right here, not right here where I'm using Azure SQL DB necessarily, but I could. But instead, I've got it where I have eliminated an entire chunk of code. So if I were to go back into my Visual Studio here, these two projects now could be completely deleted. That would have been terrible. But these two can. And the reason they can is because the client has both the API, the original client, to be able to access what we wanted. And I wrote the identical signature, right? Because I'm using the same interface, but one for data API builder that brings back the same information. That's nice. So now it switches dynamically because of dependency injection. So that dependency injection, let me just show you, looks like this. It's kind of dumb how easy it is, but it looks like right here. If data API builder has its environment variable injected from Aspire, then I know that it exists as a container. And if that's happening, then I'm going to use data API builder instead of the regular API. And I just switch between one singleton or another. They both use the same client. So that's the beginning, right? So I can have it almost like A/B testing going through, where I can have a little bit using this client, a little bit using this client, until I completely delete one of the API endpoints that I want, because they work the same in the end, right? Let me go ahead and stop it. Last things I want to show you are just a handful of pieces in the slide deck here. And so one thing, and I'm going to go really fast, but I want to make just the point that data API builder, it points to a single database, but it can point to multiple databases from the same data API builder. which means you can start to bring together hybrid queries inside a single payload. That thing that I showed you in GraphQL, that can work across multiple databases, bringing back multiple databases in one payload, even if those databases are NoSQL databases. I could point to Azure, but I could point to SQL, but I could also point to Cosmos DB, and they come back in a single payload. If I'm thinking I want this all to be microservices, that's where Data API Builder really shines, because now you don't have to build any of the API part of your microservices. You just start exposing each of those. And remember, it's deployed as a teeny tiny container that you can control the size of. If you want the third one at the bottom to be super big, you just make it big. Otherwise, it's as small as you want it to be. So that part's really nice. And if you find that it needs to really be able to focus, you could do that too by having multiple in one place, right? So you can scale both vertical and horizontally. And if it turns out that you have just one database, but you want to have tons of different types of endpoints, each one with a different configuration, but all pointing to the same database, accessing different tables, you could do that too, right? I mean, it's just whatever topology matches, whatever the kind of business you have, including the nice, clean, simple way of doing it as well. Let me give you some takeaways and resources that will be valuable to you. So if you've never heard of Data API Builder, you can go to akms/dab or /dab docs. It'll take you right to MS Learn, where the docs are. So remember, it's completely license free. It's open source. You can check out the code yourself, steal it, use it on-prem, use it in any cloud you want to. It doesn't matter, right? It's really nice. Supports all, Microsoft SQL, Cosmos, Postgres, and MySQL. If you've never heard of SQL projects, well, here you go, akms/SQL projects. You can learn everything you want. It's built in both the Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code, completely supported in GitHub Actions and Azure DevOps as well, right? So really, really great. If you didn't know already that you can get free SQL Server, you can. Right there in Azure, you can go and get, it's 32 gigs of storage, 1,000 core. You can get actually 10 of these per subscription forever. There is no like blow up clock or anything like that. You just go get it. It's pretty freaking awesome. Yeah, it's really nice. So if you're wanting to dabble with it, here's the way to dabble with it. It's pretty great. Okay, last thing I want to say is if some of the features that you feel like SQL and all of the things in Azure Data you feel like they're getting away from you and you haven't learned all the new capabilities, we've isolated them all down and put them in one place so that you have a learning path that allow you to learn all the new modern capabilities that we've added to Azure SQL that are also coming now into SQL 2025, and an applied skill you can take that will give you a Microsoft credential that you can show on LinkedIn or however it is you show that you're smart to people. Right, so a lot of neat things there, akms/SQL/dev/path. All right. I'm paid by the word. I talk really fast. And I'm done. What did you think of that, Jeff?
Well, Jeff is actually preparing for the next one, Jerry. So you're stuck with me for a little bit. So good to see you, sir.
I feel lucky.
By the way, great content. I looked at Dav a while back, right? And it's great to see how much it has evolved.
Yeah.
Right. And all the features that are there, in particular, since obviously it's not platform specific, right? I mean, as in like database specific, as in only SQL Server. You have Postgres, you have
Right.
Cosmos, you have other things.
It's not even .NET specific.
Exactly. No, it doesn't care. It's just a connection string, right? So
That's all perfect. It is. Just a connection string. So
awesome.
Well, Jerry, it's a neat way to like boom, now we have a database.
Oh yeah. I mean, it eliminates all that busy work, right? That you have to do out of the box.
That's 100% right. And the fact it's free is it's not the Microsoft way.
Well,
really nice.
It's a complex tool, right?
Yeah.
That makes something that is difficult look easy. So people go, oh, why is it not free? Or why is it free? What's the catch?
Right.
So
right. There's no catch that I know of. Yeah, pretty great. We're about 3 years in. 1.5 is about to release, and we went GA about a little more than a year ago.
Yeah.
And golly, it's so popular. And so many features get added to DAB by the community, not by us.
Right.
So being open source has really turned out to be a benefit for us.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's the thing about it is because it is supported by a community, not just a specific team, right? You mentioned about all the different kinds of investments, right? And because people, when they think of open source, like, oh, you're giving money to somebody. No, Microsoft spins up a team, right, to develop that and maintain that open source project there. And at the end of the day, that developer or those PMs or whatever, they do get paid because they're employees, right? So cash is exchanged, but not into the project, but into the resources that the project uses.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy to think you could use it on-prem using Postgres and we'd never know you did it.
Yeah, and honestly, for me, more as a development or getting up the ground quicker tool is the best way of doing it. Just to play around with the API without spending a day, right, or 2 days on it. So
Yeah, that's absolutely right. You know,
awesome,
earlier I kind of I don't mean to talk down to SQL driver, right? I mean, I know
right?
database drivers are valuable, but when you can get away from them and not have a dependency on them, you
Yep,
have a little bit better life. Certainly, our new drivers and the fact that you have like retry policies and things like that built in, and they can be encrypted all the way down, including in memory. I mean, there's a lot of capabilities that
right.
are pretty dazzling, but
I was gonna say,
those are sort of niche use cases too.
can you bring up the link to the repo so people would have it for application builder,
Yeah,
so we can have that
I'm
there?
bringing it up right now.
Awesome, sweet. Thank you so much. And also, thank all of you for watching and being with us. Jared did a phenomenal job. We got Taylor coming up talking to us about modernizing from ASP.NET to ASP.NET Core. Yes, there is a difference, right? One has core and the other one does not. So thank you for coming to my TED Talk. No, I'm kidding. I appreciate that, that all you stuck around with us, and we'll get that going here in a second as soon as Jerry shows us that slide.
There you go.
Perfect.
Dab/docs.
Yeah. So go.
AMS, the also known as Microsoft short link there. Pretty nice.
Yeah. So this is awesome. So I mean, it's great content. Everybody get the docs in there. Like I said, the tool has evolving. Jerry says, there's more features coming down, and it's a great way to get something off the ground quickly with your applications, and also great patterns like the ones you showed. If
Yeah,
you're not
that's
quite
right.
there yet.
Well, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Awesome.
that's
Well,
right. I mean, certainly the first thing to modernizing is get ready to modernize.
right. Step one, right? We want to modernize.
Yeah,
But
that's right.
anyway,
That's
Jerry,
right.
thank you so much for taking the time and share your knowledge and your passion. We really appreciate it, and I'm sure it will be not last time
Yeah, you
we
bet.
have you on a .NET Conf.
Thank you, Javier. I appreciate it. It's
Awesome.
been great being here.
Yeah. Thank
Have
you,
a great
Jerry.
rest of the conference.
Yep. Thank you. All right, let's get Taylor on if he's. There we go. Hey,
Hello.
how are you doing? Well,
Pretty good.
we're over. Don't worry. You got the remaining. You're the last session for the day. Doesn't mean it's bad. It means that you have literally until the tail end, and Jeff will get your Q&A.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, take it away.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Taylor Southwick, and I am a software engineer on the developer success team within the developer division. What that means is that we go spend a lot of time with customers and see the actual pain points that they are encountering with our technologies. For my most of my career at Microsoft, it's been about 12 years now. I've spent it in the ASP.NET Core to ASP.NET Framework to ASP.NET Core space. As soon as ASP.NET Core started being a thing, back at the very beginning of it, back during the beta releases and pre-releases, I was visiting with customers, still very new to all of ASP.NET, but kind of watching what are they doing to be able to migrate. A lot of things have changed since then, but there's been a lot of challenges that customers have faced that some are solved, some are not. And the point of this talk is to kind of dive into some of those strategies that we have seen that work and help you understand what may be applicable for you and your migration. No one application is going to be the same, and many of them are complex. No one person really understands what's there. I will give a heads up that this is maybe a little bit deeper than it might be for some people that aren't familiar with the framework or aren't spending much time there. But for those who are spending a lot of time in ASP.NET Framework and want to move to ASP.NET Core, this is the talk for you. Some of the things that we will cover here, and it's all going to be mixed together. So it's not like we're going to go directly like one by one through this. But some of the big topics will be the Strangler Fig pattern and how this applies to ASP.NET Framework to ASP.NET Core migrations. We're going to talk about YARP. It's a reverse proxy that you can host within an ASP.NET Core application. We'll talk about the system.web adapters, which are a set of utilities that can help make it a little bit easier to migrate some code that takes dependencies on system.web. We're going to talk about what it means to migrate your different routes and what are routes anyway. And then we're going to finish up with talking about Blazor and how Blazor components can help you in this process. So I wanted to start off with the Strangler Fig pattern. As I've worked with customers over the years, this this gives a pretty good metaphor for how we want to approach the migration. This idea has been around for a bit, and it's not unique to this kind of migration, but it's a good metaphor. Here you see pictured this vine that it germinates within a tree, and it starts to grow. Over time, it consumes the tree, and at some point, it starts looking kind of like the tree. There's a shape there. And that metaphor is kind of what we're looking for with this migration, where you're going to start off with your application, and in the end, you want to end up with an ASP.NET Core application. So let's talk about how this might apply for an ASP.NET Framework to Core migration specifically. Here's a deployment that you might have, and this is incredibly simplified. You're going to have a lot more components here, most likely, but in a very abstracted way, you're going to have requests coming in from the internet, or potentially even just intranets, but you're going to have that come into your deployment. You may have your own reverse proxies at this point, or your own way that it actually gets to your application, but we're going to focus on that deployment of your ASP.NET Framework application. That application is built upon business logic in which you have all of your business processes codified, and you're going to need to be able to migrate that. And one of the challenges we've seen with customers as they do this migration is they can't stop in the middle of a migration. So they can't stop their business in order to do a migration. It's something that they have to be able to do in tandem. They need to do it in a way that they can continue to add business value and doesn't disrupt the normal business needs that they have. And so this is where we can start applying the Strangler Fig. We're going to add into this deployment an ASP.NET Core application. This is then going to be connected to your ASP.NET Framework application via YARP. YARP is a reverse proxy that is available to be hosted within ASP.NET Core. And we configure it in a way so that ASP.NET Core can handle any request that it knows about. But if it doesn't know about it, it will just delegate any of those requests back to your ASP.NET Framework application. I do want to point out that this is a configuration that, as a developer, it's fairly easy to get set up. In a little bit, we'll walk through an example of getting all this set up and getting it configured. But when it comes to deployment, this can be a tricky part. I've worked with some customers that this has taken upwards of 6 months or so, just because of the different teams that are involved in the sign-off there. It affects your build pipeline. It affects your deployment pipeline. You got security reviews there. It's something that you need a budget time for, but it is worth it because as you get this set up, you're able to start taking advantage of some of the ASP.NET Core things when it makes sense for you. So once you've got this deployment out there with an ASP.NET Core, then the goal is to start getting your business logic to be supported on ASP.NET Core. One of the big challenges we've seen with this is when business logic takes advantage of web-isms, things like system.web.http context, deep within the stack. One customer I've worked with, they have it very low in their stack because that was a common thing to do. It's not like any of these things are necessarily bad when they was first started. It was just the way we did things. But now we're seeing the issue of having system.web.http context.current way down low. And that can be very difficult to refactor. And you don't see any gains from it for a long time if you focus on doing that first. So the point of the system web adapters are to allow you to get going on the migration quicker, and then you can deal with the refactoring to more modern ways of doing this, like with dependency injection. But you don't need to block your migration on that initially. Once we have that set up, then we start migrating routes and logic from ASP.NET Framework to ASP.NET Core. As you see in this image, the ASP.NET Framework is getting a little smaller, the ASP.NET Core is getting a little bit bigger, and over time, we try to get as much of it into ASP.NET Core as possible. This is definitely something that you want to budget time for. It's something that will take time to totally complete, but it is something that you can kind of snowball as you get comfortable with it, as you see what you need to do to migrate one route from framework to core. It starts becoming easier. And so at some point, you won't even need that framework application. And that's kind of the goal, is that you don't need to have YARP long term. We don't want you to have YARP long term. You have just the ASP.NET Core application and its associated business logic. But notice that there's still the system.web adapters. I do recommend throughout the process, as when it's possible, start refactoring, taking care of some of that technical debt where you might want to start using more dependency injection or whatever the pattern makes sense for where you're using things. But at some point, we do hope that you get off the system web adapters. And so you end up with a deployment that is almost identical to what you had initially of the framework application, but now it's the ASP.NET Core application. And it's built on the same business logic. However, internally, this is going to be a very different application. But from the external, kind of like the Strangler Fig, it's going to be similar. So I mentioned a bit about the system.web adapters. We've seen this really help with a lot of these migrations. So I'm going to walk through a little bit of some of the benefits of it. One of the key design decisions of the system.web adapters is that we want you to be able to easily convert between the framework and the core representations of whatever the type is. The adapters do not contain all the types in system.web. Notably, it does not have system.web.ui or membership or some of these other things that are not as common lower level in the stack. Like, there's still things you got to migrate, but they're not things that we saw as pervasive and then would just block migrations from the get-go. And being able to translate between the two, between a system.web.http context and a Microsoft.ASP.NET Core.http context, proves incredibly powerful as we try to migrate and take advantage of ASP.NET Core when we can, or we will share code with the system.web when we can't. The adapters also allow you to add it anywhere in your stack. So you can use that system.web.http context.current anywhere. Again, it's probably not the best to continue using that long term. We do recommend other ways of doing it, like with dependency injection or just passing some sort of POCO around that might have the information you need. But we do enable it because a lot of people have that. And we don't want you to be blocked early on in your migration because of that. And so you can add it into a project. It doesn't add any more dependencies, and it allows you to get going. When you're running it on .NET Framework, it also does not add any overhead. It unifies to system.web.dll, and so it just transparently will work. However, on ASP.NET Core, it has implementations that are most of the time just pass-through implementations. What does this mean? It means that if you do something on the request object, like add a header on one side, say the system.web.dll, deep in your business logic, it is reflected immediately in the ASP.NET Core version of it. And as the first point, we have a way to go back and forth. So even method to method, you can go back and forth and be able to use whichever one makes sense. There's very minimal code changes that are required to use it. And in order to configure it, you only have to do that in one place in both your framework and core application. And we'll get into how that configuration works and what that looks like and how it can help with the migration. But it's centrally done. And once you've done that, you don't have to really change much else as you add in the system web adapters. And finally, if you're on ASP.NET Core, you do have the ability to override some of the behavior of the adapters in case you want to modify anything, or if potentially our implementation isn't quite right due to some corner case that you might be expecting. There are 4 different packages with the system.web adapters, and the main one I'll talk about, because it's what I expect everyone to use, is the first one on this list. It targets .NET Standard 2.0 and .NET Framework 4.5 and above. This means this is the one that you put into those low levels. It doesn't add any more references. You don't have to deal with any sort of changes to any of that. And when you're targeting .NET Framework, it's really going to be no change at all. Besides, now you have this additional DLL that will unify to system.web. The additional packages there are for when you are configuring it on your head application, on your actual deployable unit of your ASP.NET Core or ASP.NET Framework application. So there are 2 main topics I wanted to cover before we dive into like the actual code of making this work, because these are areas we have seen again, be blockers as you start the migration. And so it's something to be aware of upfront and to start planning for. These are session and authentication. The session and ASP.NET Framework and ASP.NET Core are very different. One of the main differences is that in ASP.NET Framework, you had a strongly typed object when you accessed a session key. However, in ASP.NET Core, you just get a byte array. And so that would cause a lot of churn in your code base if you're making use of accessing session throughout. And now all of a sudden you also have to add in all of the changes to get the strongly typed data from this. One of the themes of this of the system web adapters is that it provides some of these stepping stones for you, but we hope that at some point you can get off of them and move to your own access for strongly typed session or whatever the concept is. And you'll hear me reiterate that periodically, because we do see this as a stepping stone, and it's designed to be that helpful stepping stone as you are working through the migration, but hopefully not for long term. So we have two ways that you can use session, and it's customizable if you want to extend it yourself. But out of the box, we have a way to wrap the existing ASP.NET Core session. This is so that if you want to just be able to use the built-in session on ASP.NET Core, but you want that strongly typed layer because you've got a bunch of business logic that needs it, there's a way to do that. We also have a way that allows you to keep your .NET Framework application as that source of truth. This helps to bootstrap your app, to get you going with the migration, because then you don't have to change anything. Especially as when you start off, everything is being proxied back to the framework app anyway. And so this allows this to be the source of truth for your session. And it can be writable or read-only. One thing to keep in mind is that on Framework, it uses binary formatter serializer in order to serialize any of the contents of your session, at least by default. We don't have that in .NET anymore. That's been removed for good reasons, and there's plenty of talks you can look at as to how you might want to migrate off that if you still have it. But the thing for session here is that we have a way for you to register what the types are. Out of the box, we provide a way to serialize it to JSON, but there are ways to extend it to be able to serialize it to whatever you want. If you have a custom way, you might want to do that. And finally, there's authentication. This is, again, one of those things that you kind of have to think about upfront because it's cross-cutting concern that touches everything. We recommend, if possible, to just configure it on the ASP.NET Core side of things with the whatever makes sense for the identity system you're using, the authentication you have. This is, of course, really easy if you're doing things like Entra, or you have your own identity store that is a separate server. However, if this is just contained within your framework application, then it becomes a little bit more tricky. So we have a way to be able to set up the remote authentication where the framework application becomes the source of truth for the ASP.NET Core application. And you can get a claims identity in ASP.NET Core from your ASP.NET framework. So that's a lot of information. I kind of just wanted to give that high level view of what all these different parts are. And you may be wondering, how do we actually do this in practice? So I want to kind of go back to where we're starting from, and we're going to work through a sample where we start picking this apart and we start adding some of it to it. So we start with this deployment, and the first step is adding that ASP.NET Core application and then adding YARN. And then we want to add the system.web adapters. And we want to kind of get that configured. This is kind of a preliminary step. This allows us to be ready to do the heavier lifting later with less changes. One of the big things we've seen in migrations is that if you try to bite off too much at once, you end up having throwaway work. And this makes sense if you have, like, if you're doing a POC to just understand it. That often happens. Like one customer they're like, yeah, 80% of our work was throwaway. But they learned a lot from it, and then they went back and did a more structured approach. But keeping in mind that the smaller chunks that you can do and get things deployed, stabilized, get confidence in it, the more your developers, the business will be comfortable as you start migrating more and more parts of the application. So let's jump over to what this looks like. So this is eShop. It's a simple storefront that we're going to migrate from Framework to Core. It has just a basic view of what's available. It has, you see there's a user here. There's a way to see session and user information. And then down here, I want to highlight that we're on .NET Framework 4.8. So we can keep track, we can use that to keep track of where we are. Because as you start migrating routes, sometimes you can't quite tell, is this being served by Framework or Core? Which is good in one hand because they don't really know if like it's doing its job. But you also, it's nice to be able to see like, oh, hey, this one's on .NET 9. That's awesome. So we're going to go ahead and close that. And let's take a look at the structure here. So we've got this application, and we have an MVC application with 2 supporting projects. We're going to start off by adding that ASP.NET Core application. Thankfully, Upgrade Assistant can help with this. This is the Upgrade Assistant that's currently available in the marketplace. There were some newer versions that were showed earlier today, but this one is one that is already available, and there's no AI in this part of it yet, but it does its job, which is to help you set up YARP. So we're going to do the side-by-side incremental project upgrade. And that's the way that we describe this process of setting up a .NET Core application as the front end. We're going to select .NET 9, and we're going to go ahead and let it do its thing. So we'll see as it's adding the projects, we have an MVC Core application, and it is now getting YARP hooked up to it. Then it's going to get system.web adapters hooked up to it. We can take a look at the program.cs to kind of see what this is. In the diagram, YARP plays a central role in this. However, in practice, it's a very minimally invasive part of the project. You'll notice that there's this, add HTTP forwarder, that adds the services for YARP. And then there's this part here that we have map forwarder. The map forwarder creates a catch-all where any route that's not registered will be proxied, and it goes to the URL here. I want to point out here we have this order, and that order will set it up so that we are the last route to be used. That means that if you have a controller with whatever the URL is, it gets first. And that's important because we only want the forwarder to happen if it's not there anymore, if we don't have anything in the application. And that's all we really need to do here with YARP. It just kind of works, which is awesome. We don't have to think too much about it. Next, we have the system web adapters that it's added. And we're going to configure it a bit later, but this is how it's added on the core side, where we add the services. And then importantly, there is a set of middleware that we need to add. This does things like set up a session or configures things so that it's a little bit more how ASP.NET Framework handled things, like the request was always buffered. That some things require that, and there's ways to opt into that. One of the goals of the web adapters is that it's pay for play. If you don't need something on a certain endpoint, you can usually opt out of it, so you don't get any performance impact from it. So that's pretty much all the core application is. And if we were to run this, it would just proxy everything back to the framework application, which is what we want. However, let's get a little bit more done here so that we have that entire setup of the core application to the framework application, and we can have it so that it will have the system web adapters underpinning it all. So we're going to start with the common library. We're going to go back to Upgrade Assistant. And this time we're going to do an in-place upgrade. On class libraries, this tends to work pretty well. If you want to be able to consume it on .NET Core to .NET or .NET Framework, do .NET Standard. That way it can work on both. Make sure you're doing .NET Standard 2.0. 2.1 does not work on Framework, so that won't work for the purposes we have here. You'll notice that it unloads the project as it's doing this. That's because it's also converting this project to the new SDK style, which is part of that technical debt that you got to deal with as you migrate. And so as you get more of your projects supporting .NET Standard 2.0, the easier the migration becomes. And so let's upgrade this one. We'll do another in place to .NET Standard. Before we do that, let me point out that this one has a system.web reference. Once we upgrade, it's going to be replaced, and we're going to have the system web adapters. We do get a warning here that you have system web reference. Yes, we know that, but it warns you that there's going to potentially be a bit of work. Thankfully, the system web adapters helps quite a bit with that. And so if we take a look now at the packages, we have the system.web adapters. One of the things we're just going to take over in this demo, and hopefully will be fixed soon, is that this is using an out-of-date version of system.web adapters. It'll work. It's just we're on version 2 now, and we're going to update to that in order to take advantage of some of the newer features there. So we're going to filter this down to just the system web adapters. And then we're going to update that. You notice that it has the abstractions that's used in the core services. That package has some things that if you want to create any helpers across framework and core, that package has a few things that might help with that, but generally you don't need to worry about that package. It's just part of it. So now we have version 2 here, and let's add system web adapters to the framework application. And then we can configure to see why we want to do that. So we're going to add in here, we're going to look at system web adapters. We're going to grab the framework services. Notice when it comes up that it's installing a bunch of additional packages. This is why we recommend not installing this except on your head project, on the actual ASP.NET Framework application. Otherwise, all those dependencies will get added lower in your stack, and that can just be annoying, especially with the package.config that you may still be using in some of those packages. Okay, we now have a system.web adapters installed on everything. Let's go ahead and build to take a look at, to make sure that everything is building as we would expect. We've changed some of the underpinnings of some of the projects. The system.web is no longer directly being referenced. We're using system.web adapters. You can notice here that there is a binding redirect. For those of you still working with ASP.NET Framework or .NET Framework in general, this is a concern that it's something you need to deal with. Otherwise, it won't run and you'll get some error at runtime. Thankfully, we can double click this and it will give a fix. Cool. So now we've got system.web adapters. We've got YARP. We have the basics of all of that set up, but we don't have anything configured. So now we're going to do a quick git commit. So we have all of the project changes just taken care of here. So we added system.web adapters. And now we can go configure it. So this application needs session and authentication. And so we're going to start by setting that up. And so we go to the system web adapters. And we can start with adding JSON session serializer. So we're going to start with that, and then we're also going to add in a separate custom session serializer so that you can use it if you need to have a bit more control over it. Because one of the things that this requires is knowing what your keys are. This can sometimes be difficult. And so let's get these in. We have the machine name. We have a date time that is used for the session start time. We have a separate one for a custom one called demo model. Let's call it demo item. So session demo model doesn't show up. We're on the ASP.NET Core app. Remember that we updated a few projects to target .NET Standard, but we didn't add them to the MVC Core app. So this one's telling us we need to add the common one. So we're going to go ahead and add that, and we see that that works. Let's preemptively go ahead and add the other project, because that utility is used in places as well. So we've now registered the JSON session serializer. We've given it a few keys to know about. But now we also want to set it up so that we can make use of the framework app as the source of truth for session and authentication. So we're going to do add remote client. And for this, we need to configure two things. One is going to be the remote app URL. And we can grab the same value that we use for the configuration for the forwarder. It's the same thing. And so we can put that here. But we can't use app because it's too early in the process. We still just have the builder. So we'll do builder. It needs to be a URI. Let's make that explicit. And so you can set it up that way. Let's also add in the API key. And for this, we're going to grab the configuration and we're going to have it as the remote app API key. This just is the base. Any configuration that you already have done would work here. I do want to point out that there's some additional things you can configure, such as a backchannel client if you want to have control over how it's actually transmitting it, what that HTTP client looks like. Or you can take a look at the API key header, like how it's transmitting the API key. There's a few things you can tweak if you want, but for the most part, we don't expect people to need to do that. And then we just need to tell it that we want it to hook up session, we want it to hook up authentication, and that's it. Oh, the authentication client has a parameter where we need to tell if it's the default scheme or not. And so this just hooks into the normal schemes of ASP.NET Core authentication. And we're just going to say true because we don't have any other authentication. We want this just to be used. So that is sufficient for the core side of things. Now we're going to go take a look. Oh, before we forget, and if you forget this, it shows up at runtime very quickly. Let's add in the secret for what the remote API key looks like. So we're going to put that in here. We do have a check to make sure it's something of the form of a GUID, mostly so we can make sure that it's complex enough. So there's the remote app API key. And now we've got that set up. Let's copy this because that'll be useful in just a sec. We're going to now go to the framework application. We've configured the client application as the ASP.NET Core to retrieve the session and their authentication. So let's go configure the framework application so it can serve that up. Otherwise, we get errors saying it can't find the session or the authentication, and it's just won't work. So let's configure this. It's an extension method off of HTTP application, and so in your global.asax, you can call this dot and then add system.webadapters. And this will configure things so that the system.webadapters endpoints will be served through the framework app, as well as any of the services that we might need. So we register the same keys, and then we need to add the remote app server for this one. The other one was remote app client server. Hope that makes sense. We then, on this one, there's just a single key that we need to set, or a single value. Because this is on framework, we use a configuration manager. In production, I would recommend using the ASP.NET Framework configuration builders. It is the same name as the ASP.NET Core configuration builders, but they serve a different purpose, and they allow you to abstract the configuration manager, so you can get things from environment variables or other data stores, such as files or other places. But for now, we'll just use app settings, so we don't need to configure that. So the app settings, we're going to have the same name, which is remote app API key. Let's go back to that secret to grab the value. And so we have that here, and let's go add it back to the web config so we don't forget. Again, it'll show up with we don't have a key. It'll be pretty clear what the issue is. Oh, cool. GitHub Copilot did it correct. Yeah, that looks like the right GUID. That's always crazy when that happens. Okay, so we've got that configured. While we're in the web config, I do want to point out that this configuration we're doing with the framework side for system web adapters, it's working because we have the system web adapter module that's added. This is added by the package. And so when you add the package, it will add this module into your web config. If you don't have this module, this integration will not work. So make sure that you see that there. Most of the time it works, but just in case, sometimes it doesn't get saved correctly or something. So at this point, we've registered the server, and similar to the client, we need to now say, now need to add the add session server and add authentication server. Okay. And that's the configuration we need for the basics of we want to get system.web working. As you can see, it's all centrally located. You only have to touch these parts of it. Anywhere else that the code might be using system.web, it'll now work on both sides. So let's get that committed. Configured system.web. And if I were doing this in real life, I would now be I would be committing this and pushing it to production, doing PR flows, all of that. Those small incremental chunks just get that momentum going. And sometimes the hardest thing with these migrations is that momentum and getting it to be just part of the process. Before we move on, I want to show how to do a custom session key serializer. This can be useful if you just want to hook into part of the process to see what session keys are being used. And so we can do my session key serializer, and you need to implement this iSession key serializer. So there's a try deserialize, try serialize method. We're just going to set both to null for now because I don't have anything specific I want to set it to. But this allows you to potentially hook in to the process and be able to control that flow. We don't need that. Okay, let's return false here. But we can put some breakpoints here for along the way, and we're going to add it as a service. So we'll add a singleton, and we're going to add the my session key serializer. Cool. Now that's there. So we can potentially hook in if we want. Let's commit that. Okay. So at this point, we're going to start the app. It takes a little bit to start up, so we'll talk a little bit more about the next steps. I do want to point out that there's nothing that looks to be the startup method. That's because Upgrade Assistant set up multiple startups. So if you right-click on here and you configure startup, you can see multiple startup projects. You can even save this if you want. That's a cool new feature in some recent Visual Studio. But these are both set up to start. Okay, let's go ahead and start that. And we're going to go back to talk a little bit more about the next steps of what you're going to do. So this is where we got to. We got to the point where we have the system web adapters underpinning everything. And now we need to start actually making stuff work on the ASP.NET Core side. We need to start moving things over. And this is the part where this is kind of where the more of the fun happens as you start having more things available. And so what does it mean to move things from framework to core? And by things, here we want routes. The routes can be many different things. And I'm using the term route specifically because it's kind of a more abstract concept here. But that could be anything such as MVC views, web API endpoints, controllers, WCF, web forms, ASPX, anything that is retrieved by some sort of HTTP response. And so if you're able to retrieve something by an HTTP response, that is a candidate to be able to migrate. And so the next step will be to do some sort of route migration. And so let's take a look again at what that looks like. And remember, we launched the application to kind of see where our progress was. So here we are. This is the application running as it currently is set up. Notice that now we're on 7,047. I don't know if you noticed, but before we were on a different port. So let's take a look at that port. If we go to 44319, that's the one we were on. It looks the same, right? And it is the same right now. The only difference is that this one on 7,047 is going through ASP.NET Core, but everything's being proxied over. We haven't moved anything yet. It's still running. on .NET Framework. So let's go ahead and jump back into our code. We've got everything committed. Let's do the next step. Let's close out all of these screens. And we're going to now go back to Upgrade Assistant. We're going to open it up by clicking on the project node for the framework application. Now we have a different screen. This one shows us all the endpoints that we have. We're going to click Upgrade Controller, and we're going to now click the Session Controller. This will help identify what all is needed to migrate a view or a controller or whatever that route is that you want to migrate. You'll see that you can dig into this to kind of see what it's doing. It's not going to bring everything over, but what it will do is it's going to set it up so that we can have those views and controllers on the ASP.NET Core side. So we're going to go ahead and start, and it's going to migrate some stuff over. So as it does it, we'll see some of the files here start populating. And something is blocking it, but I'm not sure what. Okay, let's go ahead and start it again. We're going to go back to the controller, ASP.NET, and we're going to start it up again. There we go. Okay, so we see that it's pulling over a bunch of files, the controllers, the views, and we've got these files now on our ASP.NET Core side. There may be some code duplication. I would recommend whatever your best practices are around sharing code, just take advantage of that and start merging some of these things as much as possible. But let's take a look at what work is left for us. Upgrade Assistant does a great job and is continually getting better at giving us a result that can work. But most of the time, there's always some work that you as the developer need to bring some smarts to. And so we're going to take a look at each of these files and we can update a few things. So here we have HTTP context accessing the session. Well, we know this is using the system.web HTTP context, but this is now the ASP.NET Core session, ASP.NET Core HTTP context. The controller is the ASP.NET Core version, which is great. We're now using a lot of the ASP.NET Core isms without doing much work. So all we need to do now is get back into the system.web world where we need to. So here we're going to do assystem.web, which is a helpful extension method that once you add the using for, it becomes available to get the session. We're going to do the same thing here. And now it compiles. I mentioned earlier that the system web adapters tries to be more pay for play, that some of these features that may cost some performance hits for you, you have to opt into. Session is one of those. And even more with more granularity, the read-only versus a writable session is one of those. So we're going to add session, and we're going to set this session behavior to read-only, because we know that this one is purely just the view. It's getting it, and it's just going to display it. We don't need to do anything else with it. But this post method, this one is going to be updating it. So here we're going to go session behavior. We're going to set it. Oh, we actually can just use the default version. So we don't even need to have the extra code there. And this one will now get a writable version of it. If you're interested in how that works, go to our GitHub. We've got some diagrams of what that looks like for writable versus read-only, and some of the issues may hit with one or the other. But for now, we can just set this up. So this file, the controller side will work. Let's go take a look at the views. The ASP.NET Session view itself has no issues. Thankfully, on ASP.NET Core, we get the compilation off the bat, so we can see things are going to be fine. Let's go take a look at the shared code. Here we see a couple compilation issues. Both of these are because we're using things in the system.web namespace. There are ways that you could migrate it right now if you want, and you may or may not want to. That's up to you. But if you want to just use the system.web namespace to just keep it consistent and less changes the better, then you don't need to make any changes besides just bringing the namespace so we can access it. HTML string is implemented now in the system web adapters and will work as you would expect as it did from the ASP.NET framework times. So this all should work as we would expect. Finally, let's take a look at the login partial. Here we see more things that we got to figure out what to do with. So with identity, we're not using that anymore. And the only reason that was even there was because it needed to get the username. I found in testing that, at least for the purposes of this project, that was the same as just calling .name. It's a property, so now we don't need the parentheses. But there may be equivalents that you can just use that. But if you want the same behavior, you can always add whatever implementation you might want. So let's add in here context, because we need to get the request from the context in ASP.NET Core. And we see that we're using a system.webism that is authenticated. There's an equivalent we could use, but for now, we're just going to go back to the system.web namespace. And again, for this, we need to add in the ASP.NET Core.system web adapters, and it will now compile as we would expect. Okay, so at this point, this will now run. Let's go ahead and start that up, and we'll finish up talking about a couple other more challenging things about migrations. These are often just kind of brushed under the rug, and one of the things that I've spent a lot of time working with customers on is understanding some of these challenges. And we've been trying to make it easier, but they're hard problems. And so let me talk about a few of them, and I'll show you some techniques for a couple of them. So HTTP handlers were often used in ASP.NET Framework to serve endpoints. And endpoints is now the concept that's probably the closest on ASP.NET Core. Ideally, you just you switch that to, like, with minimal APIs, you can do the map get or map whatever. And that can often serve the same purpose as an HTTP handler. However, handlers are now available, supported in system web adapters from version 2. Modules are an even more complex thing from the ASP.NET Framework times. And these are challenges that can sometimes be migrated to middleware. But for those of you who have worked with modules, it can be difficult because modules had an eventing lifecycle. So if you're hooking into a lot of those events, it starts becoming complex as to where's the middleware supposed to be. And it can become very difficult if you have a large one, especially if no one who wrote it is there anymore. That is actually why we added support to it in system.web adapters version 1.3. We were working with some internal teams and external teams that we saw massive modules that they did not know what to do with. Upwards of 20,000 lines of code. They wanted to move it to middleware, but it was a blocker initially. So this emulation layer can help with mimicking that life cycle. It allows you to hook into the begin request or the post authenticate event or those different events that you might need. It also allows you to use your HTTP application. If you have a lot of stuff in your HTTP application, like your global.asax, you could potentially host that in ASP.NET Core with these. Finally, we have complex UI. This is kind of that elephant in the room that we all know it's there, but it's difficult. And there's a lot of strategies on how to do it. Of course, the big one is web forms, but we also see this with large MVC pages where you can't just move it over. You got to move over a ton of stuff at once. And so in this complex UI space, Blazor components can be a really helpful thing to do here. So we're going to take a look at what that looks like. And so let's jump back to our sample. And we're going to take a quick peek at the running application of what we just did. So we are running on .NET Framework for the main page. But remember, we moved the session endpoint. So if we move the session endpoint, it now is running stuff on ASP.NET Core. We see the breakpoint being hit in the session key serializer that we made way back at the beginning of this. So now we can hook in and we see, hey, it's trying to access machine name. Okay, you could customize it if you want. Or you could just, we're going to let it use the JSON serializer, but you can hook into that here. Let's let it continue. And we're back to the session. So we can add in a value here. And it's going to be able to save it. We can go back to the session and it will show us again. Okay, now let's talk about that complex UI. So I'm going to save this as the session controller, migrated. Okay, so now let's look at how can we use Blazor here. So with Blazor, the main thing here is to be able to use custom elements. And so the way to do this is first we need to add in the package. And that package is it's a separate package. It's part of the ASP.NET Core suite of packages, but it's not in the box. So we're going to add this package. And it's going to add a couple extension methods we can make use of in our registration of Blazor. And we currently don't have Blazor. This is a new application. So we're going to add that. At this point, we need to first add a component. And we're going to use a basic the counter component. You've probably seen this in a lot of the Blazor talks, but we're going to make use of that because it highlights some of the interactivity that you can get, which can be helpful for that inside-out migration. So we're going to copy this because it's a lot of code I don't want to write on screen. But let's take a look at this quickly. It's a normal Razor component, nothing special with it. Notice that it has this increment amount that we can set, and it has a button. And that's about it. That button just increments the value, and it will show it. Fairly simple. So let's go to the program.cs again. And here we're going to add in Blazor. So we're going to go to our services, and we're going to add services.add server-side Blazor. And here we're going to add a root component. And this is what the extension method is added by that package. It's this register custom element. And here we're going to add counter. And we're going to call it my counter. And this is using this added in the system.diagnostics metric counter. We don't want that one. Thankfully, the generic type constraint there helps. But we want to use our counter. So that's registered. One more step here is we have to add the Blazor endpoint. So we're going to map Blazor hub. If you don't do this, then we can't get the JavaScript needed on the client side. We can't get the Blazor connection set up. So with that set, we can remove that. We'll go ahead and launch this. And the final configuration for it is very simple. We're going to do this on the framework side of things. Oh, we missed something. Let's see what did we miss? Oh, semicolon. Okay, now let's have it build. And while it's launching, we're going to configure the CS-HTML on the framework side. The CS-HTML can be reloaded dynamically, so we can play around with it a little. So let's hop over to the MVC here. We're going to take a look at the shared view. We're going to put this in the layout. And you can do this on the core side as well. It doesn't have it can be on either one. The reason why this works is because we have this proxy setup. Blazor components require you to have both of it can only be served from the same host. And because to the end user, both the framework and the core application are on the same host, it works just fine. So we're going to add in the Blazor server script here. And this does work with WebAssembly, but most of the applications I've seen, one of the challenges with the UI is that it's so entangled with the with business logic on the server side that pulling it out to WebAssembly would almost be a rewrite unto itself. So Blazor server is a more applicable one generally, but do whichever one makes sense for you. So we're going to now add our custom counter here. We're just going to drop that in right there and save it. And now it should work. When we pull up the application and we refresh it, we'll now see that it has a Blazor component once everything gets loaded. Right here. This right here is a Blazor component, and it's running on .NET Framework. Well, to be clear, it's running on ASP.NET Core, but it's being surfaced in a view that is being served by ASP.NET Framework. We can click on it. We can do whatever we want there. Let's kind of play around with that a little. If we look at this counter, there's this increment count. Let's see what we can do with that. So we're going to switch this to kebab casing. That's part of the standard that it will automatically do. So you need to make that change yourself on any of these properties. But let's change this to 10. So now what we expect is that after we refresh, the current counter will be incremented by 10 with every click. Oh, something didn't work. That's not working now. Let's see what's happening. Let's put a breakpoint. Oh, the property is increment amount. Let's change that. We'll change that to amount. And now if we refresh it, let's take a look at it. So one of the values of being able to set this property is that you can then have it actually pass data back and forth between the framework and the core application. See, now we have 10, 20, 30. The power there is almost limitless of how you might want to use this to pass a session information or non-session information or some information to the ASP.NET Core side of things to be able to start migrating this view from the inside out. So we've seen both the inside out migration with this, as well as the top down migration with moving the whole route over. Some of these are going to kind of be your choose your own adventure as you go about it. No, there's depending on the route, depending on the page, you're going to have different things that you want to do. And so the whole process of migration is something that you're going to have a lot of different choices along the way. It's definitely a no one size fit all, and we have a lot of information that can help guide you in what the choices might be. So here are some resources to take a look at, and there's others that link from them as well. Feel free to get involved with the system.web adapters. That's where a lot of the runtime updates for things go. And take a look at some of the documentation around incremental migrations, around Upgrade Assistant, and then there's the Blazor custom elements that all together can hopefully provide some sort of strategy for you as you embark on the journey of migration. So with that, are there any questions?
Oh man, Taylor, I love seeing upgrading these legacy ASP.NET applications. This is the thing that folks struggle with, and YARP providing that bridge, the web adapters, providing that additional bridge in the side-by-side mode is really, really good. Folks don't appreciate.
It's one of those simple things that nothing here is new, and that's the thing about it. Like the Strangler Fig pattern, reverse proxies, these have been around a long time.
Oh yeah.
But it's bringing them all together and applying these patterns that we know work elsewhere all together for this migration. It's amazing the power it can give you to start making that progress, that momentum. Once you start building it, it just continues.
There's one or two people in our YouTube chat that are having a little bit of a problem doing the upgrade using side-by-side mode, and they report that they target .NET 9 and it errors out. Is there somewhere that they can reach out to, provide a little feedback and get some assistance?
Yeah, feel free to raise any of those issues on the system.web adapters GitHub repo. I'm watching that to take a look at it. It's the first one here on the list here.
Okay.
And feel free to set that up there. There's definitely some nuances on how you deploy this, how you set it up, that can come into play as you start doing some of it. One of the ones that I remember that I don't know what they're hitting, but one that we've seen a lot is that we often see people deploying it to the same IAS, which is how we want them doing it. Mm-hmm. But you need to do it on different ports. If you do it on a different virtual folder, then it breaks. It just doesn't work.
You're in the same application.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, you just want different ports, but the same virtual folder.
Okay.
But yeah, there's a lot of potential issues. So if you hit issues with this process, please raise them there. That's probably the easiest way to get visibility. And then we can kind of work with you on that.
Okay. There were a number of folks on Twitch who were saying, hey, I'm looking for how to upgrade and migrate the authentication stuff. Literally the minute before you went through, I just know how to do this. It was perfect timing.
Perfect. Yeah, and that is an area that right now we have a great answer for the, hey, let's make framework be the source of truth here. We do see as people move on through the process, they want to start moving into the core side of things. There's some open issues around that. We don't have that solved. So if you guys have questions, if you have scenarios that you want to enable that, get onto those issues and help us understand your scenarios, because that is definitely an open issue that we know people want. We just don't have an answer for it yet, but we're willing to engage there.
There is a follow-up question here that says, how does the YARP strategy work if you're using just plain old web forms?
Same. Yeah, there's no difference here for if you're using web forms. The only challenge with web forms is that there's no drop-in replacement for it. There's a number of strategies here. Like I tried showing one of doing the inside out. I know, Jeff, you have some helpers that can kind of
Haven't touched them in a while, but yeah, they're out there.
You know, and that's the thing. A lot of these strategies, like they kind of all work in different ways, but nothing good enough that like get long-term investment.
Yeah.
And so we do hope that a lot of this stuff is kind of a stepping stone. And whenever you start on the process, the landscape is probably going to be different. And so whatever is the current best thing there, I'd recommend jumping into that and then getting involved on some of the threads that are open around it, because there are unsolved problems in this space, and there's a lot of attempts at different things. And the more examples and scenarios, the better we can potentially come up with solutions here.
The challenge around this space really is that once you have somebody in the community jump in and they get involved and they're migrating their applications, after they're migrated, they're done. They're not coming back. They're gone.
It's a solved problem for them now.
Okay.
Yep. And everyone's problem is different. Everyone has their own.
Yes.
Like these applications, many of the ones I've seen started off like back in the comm days. They weren't even web applications. And so they've migrated them from desktop to various forms of that to the early forms of ASP.NET. And then, or maybe they came from ASP.NET Classic, or they have this history there that no one person knows.
Yes.
And so once you've identified your set of problems and move on, that's great for you. But if you do find solutions for something, like, please share with the community, because we're kind of all working through that together, because there's a lot of ways to do any of these things.
Actually, all right, here's where I get to do the well actually thing, right? I get to be that guy for a second. Our last speaker on tomorrow's session of .NET Conf, Focus on Modernization, is Santiago, and he works for Growth Acceleration Partners. They're a consulting firm that has built a tool that does exactly that. They'll actually migrate folks from VB6, from Power Builder, all the way through to Blazor and .NET 9.
Wow, that's quite the range of technologies.
Yeah, so we're going to be hearing from them, talking about their journey, their experiences, because when you are that far back and you're that far removed, man, you're talking about rewrite.
Yeah. And how do you even start? Like the analysis paralysis sets in. So the more tools, the more processes we have around this, the better.
So to that question of analysis paralysis, we did have one or two folks in YouTube chat mention, hey, I've got lots of projects in my enterprise that I really want to be able to upgrade. I'm worried about getting started. I'm worried about setting expectations. We saw earlier from McKenna in chat about using the Upgrade Assistant to generate that analysis report. Would you recommend folks use the same report here when they're doing the side-by-side approach?
So unfortunately, the current efforts with that version of the Upgrade Assistant is focused currently on the net core to net core scenarios. So it doesn't provide the analysis yet that we would need for the side-by-side. However, for those of you who are using agent mode on Visual Studio Code, it does a decent job of helping you understand some of that. Okay. And we're seeing a lot of improvements. Like this space of some of the AI-driven stuff just keeps changing week by week. And so there's going to be continual movement there. There's no one-stop shop for the analysis for the side-by-side, unfortunately. But it is on our radar. It's something we're all thinking about. We would all love, but it's a complex problem.
I've got 3 questions left. I want to just touch on these real quick as we're wrapping up. On YouTube, Federico asks, how's the performance when you're running with YARP and you're bouncing between these two
Yeah,
versions of the application?
great question. The first customer we worked with on this, as they got into production, they were doing performance testing, and it they had no concern with it. I think that it was on the order of a couple milliseconds that of overhead for it.
Okay.
And so they're like, their database connections were taking longer. And so
That's
it's not
good
something
enough.
that they were, yeah. And this is why we do recommend, if most people with Framework are deploying to IIS on-prem or in app service. And if you're doing it on-prem, just keep it in the same IIS instance. That way IIS can be really smart about not actually like making a connection to another computer. It's just going to like shift it over.
Just do an
The
in-memory
performance
request
impact can
between
be
the two
very
apps.
negligible if you set it up in that way.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah. However, IIS does that. Yeah.
Yeah. So also when
But yeah,
YouTube,
definitely like measure it yourself, like whatever your setup is.
last question I want to go to, Jan on YouTube asks, are there resources to look for help with the web forms migration using this? Because Jan's hearing rewrite, and uh, I think he's making the good point here that when we are talking about introducing YARP and doing this side by side, it is a rewrite kind of with crutches.
Yeah. Yeah. It's the term we have used throughout time has shifted from upgrade to rewrite to migration. And in the end, you're dealing with a lot of technical debt that may have accumulated over time. Web Forms was written what? Almost 2.5 decades ago at this point.
Yeah.
It's great that it's worked this long. But unfortunately, there is no one-to-one mapping. So like I do spend a lot of my conversations with customers just kind of setting that expectation that there's going to be some work there with the web forms. I also set that expectation that if you don't need to migrate, .NET Framework's going to be around. You can set up YARP to do this kind of thing, and then the new code you do in your ASP.NET Core side of things. But if you got some line of business stuff that doesn't need the latest and greatest, that just kind of works, just keep serving it on .NET Framework. It becomes a little bit more complicated of a setup, but it unshackles you from being stuck on Framework for all of your views, all of your components. And over time, you can start migrating stuff. But choosing those routes can be a big decision point as what makes sense to actually migrate. And if you have a lot of the ASPX pages, it becomes a different conversation because now you've got to deal with the master pages and the components. And honestly, it's going to be better to just think about from, if I were to rewrite those pages, what is the more modern way of doing it? The whole post-back method web forms uses is just not in use anymore. Although I guess we're kind of seeing it come back with some of the newer, like there's some hybrid modes coming, but the way web forms did it is substantially different. But I do recommend in those cases, take a look at the Blazor custom elements. It's one of those things that like it blows my mind how easy it is to get it set up. And then you can really have the power of Blazor to do what it can do well. And especially as Blazor keeps getting investments, it's just getting better and better for that.
And adding modern .NET 9 Blazor components into the middle of a .NET 4.8 web forms application, right? There's something to that folks need to experience if you're in this migration strategy.
Yeah, it's one of those aha. Like the first time I tried this, it was, did that just work? Was that only like, I mean, you guys all saw it was like 5 lines of code for configuration, and then whatever the component was, and that's it.
So, let me just go completely off script for a second. If you look at third-party components, then can you load them into a web forms framework as well? I'm thinking about something like Blazor or a Dev Express library or Progress.
Yeah, I haven't tried, but it's worth giving a try if you have a specific control that you want to use for sure. Like I haven't seen any issues with it, but I haven't. It's a relatively new part of Blazor. I think it came out in .NET 7 as like a preview, and it's often been positioned for more of the like React or Angular. If you're going to a SPA framework, I mean, you look at the label here; it's JS-SPA frameworks of the Learn site. But using it in this space, it should be able to just work as well. And definitely give it a try. If
Yeah.
if you guys are having issues with it, I'm sure the Blazor team would be interested in that.
Very cool. Well, all right. That is all the time we have. This
Cool. Well,
is
thank you.
fantastic. I love helping folks with these upgrades. Really appreciate your time, Taylor, and joining us for the .NET Conf Focus on Modernization event.
Well, thank you for having me.
All righty. We'll say goodbye for now to Taylor, and I want to bring Javier back on. Hey, buddy.
I was muted. I thought I was unmuted beforehand, but here we go. Welcome to
You're
technical difficulties, right?
one of those. I tell you, we've got a couple of slides that we need to go to
Yes.
recap, share some of the cool stuff. We've got a book available for folks that'll help you with modernization. Our friend Tomas from .vvm is making a coupon available for this, 10% off for folks. We've also got, where is that? I have the GitHub Copilot upgrade.
Right.
Yes.
That's very important for people to at least sign up and try it, right? Necessarily that obviously the one theme that we've heard through all this entire day is that mileage will vary,
Yes.
right? Because
Depending on
of
your application and how you wrote your code.
correct. I mean, it's funny you were talking about the YARP and some of that. I have some applications with, I'm a consultant with some of my clients that I built in 2015, and .NET, Core wasn't even a thing, right? It was just kind of. So I have the bundling. Remember bundling?
Oh
System
my
out the
goodness.
web optimization.
Yes.
We minimize everything. We have some custom bundling that I can't migrate to .NET Core, ASP.NET. So it's going to be a rewrite, right? So it's like some of those things decisions that you made back then that will affect you. But if this Copilot or the assistant gives you 80% of it, perfect.
Go for it. Go get it.
Yeah.
We also have, of course, .NET 9. Make sure you get your hands on the latest version of .NET. That's out there. Let me take a look. I've got a couple more slides here that we want to make sure. We got to call out the swag bag, of course.
Yes. Yep.
So
.NET Conf focus.NET Conf.NET/swag. Down underneath the player on the website, you can actually see it. It will be a link directly to it. So it's not like if you don't remember it, it's right there.
Absolutely.
Sign up. A lot of great content out there. We also have the reference to the code. So if you don't forgot the code for the book, it's also part of the swag bag. So you can get that. So
and there was one more that I had here. Where is it? It is, come on now. We don't have that yet. That's going to be coming. We have an event playlist coming for GitHub, for YouTube. There we go. There's an event survey. If you've enjoyed the event, take a look. Let us know what you think. We're going to be sharing this a little bit more tomorrow on day 2 of the event.
This is the most important because we actually do. Not a lot of people know this, but we do have a postmortem after these events, right? Actually, for the bigger event, we have multiple postmortems to figure out what are the things that we should continue doing, that we could enhance, we can remove, right? And we're always trying to iterate and trying to do better as we go along because of your feedback. So yeah, please go and take the time out to fill out the advanced survey. We really appreciate it for you all to do that.
Those are the slides we have to talk about. This is the end of day 1. This is a 2 half-day event.
Right.
We want to make sure folks have a chance to watch, participate. The videos are going to be on YouTube. Heck, you can go watch from the beginning over on YouTube using the link. We have it embedded on the website, don't we?
Yeah. If you go to the website, literally all you have to do is just push play and it will start at the beginning of the stream, or you can just use your cursor and move it all the way back and it will be back at the beginning of the conference. It's great.
I see a comment here from Jan on YouTube that the discount code doesn't seem to work. Tell you what, we'll follow up on that and get a reply for tomorrow. This is the end of day 1. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. I've had a blast. I've learned a bunch. I didn't know that as system web method inside the web adapters that Taylor was showing us. Oh man, I got to go back and check that out now.
Very nice. And tomorrow we will have the same volley between Jeff and I. So we will be starting off every Q&A. Please keep the questions coming. We are looking at both on Twitch right here, and I have YouTube, and we're monitoring everything else, and we can just keep the conversation going with our awesome speakers.
Fantastic. Alrighty, friends. We will see you tomorrow for day 2. Take care.
See you, everybody. Have a wonderful evening.